I saved an old beggar on the roadside, and my life has been completely changed since then. An old beggar fell on the road, and no one cared about him. I thought it was not easy for everyone, so I ran over and helped him up. At this time, people around me laughed at me and said I was a fool. They thought the old beggar might be a liar. However, no one knows that this seemingly insignificant action of mine will make me rich by hundreds of billions tomorrow. Change the trajectory of my life. Just because I have obtained the Life Encyclopedia system, I can not only see other people's inner thoughts, but also provide solutions to any problems. I opened the system panel, my heart full of anticipation. How can I earn a small amount in one day? I looked at the solution recommended by the system and was shocked. It didn't ask me to buy lottery tickets, but gave me an answer that I didn't expect at all. The best option recommended by the system is that the richest man in Jiangdu, Yi Xiaolong, is about to die. He was looking for a destined person to inherit his 100 billion yuan group. And this destined person turned out to be the young man who first helped the old man cross the road at the number 1 intersection of the Bund at 12 noon today. He had to wear a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a red sun hat. I was immediately overjoyed. Chinny group, here I come. At this moment, Yi Xiaolong looked through the crossroads. The old man's eyes were full of vicissitudes, but he seemed so determined. He was waiting for the appearance of the predestined person. Yi Xiaolong once told me that his success was a matter of destiny. 40 years ago, he accepted the advice of a fortune teller, which led to his current success. Today, he feels that his life is coming to an end, and his heart is full of premonitions about the future. So he decided to find a successor in this way. I stood across the street, secretly observing him. For some reason, Yi Xiaolong turned into a golden figure in my eyes. This was the first time I saw a golden existence, and the system prompt made me stunned. Name, Yi Xiaolong. Age, 85. Life expectancy, 14 hours. Net worth, 100.8 billion. Good at imposing manner, business operations, business struggles, and socializing. I copied all the skills without hesitation, and these skills were absorbed by me quickly, as if I had gained tremendous power. Just when I had packed everything and was ready to go, my cell phone suddenly rang, reminding me that it was 12 o'clock. I ran quickly to the intersection, my heart racing. Suddenly, an old man with a cane appeared in front of me. I ran over and said, "Grandpa, let me help you cross the road." The old man seemed a little reluctant, but after my insistence, he finally nodded. "No need, young man. I'm in good health." I still insisted, "Grandpa, be careful." He looked at me and smiled. "Thank you, young man. There are not many kind-hearted guys like you nowadays." At this moment, Yi Xiaolong's eyes lit up in the distance, and he finally saw me, wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a red sun hat. I knew that my fate had changed at this moment. Yi Xiaolong smiled, and then he whispered to the bodyguard, "Xiao Zhou, I want all his information. Give me an hour." I just helped an old man cross the street, and when I turned around, I passed by Yi Xiaolong. His eyes were fixed on me deeply. I breathed a sigh of relief, and my heart was full of expectations, but I also knew clearly that things were far from being that simple. Even if I inherited Yi Xiaolong's 100 billion group according to the will, the real challenge had just begun. The shareholders of Yes Real Estate, especially those small shareholders, are like bloodthirsty wolves and will never let go of a young man with ordinary background and ordinary education. If I want to truly become the boss of Yes Group, I must deal with the attacks of these hungry wolves. Just as I was immersed in these thoughts, my phone rang again. "Aunt Jiang, do you want to introduce me to a blind date?" I felt a headache and suddenly realized that my life seemed to be troubled by a bunch of trivial matters. Aunt Jiang said enthusiastically, "Xiao Yi, you are not young anymore. You need to find a suitable girl. This blind date is a graduate of a prestigious university and has a good family background." I originally wanted to refuse, but I couldn't resist Aunt Jiang's enthusiasm. I thought it was just a formality, so I agreed. An hour later, I walked into Starbucks and soon saw my blind date, Wu Huanyue. She was indeed good-looking, at least 85 points. I walked over with a smile and said hello. "Hello." I was introduced by Aunt Jiang. Wu Huanyue raised her head, looked at me, and frowned. "You are wearing ordinary clothes. You don't look like a rich person." She looked at me silently, as if giving me a score in her mind. "Our requirements are quite high. Let me first tell you my conditions." Wu Huanyue went straight to the point. She went on to say, "It doesn't matter if I don't have a car or a house, but I have very high standards for my quality of life. My monthly expenses are about 10,000 yuan, and treating friends to dinner is another thing. My heart sank, thinking that this blind date was doomed to fail. How much is your monthly salary? Wu Huanyue suddenly asked. I replied somewhat helplessly. About 5,300 yuan. She smiled and said, with such a low income, it is basically hopeless to buy a house in this city. Her tone was cold, and she seemed to have lost interest in me. We are not suitable, forget it. I nodded in agreement and didn't feel too much regret. At this moment, there was a sudden roar of car engines outside, and 10 black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the mall at the same time. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the luxury car in surprise. Lawyer Ma and his elite female secretary led a dozen black-clad bodyguards into the mall. Master Yi, please go back. The elite female secretary walked up to me with a smile and bowed. Please inherit the 100 billion inheritance of Ye's real estate. My heart skipped a beat, a mixture of shock and excitement. The Chinny group was actually inherited by me. You don't want such an excellent boyfriend? You are blind. Wu Huanyue was completely unaware of all this until the truth slowly came to light. Her expression changed completely. A trace of shame and regret suddenly appeared on her originally arrogant face. Yi Xian, wait for me. She ran out of the door like crazy. I was getting in the car when I saw her running towards me, tapping on the car window. Yi Xian, I think we can talk more. Her voice was filled with urgency and shame, as if she realized her mistake just now. I felt disgusted, but I didn't stop. I said coldly to the elite female secretary, let's go. The motorcade slowly started and left Mini Mall. At the back of the convoy, Wu Huanyue stood blankly on the side of the road, tears already welling up in her eyes. Finally, she sat on the ground in despair, holding her face and crying. When she got home, she almost didn't dare to face herself, and she happened to meet the matchmaker, Aunt Jiang. Why are you back so soon? How was the blind date? Where is Xiaoya? Wu Huanyue couldn't stop crying and cried. Aunt Jiang, why didn't you tell me that Yi Xian is actually the eldest son of Ye's real estate group? Aunt Jiang was stunned, her face full of confusion. Yi real estate? The eldest young master. Are you okay? Do you have a fever? How could Xiao Yi be the eldest young master of the Yi group? He is just an orphan. Orphan? Wu Huanyue was stunned. No, it's impossible. She thought of those Mercedes-Benz with consecutive numbers and the impressive convoy, and she no longer dared to doubt it. There was no way this could be fake. She cried in disappointment, having given up this opportunity to make hundreds of billions of wealth with her own hands. In the car, the voice of the elite female secretary interrupted my thoughts. Master Yi, what I am about to say may exceed your cognition. Please don't be surprised, and please don't think we are teasing you. I listened quietly. Yi Group is a large real estate company built by Mr. Yi Xiaorong over decades, with branches in first Ash, second, and third-tier cities across the country. Although it is not listed yet, its valuation has reached 100 billion. The old man has no children in his life, and his health is getting weaker. Now, he needs to choose an heir, and this heir is you. As for why you were chosen, only Mr. Yi knows. We don't know. After hearing this, I finally understood. This was no longer just a coincidence, but destiny. From today on, you are the future heir to the 100 billion assets of the Yi Group. The elite female secretary looked a little surprised, and she was obviously shocked by my calm reaction. I still didn't have much emotional fluctuation, just a little excited. It's really extraordinary. The old man has a unique vision. She couldn't help but look at me more highly. The car drove smoothly for more than half an hour and finally drove into a huge manor. This manor is located in the center of the city and covers a huge area. The lawn alone is more than 10 football fields in size. Gardens, ponds, hills, and even stunning views all demonstrate the unparalleled heritage and wealth of the Yi Group. The elite female secretary's face turned serious. Master Yi, all shareholders of the Yi Group and senior executives above the level of office director will come here to welcome you, the heir to the group. I took a deep breath. Here comes the highlight. This will be my first tough battle after taking over the Yi Group. I sat in Yi Xiaorong's private office, but I was filled with indescribable excitement. Inheriting a 100 billion yuan group, such an opportunity may not be encountered once in a lifetime by ordinary people. And I stood at this step, knowing that I was not lucky for a moment. Behind everything that seemed to be going smoothly, there were actually countless challenges and tests, especially those shareholders and senior executives who were hiding behind and secretly waiting for opportunities. When I walked into this luxurious manor, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Everyone was carefully performing a play, and I knew that I would become the protagonist of this play. I looked at those hypocritical smiles and flattering words. Everyone was waiting for my mistakes and ready to tear flesh from me. But I did not back down. Deep in my heart, I already had a goal. Yi Xian, you are an orphan, without parents or relatives. And my last name is Yi, too, and I have no children or grandchildren. Yi Xiaorong's gentle voice sounded again, breaking all my thoughts. We both have a last name, Yi. He looked at me with a smile. From today on, you recognize me as your grandpa, and I recognize you as my grandson. How about that? I looked up and saw the sincerity and expectation in the eyes of this kind old man. Those deep eyes seemed to contain all the expectations for the future. A warm current rose from the bottom of my heart, and I whispered, "Grandson, meet Grandpa." After hearing this, Yi Xiaorong's smile became even brighter. "Ha ha! Good, good, good. I didn't expect that I, Yi Xiaorong, finally have a grandson today." The laughter resounded throughout the manor and warmed my heart. He had been lonely all his life, but he finally found his family love in his last moments. In the next few hours, I walked around the Yi Group's building under the guidance of my housekeeper and met various shareholders and senior executives. I checked everyone's information through the system and saw the dark side of their hearts. Everyone was scheming, hoping that I would fall quickly so that they could take a bite out of this wealth game. However, they could not see my calmness and determination. On the surface, their praise came like a tide, and I was not in a hurry to uncover their masks. I knew that time would tell me their true colors. That evening, the Yi Group held a grand press conference and invited hundreds of reporters to gather in the manor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xiaorong announced that he would inherit his 100 billion yuan in assets and become the new helmsman of the Yi Group. At this moment, the news exploded across the internet. I stood in front of many reporters, accepting their flood of questions. The cameras flashed, and the voices of the reporters intertwined, almost drowning me. However, I remained calm and my eyes were firm. I knew that this moment was my touchstone, and all eyes were on me, and there was no room for any flaws. Yi Xian, how will the Yi Group perform in the future? Mr. Yi, do you have any special plans to lead the company to a higher peak? I answered every question calmly, even though I knew that there were countless people with ulterior motives waiting for my mistakes. Yi Xiaorong looked at me from the audience with a satisfied smile in his eyes. He had finally found a suitable successor, and the long-lost peace in his heart seemed to have found its home at this moment. 8 hours later, Yi Xiaorong passed away peacefully with a smile on his face. The entire group was in deep grief, but I knew that I had just begun to face the real challenge. In the following days, the news headlines about the Yi Group were overwhelming. I, Yi Xian, an ordinary orphan, suddenly became the richest post-90s in the country, ranked 18th on the wealth list, and my name was also on the world's richest list. Overnight, I went from being a nobody to the focus of everyone's attention. However, the hidden crises and challenges behind this are more imminent than ever. Those who once looked down on me have already locked their eyes on me, trying to find opportunities to harvest behind the back of me, the new helmsman. 4 days later, at the headquarters of the Yi Group, the roar of a supercar echoed in the air. A black and gold Pagani slowly drove into the parking lot of the building. I got out of the car, wearing a well-cut blue suit, a neat hairstyle, and brown handmade leather shoes that made a rhythmic sound as they stepped on the ground. At this moment, I was no longer that ordinary young man. I was the new helmsman of the Yi Group, carrying the responsibility of a family business worth hundreds of billions. Today was the first step for me to officially become a true leader. I glanced over the building. The 40-story building stood in the bustling city, like the backbone of the entire Yi Group. I knew that today I would officially take over everything. The moment I entered the building, the employees stood in a neat line, all looking at me. The seemingly lazy employees turned respectful when they saw me. They seemed to see the old chairman who controlled everything in the past, Yi Xiaorong. I knew that at this moment, I had established my authority in their hearts. "Hello, Chairman. Here comes the chairman." The greetings rang in my ears. I nodded slightly and walked forward steadily. This majesty is what I learned from Yi Xiaorong. The chairman has such a strong aura. Was he really an ordinary person before? I didn't even dare to breathe when he looked at me just now. Although I didn't hear these words, I understood everything from the respectful attitude of Secretary Ning Nansher. When I walked into the elevator, I took a deep breath, knowing that this was just the beginning. Immediately give orders that within half an hour, all senior leaders should be present to report to me. My voice was calm, but full of invisible power. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and I am ready to light my first fire. I stand at the top of the E group, ready to welcome a brand new era. This era will belong to me, Yi Xian, and the future of the E group. In the number 1 conference room of the E group, I sat in the chairman's seat, and beside me were the senior staff at all levels, sitting down in order. The president, executive president, vice president, general manager, director, and heads of various departments, a total of 32 people, all seated in an orderly manner. They began to report their work to me one by one. I remained calm on the surface, but I was not as relaxed as they thought. Some people were seriously reporting their work progress, while more people were perfunctory and their eyes were wandering. They obviously had great doubts about me as the new chairman. Yi Xian, can you do it? Can you gain a foothold in this 100 billion enterprise? I could see these words from their eyes. They thought I was just a newbie who had just climbed to the top of this mountain, and I was about to give them a shocking answer. I sat there calmly, listening to everyone's reports and scribbling on my notebook. But my attention was more focused on the inner thoughts of each person's profile column. Name, Zhou Tianming, President, Silver. Loyalty, 20. Inner thoughts. The new chairman seems to be much more stable than the rumors say. It seems that he is the successor secretly cultivated by the previous chairman. He cannot be underestimated for the time being. I will wait and see for the time being. As I listened, I didn't feel any emotion. Next, I browsed the profile of Lu Minghua, the vice president. Name, Lu Minghua, vice president, Dark Iron. Loyalty, 1. Inner thoughts. The shareholder alliance already owns 43% of the shares and has a deep foundation within the group, while the new chairman only owns 44% and his power is not solid at all. I accepted the invitation of the small shareholder alliance and prepared to join them in kicking him out of the management at the shareholders' meeting in 5 days. The reward is not high, but it is enough for my lifelong luxury. Looking at this message, I couldn't help but frown. This Lu Minghua obviously didn't take me seriously. The behind-the-scenes operations of him and those small shareholders seemed to have already pressed the ending button. However, I was not in a hurry. My eyes passed Lu Minghua and finally stopped at the data column of Wang Quanjian, Director of the Ministry of Commerce. Name, Wang Quanjian, Director of the Ministry of Commerce, Bronze. Loyalty, 0. Inner thoughts. Yi Xian, the new chairman, seems to know nothing. This is a good opportunity for me to embezzle. If I can just take 1% of the money from the Dongchang business negotiation, I can make more than 5 million yuan. Just wait and see. My eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Quanjian, loyalty is 0, which instantly alerted me. He was obviously playing a trick for his own benefit. I continued to flip through Wang Chuanjian's detailed files and found a lot of disgusting records inside. The amount of embezzlement, bank account number, safe password, and even the details of every transaction he made were clearly visible. If you don't take what God gives you, you'll be struck by lightning. I sneered in my heart. This evidence was enough to bring him to ruin. Not long after, I edited a text message and sent it to the Jiangdu Public Security Bureau, informing them of the evidence of Wang Chuanjian's corruption. The meeting continued. When Wang Quanjian stood up to report his work, my eyes unconsciously swept to Lu Minghua. Wang Quanjian pretended to be modest on the surface. Chairman, my work is not a big deal, but some small matters. I'd better ask Vice President Lu to help me deal with it. I asked calmly, Director Wang, do you report all your daily affairs to Vice President Lu? Lu Minghua's face changed, and a smile appeared on his lips. Of course, Chairman. I nodded and suddenly asked, Vice President Lu, you just mentioned that corporate management is not a simple matter. Are you questioning my ability? Lu Minghua probably didn't expect me to be so direct and was stunned. I mean, Chairman, his tone was a little unnatural. I smiled at him and thought to myself, do you think I'm a newbie who knows nothing? The fun has just begun. I opened Lu Minghua's personal information and saw clues of his collusion with Wang Quanjian. Every time Wang Quanjian embezzled money, Lu Minghua would get a share of it. All of this was recorded clearly. At this moment, Secretary number 2 suddenly knocked on the door and came in, whispering, "Chairman, the police are here, and they said you called them." I nodded, "Let them in." After a while, four policemen walked into the meeting room. The atmosphere froze in an instant, and everyone's eyes flashed with tension. They knew what this meant. Wang Quanjian and Lu Minghua would never have the chance to act recklessly again. The four policemen stood still, and I looked at them, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, I was no longer the new chairman who was looked down upon by others. I, Yi Xian, had begun to control my own destiny. Wang Quanjian, you were suspected of corruption. You were taken away for investigation. The policeman's words echoed in the conference room like thunder. Wang Xuanjian's face turned pale instantly. He looked at me with disbelief in his eyes. "How could you possibly know?" he whispered. I didn't respond, but just looked at him coldly, with coldness in my eyes. "And this is just the beginning for me. Mr. Yi, we are from the Economic Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. My name is Zhang Weixin, and I am in charge of this operation." The policeman's voice was clear and a little odd. I looked up at him, and I knew it in my heart. This name, Zhang Weixin, a capable man of the Municipal Bureau, can lead such a team of people, which shows the seriousness of the matter. Before he finished speaking, I responded calmly. "How was the evidence collection going?" Zhang Weixin smiled slightly, and a hint of confidence flashed in his eyes. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Fingerprints, bank cards, and account transaction records. All evidence has been collected, and we can make a final decision." I nodded, my tone still cold. "Then leave it to you." He lowered his head and replied, "No problem." I glanced at the people around me, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. No one dared to speak. At this time, Zhang Weixin walked towards Wang Quanjian with steady steps. "Wang Quanjian, you are suspected of embezzlement and bribery of up to 23 million yuan. Please come with us." Wang Xuanjian's face turned pale in an instant, and he fell to the ground like an empty shell with his soul taken away. "Get up." Zhang Weixin's tone was as sharp as a knife, merciless. "I didn't." Wang Quanjian muttered to himself, looking flustered, trying to defend himself. However, in the hearts of Zhang Weixin and me, this was just the last struggle. 2 hours ago, the Economic Investigation Department had already obtained enough evidence, and it was impossible for him to deny it. Zhang Weixin waved his hand and signaled his men to help him up. Wang Xuanjian's pleading gradually disappeared in the crowd, leaving behind the kind of chilling silence. Beside him, Lu Yuehua's eyes were full of fear. He witnessed all this and began to panic. He and Wang Quanjian had planned to take advantage of the ignorance of Yi Xian, the novice chairman, and step by step, kick him out of the group's top management, seize control of the group, and even push all the debts to Yi Xian. However, the facts slapped them in the face. Yi Xian not only did not play by the rules at all, but also exposed their conspiracy on the spot, called the police directly, and arrested people. Lu Yuehua felt a chill in his heart, but what made him more uneasy was whether he would become the next target. Just as he was worried, my eyes suddenly met his. I didn't smile, but there seemed to be a hint of inexplicable meaning in my eyes. Lu Yuehua's heart trembled suddenly, as if locked tightly by a cold force. "Wait, there's another person," I said casually, pointing my finger at him. My voice was calm, but it shocked him. "Lu Yuehua, I need you to explain some information to me." I handed Zhang Weixin a piece of paper with information about several accounts and an amount of embezzlement of more than 50 million yuan. Zhang Weixin looked at me, then at Lu Yuehua. "Lu Yuehua, we now suspect you of embezzlement and bribery. Please come with us to the police station." A trace of despair flashed in Lu Yuehua's eyes. He seemed to have lost all his strength. He suddenly fell on the chair, his face as pale as paper. "It's over," he muttered in a low voice, as soft as a mosquito, but he couldn't hide his panic. When Zhang Weixin and his men dragged him to the door, Lu Yuehua finally regained consciousness. He grabbed my ankle, his eyes full of pleading. "Chairman Yi, I was wrong, really wrong. As long as you let me go, I am willing to resign, and I will return all the problems. Can you give me a chance?" I smiled coldly and kicked him away. "Let you go? Do you think you still have a chance?" Lu Yuehua wanted to continue begging and fell to the ground. "I will confess everything. Please let me live, I promise." "No need." My voice was as cold as ice. "Just stay in prison and spend the rest of your life." The police dragged Lu Yuehua away mercilessly until his cries faded away. The conference room was so quiet that it seemed that even the air had frozen. Everyone felt an indescribable sense of oppression. They originally thought that this was a power game between the top executives of the group, a test and threat to me, the new chairman. But who would have thought that I would be so direct and take action without hesitation and directly arrest the two top executives of the group and take them to the police station? Liu Weihua, Wang Quanjian, a vice president and a head of the Ministry of Commerce, were kicked out so easily. I calmly sat back in the chairman's seat, looked around, my eyes were like knives, and carried a deterrent that could not be ignored. After that, other senior executives became extremely cautious in their reports, and every word carried a weight of caution. No one dared to look down on me anymore. Everyone knew that if they wanted to stir up trouble again, they had to ask themselves if they had the courage. After a full day of meetings, I had a deeper understanding of the group's operations and the thoughts of each senior executive. The news of Liu Weihua and Wang Quanjian's arrest quickly spread to the group's headquarters and branches across the country. The employees talked about it, and most of them were in deep awe of me, the new chairman. Shareholder Alliance. I flipped through the high-level report materials, and my eyes could not help but stay on this word. Yes Group, a real estate giant with a market value of hundreds of billions, is spread across cities large and small across the country. For those shareholders, this is undoubtedly a huge temptation, a feast for them to enjoy. However, after Yi Xiaorong's death, who would have thought that the heir would be me, an unknown young man? They made a very careful calculation and wanted to take advantage of my unfamiliarity with business operations to kick me out of the management and divide up the huge assets of the Yes Group. The plan was perfect, and everyone thought that I was just a fledgling, silly boy who didn't understand the complexity and cruelty of this business war. They were wrong. I sat quietly in the car, staring at the club in front of me, and my heart was not as panicked as the outside world imagined. Tonight, I will face all this personally. My new car, Pagani Wind God, quietly parked in the night. The price is as high as $29 million, the engine of 6.0 displacement, the power of 750 horsepower, the global limited 12 units, and I have already upgraded my driving skills to the God level. This car, in addition to showing off, is also part of my control of the situation. Ning Nanshur, who was in the co-pilot, reminded softly, Chairman Yi, according to the information I got, those shareholders are having dinner here tonight, and they may unite to protest against you. I glanced at her and said in a relaxed tone, they are indeed here to protest. Ning Nanshur frowned. The situation is not favorable to you now. It's best to be patient for a while. I smiled, and my eyes revealed a confidence that cannot be ignored. Patience? These two words do not exist in my Yixin's dictionary. You have to have faith in me. After that, I slapped her leg with a palm. The action was skillful and natural. Her face flushed, and suddenly, all her protests seemed to disappear. Seeing me holding the steering wheel with one hand, handsome and firm, her eyes became a little blurred, and all the rebuttals she wanted to say disappeared in her heart. Ning Nanshur, wearing a black business suit, looked capable and charming. Every detail of her body revealed unparalleled elegance, especially the slender legs, which gently drew a series of heart-moving arcs as she moved. I couldn't help but look at her, and my loyalty to her became clearer. Her inner thoughts were silently conveyed to me. Those shareholders are numerous and powerful. Can Chairman Yi handle it alone? Ning Nanshur's worries were not unreasonable. After all, those shareholders held far more shares than me, and their alliance could almost determine the future of Yi Group. However, I didn't intend to compromise easily. At this time, I saw a group of people walking out of the club with arrogance and disdain. It was obvious that the banquet tonight had boosted their self-confidence. They walked towards my car, and I gently clicked on their personal information and checked them one by one. Chu Yuankai, with a net worth of $8.9 billion, holds 3.8% of the shares and plans to obtain 51% control through a joint shareholder alliance, clear goals, and clear division of labor. I quietly analyzed their actions, not letting go of every detail, and had a clearer course of action in my mind. If their combined equity exceeds 51%, will I really lose? I asked Xiang Ningnanchi. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and then she nodded. Yes. According to the group's shareholding system, shareholders who jointly hold more than 51% of the shares will have absolute voting rights. I nodded thoughtfully. Then I must take action. A trace of worry flashed across Ning Nanshur's eyes, but she didn't say anything else. She just looked at me silently, and she seemed to have made some decision in her heart. These shareholders once thought they controlled the future of the group, but they didn't know that the real game had just begun. According to the shareholder rules when the group was founded, as long as the joint equity exceeds 51%, everything can be decided. Ning Nansher's voice echoed in the car, and there seemed to be a hint of tension that could not be ignored. But, Chairman Yi, don't worry. There are still many shareholders in the group who have received favors from the old chairman, and their support cannot be easily changed. I smiled slightly, looking at Ning Nansher's confident eyes, but I didn't agree in my heart. How can people's hearts be easily seen through? With the death of Yi Xiaorong, those favors have long disappeared with the passage of time, and the situation of the group has changed dramatically. It's not that they don't know that I know nothing about business, but perhaps they underestimated me. At this moment, Ning Nansher's cell phone rang, breaking the silence in the car. Who is this? She answered the phone, her tone immediately becoming serious. I'm Su Bingyun, and I want to discuss a business deal with Chairman Yi. The voice on the other end of the phone was like a cold wind, with a deterrent force that could not be ignored. Ms. Zhou from Bingyun Group? Ning Nansher was slightly stunned and immediately regained her composure. Yes, it's me. Tell Chairman Yi that I have 4% of the shares and can support him at the shareholders' meeting. If you're interested, you can come in person to discuss it. The phone was hung up. Su Bingyun. I repeated the name in a low voice, with a hint of interest in my eyes. One of the 3 most beautiful women in Jiangdu, the legendary iceberg female president. Ning Nansher nodded. She is. It is said that she is very smart and can use the skill of making money out of nothing to the extreme. Her company has grown from 2 billion to 8 billion, which is almost a miracle from 0 to 1. I couldn't help but smile. It seems that she's going to make money out of nothing again this time. Let's go and meet her. Since she dared to come to me to discuss business, it means that she is sure. But I want to see how capable this woman is. In addition, it is rumored that she is stunningly beautiful, which makes me even more curious. We drove to a bar, the function stopped, I pushed open the door, and a wave of heat hit me. The lights in the bar flickered, and the music was deafening. I glanced around and quickly locked my eyes on the figure on the second floor. She sat there elegantly, her long hair like a waterfall, exuding unparalleled charm, as if she was the focus of the whole audience. Name, Su Bingyun. Attributes, appearance 96, height 175 centimeters, net worth 8 billion, unmarried, weakness, confidence, and conceit. Skills, slipping into a rabbit out of a hat, advanced, iceberg cold charm, advanced. Her inner monologue made me sneer. Invincible in the business world, no rivals. The next Yi Xian is just my prey. Looking at her inner drama, I couldn't help shaking my head. She was so confident that she probably didn't even realize that the dangers in the business world were far beyond her imagination. I walked forward, and Su Bingyun's bodyguards had already made way, as if they knew I was coming. Her beauty was indeed as famous as ever, with long black hair, fair skin, and deep eyes, as if she could see through everything. The 2 of us looked at each other, and I took the initiative to speak. Su Bingyun. She smiled coldly. Yi Xian. I don't know, the time is 1:23 in the morning. I'll give you 10 minutes to talk about your plan. I looked at my watch, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. She was stunned for a moment, then raised the corner of her mouth, her tone still cold. Mr. Yi, you don't have to be so aggressive. We can be allies, not enemies. I shrugged calmly. I would rather not have such an ally. There was a hint of sarcasm in her laughter. Mr. Yi, do you think that with hundreds of billions of assets, everything will go smoothly? Your ordinary background is destined to prevent you from seeing the dark side of the business world. I sneered in my heart, but my face remained calm. 1 minute has passed. Do you know how precious 1 minute is? Her face changed slightly, and she was obviously at a loss. She tightened her grip on the cup and took a deep breath. Well, since you don't want to beat around the bush, I'll be frank. The shareholders of the entire Yi Group have united to kick you out of the group's management. At that time, the Yi family will no longer be named Yi. I took a sip of the wine, smiling as usual, but with a bit of coldness in my eyes. Please continue the show. Her expression was slightly stiff, and she obviously didn't expect that the matter would be resolved so easily by me. Her atmosphere began to become tense, and her emotions fluctuated accordingly. I sat lazily on the sofa, looking at Su Bingyun's increasingly irritable face. Her threats, temptations, and empty-handed tricks seemed to have no effect on me at all. She took a deep breath and tried to control her emotions. I am saving you. Do you understand? I am your ally. I glanced at the famulin on my wrist and said coldly, 2 minutes have passed now, and there are still 8 minutes. Her face became even uglier. She felt that her intimidation had completely failed, and the anxiety in her heart continued to spread. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by her own anger. Enough, get straight to the point. I looked at her, my tone still cold. This is the second time you've spoken directly to the point, and you still don't see what the point is. I teased. She was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Well, it seems I have to speak directly. Her expression was still as cold as ice, but she couldn't hide her out-of-control emotions. You now hold 44.1 of the shares. The shareholder alliance holds a total of 51.5 of the shares, and the 4.2 I hold is in their camp. As long as I stand on your side, your shares will reach 48.3, while theirs will only be 47.3. In this way, you will be able to gain the upper hand at the shareholders' meeting and continue to control the group. Just agree to one condition, and I will support you at the shareholders' meeting the day after tomorrow. I listened quietly with a smile on my face. Tell me, what are the conditions? She looked determined. The Yinshan Poetry Project in Chuandu, 1 billion, sell it to me. I chuckled. Do you think that piece of land is worth 1 billion? The cost has already been 1.8 billion, and the project will bring in at least 3 billion in revenue after completion. Your offer is too low. She shook her head hurriedly. Mr. Yi, you can't just look at the present. If you lose your position as chairman, everything will be divided up. Using 1 billion in exchange for 100 billion, this deal is not a loss, right? Her tone was full of sincerity, as if she was thinking about me, but I knew that she didn't think so at all. I had already understood her true intentions from the information column. She just wanted to use me to achieve her own goals again. Ridiculous. I sneered, but I had already made a decision in my heart. At this moment, my eyes inadvertently swept towards the door of the bar. A woman in a fiery red dress entered the bar, attracting the attention of all the men. Okay, let's stop here today. I'm going to date a girl. I put down my glass, stood up, tidied my clothes easily, and walked to the first floor. Su Bingyin was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Mr. Yi, are you still in the mood to pick up girls now? Aren't you afraid of losing the Yi family? I stretched lazily and answered lightly. Let's drink today and not worry about the flood tomorrow. On the contrary, if Miss Su is willing to accompany me, I can consider continuing the conversation. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Who do you think I am? I laughed. I think the beauty in the red dress is more to my taste. She was so angry that her face turned blue. You are actually giving up your hundreds of billions of assets for a woman now. I shrugged. I still want the hundreds of billions, but I also want that woman. I ignored her and went downstairs to the bar on the first floor. The beauty in the red dress was sitting in the booth, expressionless, as if waiting for something. The atmosphere in the bar was in full swing. The warm rhythm and noisy sounds stimulated everyone's nerves, especially the DJ standing on the stage, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. I deliberately didn't go to her right away, but found a corner to sit down and observed her from a distance. Her appearance was undoubtedly unique, delicate face, slender figure, as if she was born to be the focus. However, she was not attracted by those men's approach, but coldly rejected one approach after another. I pulled up her profile, and everything became clear. Name, Du Yimeng. Appearance, 95. Dream, become a singer. Weakness, passion for love songs. Inner thoughts, it's too noisy here, I don't want to stay, but I agreed to meet, so I'll wait. She obviously didn't want to stay here for too long, just to fulfill a certain agreement. At this moment, she seemed a little lonely, as if this lively bar couldn't fill the emptiness in her heart. I chuckled, stood up, and walked towards her. I walked into the bar and looked around. Then, my eyes stopped at the woman in the red dress. She sat there, coldly rejecting every man's approach, as if the whole world didn't matter to her. I shook my head and smiled. Such a beautiful woman. Waiting for someone here? This is an unwise choice for her. I secretly thought to myself that I should teach her a lesson tonight and let her know what a master is. Under the gazes of the men, I walked towards her. Beauty, do you mind if I sit here? I know this sentence is a bit old-fashioned, but sometimes the old-fashioned way is the most effective. She glanced at me coldly. Mind? Are you waiting for someone? She responded without hesitation. Yes, I am waiting for someone. Don't waste your time. I didn't care and continued to ask, will he be here soon? Her eyes became a little cold. He may be here at any time. I shook my head gently. In other words, he is late. That's a pity, because with someone like you, every minute is very precious. She was slightly moved, and the cold expression on her face relaxed a little. She couldn't help but look at me again. I smiled proudly. Since he hasn't come yet, you don't mind if I wait with you for a while? You see, 100% of the men in this bar are staring at you. Why don't I sit here and help you block them? She was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay. I sat down, and we kept a proper distance, a safe distance of 30 centimeters. The air in the bar was filled with envious eyes from men who probably realized that I was a little different. What's your name? I continued. Duamon. Her voice was cold, but she was no longer so repulsive. I smiled and said, this name is so nice, so beautiful like a dream. She rolled her eyes, but an unintentional smile appeared on her face. I knew the atmosphere was changing. My name is Yi Xian. Do you like cats and dogs? This is my usual opening line, which is almost never wrong. Unexpectedly, she directly replied, I don't like cats and dogs. I pretended to sigh helplessly. I heard that 91% of people in the world like cats and dogs, but I didn't expect you to be the remaining 9%. It seems that my excuse for chatting up is wrong. She smiled, a genuine smile. Huh, do you like singing? I suddenly asked. She was a little surprised. How did you know? I pointed to the stage and said, I noticed that you looked at the audience several times, and you were obviously not interested in the music of this DJ. She was a little surprised, and her eyes were fixed on me, as if she had never seen such a careful observer before. I continued, I guess you like those gentle love songs like Trickling Water, Warm and Moving. She was stunned. She didn't expect that I could hit the nail on the head. Do you want to go up and sing a song? I asked. She shook her head violently. No, I can't sing well. I smiled and said, it seems you still need some courage. Look at me. How about I sing a piece first? I stood up and walked toward the singer on the stage. Looking at the resident singer, I clicked on his profile. Name, Li Ji Pai. Skills, stage style, elementary. Singing, elementary. Music theory, elementary. I smiled and used my wealth to instantly upgrade all his skills. 300 million yuan, I upgraded the stage style, singing, and music theory skills to God level in one go. At this moment, I felt completely different. Standing on the stage, I felt like I was already an unrivaled presence, the master of notes and rhythm, and everyone should be speechless for me. I strode onto the stage, facing the audience, ready to sing. At this moment, I was no longer the Yi Xian who had just entered the bar, but an extraordinary singing god. I sang that love song, and the notes were like the wind, gently floating, deeply touching everyone's heart. Du Yimeng, who was sitting in the audience, had surprise and admiration in her eyes. She seemed to be deeply attracted by my temperament and singing, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Chapter 12. I looked at the piano that was playing music and scanned its data column, and found a piano skill. Although it was elementary, it was not a problem for me at all. I copied his skills, and then spent 100 million yuan and upgraded the piano to the god level without hesitation. 100 million, an easy payment, but in exchange for an extraordinary piano skill, god level. After I perfectly mastered the piano playing skills, I stood up and walked to the stage. Standing in front of the red-haired young man, I smiled and said, Hey man, you've been singing for more than 10 minutes. Do you want to take a break? I want to sing a song for my friends. I pointed to one side of the bar and said, There's an empty booth over there. I'll pay for tonight's consumption. He gave me a seat without hesitation and sat in the booth. Watching him ordering food with his friends, I smiled silently in my heart. This is just a simple transaction, nothing to worry about. I walked to the front of the stage and clear my throat. Good evening, everyone. Actually, I'm not saying hello to you. I'm saying hello to that beautiful lady. I pointed at Du Yimeng in the corner of the bar. Her eyes were immediately attracted, and she looked a little surprised. Her eyes showed shyness and excitement, but she still couldn't help looking at me. The eyes of the whole audience were focused on her, and the bar fell silent instantly. Beautiful girl, since the moment I saw you 10 minutes ago, I have been deeply attracted to you, and I have a feeling in my heart. So I composed a song named Blame You for Being Too Beautiful. For you, I wish you will always be beautiful. As soon as I finished speaking, Du Yimeng covered her mouth, shocked. Wrote a song for her. The whole audience suddenly erupted in excitement. The women's eyes sparkled with envy, and the men couldn't help laughing. Yi Xian, he could actually capture her heart in this way. I walked to the piano on the stage and sat down gently. I opened the piano cover and felt the coldness of the keys. I reached out and pressed the keys. Stage style, God level, turn on. Singing, God level, turn on. God of piano, God level, turn on. I was ready. With a snap of my fingers, the lights in the bar suddenly dimmed, leaving only a focused light on the stage. I sat there, as if I had become the center of the entire bar, with all eyes fixed on me. My hands, slender and elegant, pressed on the keys, and immediately a pleasant note came out. Zing zong, zing zong. The note was as clear as spring water, stirring up the long-lost tranquility and emotion in everyone's heart. The melody began, and the soft prelude slowly sounded, and then I began to sing the song I wrote for her. Anyone can also snort, with a mouth and a face that is almost the same, but don't choose a good one. Exhaust your energy to tug of war. My voice passed through the bar and echoed in every corner. Every word and every sentence was full of deep emotion, a perfect combination of technique and emotion. I blame you for being too beautiful, like a poisonous snake, tightly entangled our relationship. This song seemed to emerge from the depths of my soul, and all my emotions melted in the notes and flowed to Du Yimeng. Her eyes gradually became moist, and her clear eyes seemed to be turbulent like water waves. She couldn't control herself. Her heart was beating violently, and the shock of every note I sang echoed in her ears. Blame me for being too obsessed and getting all the aftereffects of loving you. The song continued to float, leaving a lingering aftertaste in the air. Almost everyone in the audience was mesmerized by the song, their eyes fixed on Du Yimeng and me. Every note seemed to strike their hearts, making them unable to extricate themselves. On the second floor, Su Bingyun's eyes also unconsciously fell on me, feeling somewhat puzzled, and seemed to begin to doubt all the rumors about me. Blame your excessive beauty, like a poisonous snake, tightly entangled our relationship. The second round of singing sounded again, and I felt a wonderful state. I seemed to be integrated with this bar, controlling everyone's emotions. This is not just singing, but more like a collision of hearts and a resonance of emotions. I know that this song is no longer just a melody. It carries all my emotions and thoughts, and has penetrated into Du Yimeng's heart. This song is destined to become a part of her heart. After 4 minutes, the song gradually faded. Blame my excessive obsession, which brought me all the after effects of loving you. When I think of how delicate you are, everything else is no longer precious. The whole audience was silent. The whole audience was quiet. Everyone looked at the mysterious figure on the stage. Star. Chapter 13. The bar suddenly became quiet, and then there were enthusiastic cheers and whistles. Good singing. Sing again. Encore? Encore. The cheers almost blew the ceiling of the bar off. Everyone was immersed in the performance just now, as if the shock of this moment had turned into their heartbeats. I smiled and raised my hand for everyone to be quiet. Thank you all for liking this song, but this is the only song I have today, so I won't sing anymore. However, since you are so happy, I decided to pay for all the drinks tonight. Everyone, drink as much as you want. My words instantly brought the entire bar into a climax of carnival. Dude, awesome. So generous. Who is this dude? There's so many people in this bar. I guess he spent at least $1 million. Maybe he's a super rich second generation. Amid the discussions around me, I returned to Du Yimeng's booth and sat beside her, my eyes burning with passion that I couldn't hide. How is this song? I asked her in a low voice. Du Yimeng lifted her hair beside her ears in a panic to hide her emotions. It's very nice. Then do you have the courage to sing a song for me on stage? I raised my eyebrows with a hint of teasing. She lowered her head and shook it gently. No, I'm a little scared. I smiled and said gently. Then sing it to me alone, okay? She hesitated for a while, and a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She wrote a song for me. How could such a thing not be worth rewarding? Finally, she nodded. I took the opportunity to suggest, it's too noisy here. Shall we go out? In the car. She looked at me and seemed a little embarrassed. Forget it. I have to wait for my friend. Although I was curious about who her friend was, I didn't ask. Instead, I looked at my watch. You have been in the bar for 30 minutes. My voice became soft, but with a deep breath. Life is only 2.5 minutes. 1 minute to smile, 1 minute to sigh, and half a minute to love. Your friend was 30 minutes late and didn't care about you at all. He made you such a beautiful girl. Wait for him here for so long. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, and her mood seemed to begin to waver. I took the opportunity to hold her hand and said gently, "He asked you to wait for 30 minutes, so you can also let him wait for 30 minutes. During this half hour, you can sing a song for me." She lowered her head in thought and was eventually taken away from the bar by me. In the bar, all eyes followed us as we left, and many men's eyes flashed with complex emotions. Less than 5 minutes after DUI Meng and I left the bar, Sun Fan rushed to Mengyun Bar with excitement and trepidation on his face. He had just successfully made an appointment with DUI Meng, and he was in a good mood. However, a Pagani function in front of him made him stop. "Isn't this car the Pagani Wind God?" He narrowed his eyes and recognized this luxury car worth more than 20 million. "This is a top luxury car." Sun Fan couldn't help but take a photo and edited his circle of friends. "I saw a Pagani Wind God on the roadside. I didn't expect that Jiangdu City also has one. I don't know which rich man's car it is. I worship the big boss." He uploaded the photo, feeling full of satisfaction, as if the appearance of this car was a recognition of his achievements. However, Du Yiming in the car seemed to realize that someone was taking pictures and looked up. "It seems that someone was taking pictures just now." I comforted her. "Don't worry, you can't see through the glass of this car. Although the car is small, the design is full of luxury and the space is spacious enough for us to relax." Sun Fan did not notice that there was anyone in the car at this time. He excitedly posted on WeChat moments and continued to walk to the bar. However, when he arrived at the bar, Du Yimeng had disappeared. He sent several messages expectantly asking where she was, but after waiting for a while, he received no reply. "Is it because I was half an hour late that she got angry?" he whispered to himself, his heart filled with anxiety. "Damn it, I finally built up some good feelings for her, but it's all gone." He waited in the bar for more than an hour in frustration, but still didn't get a reply from her, so he had to return to the dormitory in despair. Although he was slightly comforted by taking a photo of the Pagani, he still couldn't get rid of the loss in his heart. Chapter 14. The next day, Du Yiming woke up from his sleep and felt tired and weak all over. He frowned, looked around, and suddenly froze. The huge and spacious oversized room is decorated luxuriously without losing its connotation or being exaggerated. She was lying on a bed that was more than 2 meters long, with a comfortable quilt and a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The curtains were half open, so she could see the lush trees outside and the occasional chirping of birds. "Where is this?" She sat up and found that she was not wearing any clothes, so she quickly covered herself with the quilt. "How did I get here? What happened last night?" When she came to her senses, she remembered what happened last night. Du Yiming finally realized what had happened. She felt ashamed, panicked, and guilty. She felt that she had no self-respect. How could she be so easily fooled by a man? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Du Yiming hurriedly looked for clothes, but couldn't find any, so she could only hide under the quilt. "Come." Then she saw a young, beautiful professional woman with a strong aura walk in, holding a stack of clothes in her hands. That aura is completely that of a strong woman, and she feels pale in comparison. All doubts turned into flowing water, and I dared not speak them out. Ning Nansher said with a professional smile, "Ms. Du, this is the clothes that Chairman Yi ordered. It is new, washed and dried, and should be suitable for Miss Du to wear." Du Yiming nodded weakly. Ning Nansher, "Ms. Du, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other things are ready. They are placed in the bathroom of this room. You can take a shower, wash up, and get dressed before going downstairs. The restaurant on the first floor has prepared breakfast for you." Du Yimeng looked confused, but she kept nodding her head and didn't dare to ask any questions. Ning Nansher put the clothes beside the bed and said, "I'll go out first. If you need anything, you can ring the bell to call the maid." Du Yimeng was flustered. "Thank you." Ning Nansher stepped out and closed the door. Du Yimeng then dared to crawl to the bedside, picked up the clothes, and put them on quickly. It fit her well. At this time, she touched the inconspicuous label, Prada, and was stunned. "Is this Prada?" Prada is one of the world's top luxury brands and is very expensive. The cheapest socks cost more than 1,000 yuan a pair. Yes, it is just a pair of socks. As for the clothes, they're basically priced at more than 9,000 yuan. Du Yimeng didn't dare to wear it, but after looking around the room, she saw that these were the only clothes she had, so she had no choice but to wear them. Maybe it was a psychological effect. She felt that the clothes were very fitting and comfortable. Half an hour later, she took a shower, washed her hair, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. She also saw a row of facial cleansers and other things in the bathroom and a row of cosmetics on the dressing table, a complete set. There were dozens of lipsticks alone, all from YSL. Du Yimeng was dizzy the whole time. After getting dressed and putting on makeup, she sneaked out the door, walked on tiptoe, and looked around the place. At this time, she heard the familiar voice. Uncle Fu, I know that these shareholders are going to unite to deprive me of my power as chairman and embezzle the assets of the E Group. I also know that their shareholder alliance has already obtained 51% of shares and will strike a fatal blow to me tomorrow. Haha, they are too naive. I, Yi Xian, am not the kind of person who will just sit there and wait for death. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. Everything is already within my plan. Those shareholders can't escape from my grasp. That voice was full of arrogance and frivolity, yet also had a convincing charm. Du Yiming secretly stuck his head out and looked at the hall downstairs, only to see me sitting on the sofa, with an upright posture, extraordinary aura, and a majestic voice explaining something. On both sides of me stood an elderly man and a working woman who had just delivered clothes to me. Is he a rich young man? Du Yiming still felt like she was in a dream at this moment. I handed over 2 pieces of paper to the housekeeper. Uncle Fu, there is a safe at this address, which contains a USB drive and an account book. I have written the password on the paper. Send a reliable person to steal these things. There is also a safe at this address. The combination is on it. There are some things stored in it. They were all stolen as well. Butler Fu Bo took the 2 pieces of paper and said solemnly, Don't worry, young master. Me. That's it. Let's make the next plan after we bring the stuff back. Yes. Butler Fu Bo and Secretary Ning Nansha responded. At this time, Yixin turned around and looked towards the 2nd floor and happened to meet Du Yiming's eyes. Du Yiming was so scared that she ran back quickly. She was shy and panicked, not knowing how to face it. Why are you running? Come down quickly and have breakfast. Yixian's voice was filled with unquestionable dominance. Du Yiming gritted her teeth, went downstairs, and then went to the restaurant under the guidance of the maid. The breakfast is very rich with porridge, noodles, snacks, soy milk, whatever you want to eat. Me weakly lowered her head to look at her feet and did not dare to look at me. I'm leaving. Let's not meet again in the future. What are you thinking about? Are you kidding me? I said disdainfully. Chapter 15. I gently picked up the document on the table and handed it to Du Yimeng, looking deep in my eyes. Your dream is to become a singer, right? She was stunned. Her surprise was beyond words. How did you know? I didn't answer directly, but said calmly, This is the blind audition ticket for the mentors of the 2nd season of The Voice of China. You can skip the audition and go directly to the blind audition stage. Really? Her eyes lit up instantly. Some time ago, she missed the audition and regretted it for a long time. Now, she actually had the opportunity to enter the blind audition directly, and she couldn't believe her ears. But then, her expression became complicated and the corners of her mouth drooped slightly. This admission ticket must have cost a lot of resources. It's so expensive, I can't accept it. I chuckled. Retreat? How can you retreat? If you have a dream, you should seize the opportunity. Time is running out. I'll ask someone to send you back. Without waiting for her to refuse, I waved to my Secretary Ning Nansha to arrange a car to take her away. Sitting in the back seat of the luxury car, Du Yiming looked at the scenery outside the window, her heart still shaking. Through the car window, she saw the vastness of the manor for the first time. The grass, the woods, the small lake, each of them revealed luxury, and she couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The car quickly stopped in front of her residential complex. The driver got out and opened the door for her, then took out a bunch of bags from the trunk, which were filled with clothes, bags, cosmetics, and other things. I don't want these. She refused subconsciously and pushed the pile of items away in a hurry. The driver shook his head helplessly. I dare not disobey the chairman's order. Miss Du, please accept it. After that, he stuffed the thing into her hand and drove away quickly. Du Yiming stood at the gate of the community and looked back. She had just moved here and people around her didn't know her yet. If she was seen, it would probably cause quite a commotion. Back in the dormitory, Du Yiming put away the things and lay back on the bed, thinking back over and over again about what happened last night and today. She couldn't believe that all this really happened. However, the clothes she was wearing silently reminded her that all this was actually true. Oh my God, Du Yiming, when did you become so unreasonable? He is too domineering and doesn't give people a chance to refuse. Wow, I actually agreed to it like that. I didn't even react. Her mood was like rolling waves, sometimes surprised, sometimes ashamed. By the way, where's Sun Fan? Didn't he make an appointment with me? He's actually half an hour late. Du Yiming picked up the phone and saw several messages from Sun Fan. I'm here, where are you? I couldn't find you. I waited for an hour, but you didn't show up, so I left. She accidentally opened Sun Fan's circle of friends and saw several photos of luxury cars. The number of likes poured in like a tide. Isn't this Yi Xian's car? She looked at the photo and was shocked. The car was worth more than 20 million yuan, but she thought it was only worth 1 or 2 million yuan. But suddenly, she remembered another thing. When Sun Fan posted these photos, it happened to be when she and Yi Xian were riding in the car together. Oh my God, Du Yimin covered her face, feeling ashamed. The moment she returned to the car, she seemed to wish she could disappear instantly. Soon after, the task that Yi Xian had assigned to Uncle Fu also made progress. Several USB flash drives, a recording, and an account book were placed on his desk. Uncle Fu was shocked when he saw the information. Yi Xian was able to find fatal evidence that could destroy the antique without using any of the power of the Yi family master. How did he do it? Especially the password to the safe, it's simply incredible. However, Fu Bo knew that as a loyal butler, there were many things he couldn't ask, let alone ask. He just kept it all in his heart. Yi Xian flipped through the evidence and nodded with satisfaction. Uncle Fu, notify shareholder Zhang Honyuan and ask him to come see me this afternoon. Yes, master. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Honyuan drove to Yi Xian's manor. He sneered and thought to himself, Yi Xian was rejected by Su Bingyun yesterday, so he must be looking for my help now. It's a good opportunity for me to propose conditions and take over Yin Shanshi's project. However, what conditions did Su Bingyun put forward? Yi Xian actually ignored the danger and did not agree to it. He got out of the car while thinking, Mr. Zhang, the master is waiting for you at the archery range. What? There is an archery range in a manor. Zhang Honyuan was stunned. Yes, it was built a few days ago. Zhang Honyuan smiled with satisfaction when he heard this, with a hint of pride in his tone. Not bad. It seems that Yi Xian has put a lot of thought into it, and now he knows that I like archery. He smiled as he walked towards the back of the manor, feeling quite relaxed. At the archery range, he saw from afar Yi Xian pulling the bow with great concentration, and the target 10 meters away became his aim. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a meteor, heading straight for the target. Chapter 16. I was standing on the archery range, bowstring in hand, just as I was about to draw the bow, when I heard Zhang Hongyuan's voice. His voice was full of mockery and complacency, as if it was a joke for a young boy like me to play archery. Mr. Yi, this is not how you play with bows and arrows. As it happens, I'm very good at bow hunting. How about I teach you? He walked closer with a disdainful smile on his face. I turned around and saw Zhang Hongyuan's smug look. His self-righteous attitude made me sneer. He walked forward, picked up the bow, and began to explain slowly. This is a Hoyt buffalo bow, a bald bow in the jargon, which can be assembled 50 pounds, suitable for the Mediterranean 3.5-finger bow style. A series of awkward terms came out of his mouth, showing that he was extremely confident, as if this knowledge was a symbol of his status. I looked at his skillful movements and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Does he think that he can scare me with these little tricks? Zhang Honyuan picked up the feather arrow, stood still, put his feet shoulder-width apart, gripped the string with 3 fingers, bent the bow, and drew the arrow, all in one go. The arrow shot straight into the center of the bull's eye. Clap, clap, clap. I couldn't help but applaud, with obvious sarcasm in my tone. Mr. Zhang's skills are really amazing, simply invincible. Zhang Hongyuan turned to me proudly. Haha, it's nothing. It's all about practice. Mr. Yi, you must have never touched a bow and arrow before, right? His words were full of contempt, as if he regarded me as a novice, as if he wanted to show his superiority. I narrowed my eyes and smiled faintly. Indeed, I was busy studying before, and I am not as capable as you, Mr. Zhang. You started to mix in society in your teens, and started to commit crimes in your 20s. Step by step, you have walked from the muddy road to today's 7 billion assets. It's really amazing. Zhang Hongyuan's face changed, and he stared at me suddenly, stunned for a moment. What do you mean? I shrugged slowly, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Mr. Zhang, you should understand what I mean. Zhang Honyuan suddenly paused, as if thinking about something, and then a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. It was obviously his secret. How could someone know it? But soon, he regained his composure, with a sneer on his face. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll have to bear the consequences. I didn't give him any chance to breathe. I smiled coldly and pointed out directly. On April 24th, 1999, in Wutian Village, Shirley, Hedong, you had a conflict with villager Wu Shiyong and accidentally killed someone. You buried the body in. Zhang Hongyuan's face turned pale in an instant. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of fear. How? How did you know? I looked at him calmly, with a sneer on my face. How could you not know? After a long time, you may think that no one remembers it, but what I remember will never be forgotten. Zhang Hongyuan's heart was in turmoil. He tried to remain calm and said, I don't know what you were talking about. I couldn't help but sneer. It's no use being tough. Pa, I snapped my fingers lightly. Secretary Ning Nansher immediately stepped forward, holding a USB drive and a computer in her hands, and quickly opened them. A recording appeared on the screen. In the recording, a young man's voice can be clearly heard. Brother Yuan, we killed someone. Will this be okay? What are you afraid of? No one will know we did it. There are only a few of us. Once the bodies are buried, even God won't know. Another voice answered. Zhang Hongyuan's face changed completely, and his whole body shook as if he had been electrocuted. He stared at the computer screen. How did you get these? He finally lost control. I smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, do you still remember the 4 brothers who were with you back then? You are rich and have a fortune of 7 billion. But what about the other brothers? They're just millionaires. But this is unfair, isn't it? I deliberately made him realize that he was not only a wealthy businessman, but also had several former brothers who were dissatisfied with him. It was these people who became the bargaining chips in my hands. You? Zhang Hongyuan's eyes became increasingly gloomy. I smiled nonchalantly and continued. I know you've never regretted making those choices, but you'd better be careful because those brothers of yours are no longer your friends. Zhang Hongyuan's face turned blue and purple in an instant, then turned red, and finally turned completely pale. Was it Zhang Jianfeng who did it? He is a suspicious person. If there is evidence, he is most likely to stay. Zhang Hongyuan cursed in his heart, knowing that this was no small matter. Once the evidence of the murder case was exposed, how could he get away with his crime so easily? I didn't respond immediately, but just raised the corners of my mouth slightly, picked up a scarlet arrow box with a sneer, and gently stroked the cold metal arrow with my slender fingers. This arrow was just imported from the United States. It is made of light aluminum alloy. It is strong and lightweight. I said casually, but my eyes never left the arrow. Zhang Hongyuan became increasingly uneasy, and his voice became more agitated. Was it Zhang Jianfeng who did it? I calmly picked up an arrow and continued. I have opened this arrow specially. It does not have a blood groove. After it hits a person, there will be no heavy bleeding. However, the high-speed air will create a cavity effect in the body. Although the person will not die immediately, it will cause fatal injuries, or at least disability. Zhang Hongyuan knew that he was in trouble this time, as someone had already grasped the fatal handle in his hand. He never thought that Yi Xian, an ordinary person, could find his weakness so quickly. However, thinking soon calmed him down. He knew that it must be the tricks left by the old man Yi Xiaorong before his death that allowed Yi Xian to find these flaws. It turns out that he dared to support an ignorant newcomer to take over. He had a backup plan. He thought angrily in his heart and suddenly sneered. But who knows whether these trump cards can hold up? How can a rookie resist the devouring of a pack of wolves? Once Yi Xian's trump cards are used up, the Yi group will inevitably fall apart. However, all these ideas did not make Zhang Hongyuan smile. This handle was too fatal. He tried hard to control his emotions and forced a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, this is all a misunderstanding, a real misunderstanding. I have always respected Mr. Ye's decisions. I fully support you inheriting the Yi group. Zhang Hongyuan patted his chest, his tone sincere, almost like he was swearing, as if trying to dispel Yi Xian's doubts. But I smiled faintly and interrupted him. Don't be impatient, come on. I watched a movie recently. In the movie, the male protagonist put an apple on his friend's head in order to practice archery, and then shot the apple. Zhang Hongyan's head twitched suddenly, and I knew that he immediately understood in his heart. He must have seen that movie, and the male protagonist in it was not a hero, but a villain. This won't do. Zhang Honyuan shook his head subconsciously. with obvious nervousness in his voice. I looked at him nonchalantly. Why, Mr. Zhang doesn't want to help me practice archery. Zhang Hongyuan panicked. No, 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 I still want to be Mr. Ye's friend, but this method is too dangerous. An evil look appeared on my face, and my eyes were cold and stern. It seems that we are destined not to be friends. Zhang Hongyuan's heart suddenly became angry, but he did not dare to act impulsively. After all, once these murders were exposed, his wealth of 7 billion would be divided up. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll be your friend. After saying that, he almost gritted his teeth as he picked up an apple from the table and carefully placed it on his head. I nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Next stand at the 10-meter line. Zhang Honyuan was extremely angry and kept roaring in his mind. Yi Xian, just wait. Why find a chance? I will kill you. But he had to give in and retreat to the 10-meter line. Kneel down, I ordered coldly. Zhang Hongyuan's eyes widened, and he stood there in a daze. You want me to kneel down? I didn't hesitate at all and said more firmly, yes, kneel down. He opened his mouth to retort, but I stopped him. Not kneeling? Fine, then I'll call the police. I've already found where the body was buried. Just prepared to go to jail. Okay, I'll kneel. Zhang Hongyuan's heart was filled with humiliation, but he had no choice but to surrender. As his knees touched the ground, the sound was like a heavy bell, striking his heart. I drew out the arrow, pulled the bow, and said coldly, kneel down and don't shake, or I'll miss the target. Zhang Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the result of this arrow might not be what he wanted. Although he had prepared himself mentally, a cold fear still permeated his whole body. Wait, let me teach you the archery posture. Zhang Hongyuan shouted in horror. Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, the arrow had already grazed his ear, creating a gust of wind and went straight through his scalp. He covered his ears, blood immediately gushed out, and his heart seemed to stop for a moment. His face was pale, and his legs were trembling. I chuckled, pulled another arrow from the quiver, and gave a dangerous look. Do you want to try again? Wait! Zhang Hongyuan was shivering and screamed in fear. Chapter 18. At that moment, the arrow cut through the air and pierced through Zhang Hongyuan's ear, taking away a piece of flesh and blood. He screamed and covered his ears, and his cry of pain tore the quiet air. I didn't stop and pulled out another arrow in silence, my fingertips lightly touching the cold metal. A trace of panic flashed in Zhang Hongyuan's eyes. He stepped back hastily, trying desperately to avoid it. Wait, don't. However, the arrow had mercilessly penetrated his right calf, and the arrowhead came out from the other side, carrying a trace of flesh, and blood dyed the ground red. Zhang Honyuan suddenly fell to the ground, covering his calf and screaming. I was not in a hurry to stop, and shot 3 arrows in succession. Although these 3 arrows did not hit him, they were enough to make Zhang Honyuan completely lose his former pride and dominance. He had been completely overcome by fear, and the urine in his crotch flowing down his legs proved his panic and despair. My legs, he struggled frantically on the ground, in great pain. At this time, I still calmly commanded, come here, take him to treat his wounds, and send him to the hall after treatment. Suddenly, my eyes turned from Zhang Honyuan to the bird 50 meters away. The bird was still hot after being shot by me, lying on the grass. Pick up the bird and make some soup with it. My voice was calm, but it exuded a sense of pressure that could not be ignored. The bodyguards silently carried out my orders and pulled Zhang Honyuan away. He was dragged into the hall roughly. His ears were bandaged and his right calf was wrapped in a bandage. He looked angry, but seemed a little timid. Bang! I suddenly threw a stack of contracts at his face, and the sharp edge of the paper left 2 bloody marks on his face. This is the equity transfer contract. Please sign it. I sneered and said, I will give you 100 million to buy the 4.7% of the shares you hold. Zhang Honyuan could hardly conceal his anger. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief and anger. 100 million? This 4.7% stake is worth more than 6 billion. How could you only give 100 million? I smiled and said, of course it's more than 100 million. Besides, I can destroy all the evidence. Zhang Honyuan obviously didn't believe it. Destroy the evidence? How can you guarantee that? I smiled calmly. You can move the body and destroy all evidence. Without the body, the police can't extract DNA and can't find the identity of the deceased. What's the use of the recording? Zhang Hongyuan frowned after hearing this. He suddenly realized that once the body disappeared, The recording could not be the key evidence for conviction. But even so, he still felt heartbroken. That 4.7% stake was a large part of his wealth, $6 billion. How could he give it up so easily? He gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "Give me $3 billion and I will sell it to you at half the price." I snorted coldly, stood up suddenly, and my aura instantly pressed over. $3 billion? Do you think I will compromise because of such a small amount of money? Bang! A loud slap landed directly on Zhang Hongyuan's face, and he immediately fell to the ground with his face swollen. Don't want to sell it? Then go to jail and eat shit. I sneered. I'm going to give you a chance, you sign it, otherwise there's nothing to discuss. My strong aura made Zhang Hongyuan stand there in a daze, and his heart was shaken violently. The bodyguards and servants around him lowered their heads, and no one dared to make a sound. I'll give you two choices: sign or go to jail and eat shit. I looked down at him with an intolerant tone. Zhang Hongyuan's face flushed, and he was furious, but he knew he had no choice. Okay. He gritted his teeth, picked up the pen, and signed his name without hesitation. Watching him sign, I sneered in my heart. All these humiliations could not stop him from obeying. The lawyer checked the contract, confirmed that it was correct, and nodded. I picked up the USB drive and threw it to Zhang Hongyuan. Friendly reminder, the fingerprint on it can tell you who recorded the audio. Go ahead, take this with you and goodbye. Zhang Hongyuan gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Goodbye. He limped away. I stared at his back, feeling a chill in my heart. I turned around and waved to the bodyguard Captain Liu Chong. Go and deal with it. The burial site is 534 meters west of the Qinchuan East Bridge, under the old banyan tree. Remember to install the camera and record the whole process. Liu Chong looked serious and nodded immediately. Yes, master. I'll do it right away. Chapter 19. I summoned Ning Nanshi and said calmly and resolutely, don't rush to give him the 100 million yuan mentioned earlier to buy Zhang Hongyuan's shares. Hold off until he goes to jail. Ning Nanshi responded quickly. Understood. I sneered in my heart, not wanting to give a penny. Thinking about the 100 million, I was even a little reluctant. That money could be used to strengthen my skills or even upgrade to God level. For me, that is the real value, not giving it to a piece of trash that is already worthless. People like Zhang Hongyuan are destined to pay the price. Let it go to jail and eat shit. If Su Bingyun knew this method, she would probably die of shame. Getting something for nothing. Who could have thought of buying 6 billion shares for 0 yuan? I sat on the couch and quickly calculated my shares in my mind. I currently hold 44.1% of the shares, plus the 4.7% I just got. I already have 48.8% of the shares. However, according to the company's equity regulations, 51% of the shares can have a veto, and this is obviously not enough. I continued to look through another piece of evidence. This was another shareholder's dirty laundry. Although not as direct as Zhang Hongyuan's, it was equally deadly. When Zhang Hongyuan returned to the company, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger and gloom, like a sense of oppression that enveloped the entire office. The employees around him felt this strong pressure and lowered their heads to avoid him. Soon, Zhang Hongyuan called his two friends, Zhang Jianfeng and Zhang Weiqing. The three of them stood together, and Zhang Hongyuan became even more irritable. Brother Yuan, why did you call us here so urgently? Zhang Weiqing joked, but when he saw Zhang Hongyuan's bad face, he realized that something was wrong and asked, what happened? Are you injured? Zhang Hongyuan glanced at them coldly, directly inserted the USB drive into the computer, and turned on the recording. Brother Yuan, we killed someone. Are we going to jail? Don't be afraid of shit. Who would know that we killed someone? When the three heard the recording, their faces changed immediately, and a hint of doubt flashed in Zhang Weiming's eyes. Zhang Hongyuan suppressed his anger and asked in a cold voice, who recorded this? Stand out, and I will spare your life. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, sweeping across the three people. Zhang Jianfeng denied it. I didn't do it. Zhang Weiqing shook his head nervously. We didn't do it either. You don't want to admit it, right? Zhang Hongyuan sneered. There are fingerprints on this USB drive. You can't deny it. With a deep gurgling sound, Zhang Weiming finally couldn't help himself and fell to his knees with a plop. I'm sorry, Brother Yuan. I recorded it. Zhang Jianfeng and Zhang Weiqing were both stunned. They didn't expect it to be Zhang Weiming. Zhang Hongyuan's anger exploded instantly. He picked up the ashtray and smashed it hard on Zhang Weiming's head. Why didn't he go eat shit? How can you record such a big thing? Do you want to kill us? He roared, punched, and kicked, and Zhang Weiming's head was immediately covered in blood. Zhang Weiming screamed in agony, but he could only endure it silently. Stop hitting me. It'd be bad if I died. Zhang Jianfeng and Zhang Weiqing struggled to hold Zhang Honyuan and tried their best to pull him away. Zhang Honyuan was still angry. He spat, loosened his tie, and sat back in his seat. Weiqing, take him to get treatment. Jianfeng, remember to clean up the place where the bodies were buried and don't let anyone find it. Zhang Honyuan gave the order coldly. His tone was icy and without any mercy at all. Zhang Jianfeng nodded quickly. Understood, I'll do it right away. After Zhang Weiqing carried Zhang Weiming away, the office returned to a brief silence. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the screen showed Jiang Jinqiu's name, one of the founders of the Yi Group. Zhang Honyuan calmed down and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Jiang, what's the matter? Jiang Jinqiu's deep voice came. I heard that Yi Xian talked to you. What was the result? Zhang Honyuan smiled and said, Boss Jiang is well informed. Jiang Jinqiu smiled faintly. At tomorrow's shareholders' meeting, we all have to pay attention to the needs of shareholders. Zhang Honyuan smiled slightly and said, Yi Xian asked me to come over. The conditions were good, and he gave me a project worth 2 billion. Jiang Jinqiu's voice changed slightly. Are you planning to betray the alliance? Zhang Honyuan laughed. Betrayal? How is that possible? Bribing me with 2 billion? Isn't that a joke? The entire Yi Group is worth more than 100 billion. If you just make a little bit, you can get 2 billion. Don't worry, I'm just trying to keep him stable temporarily. I'll step on him again at tomorrow's shareholders meeting. A cold light flashed in Zhang Hongyuan's eyes. Jiang Jinqiu laughed after hearing this. Boss Zhang is indeed ruthless and merciless. Jiang is ashamed of himself. After Zhang Honyuan hung up the phone, the smile on his face turned cold in an instant. Humph, you've lost so much, Yi Xian, just wait. He laughed softly and hoarsely, with a dark gleam in his eyes. Chapter 20. The convening of a shareholders' meeting was widely circulated at the Yi Group headquarters, and the entire company was looking forward to this moment. Everyone was wondering whether this would be a victory for the chairman, or the moment when the shareholders united to kick the new chairman out. No matter what the result is, everyone can only accept it passively, feeling both nervous and expectant. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the supercar engine pierced the air, and then, like a burning warhorse, a red sports car rushed into the group's parking lot with a thunderous force. The car did a beautiful drift and parked accurately in the parking space, with almost no gap between the front and the rear. As the car door opened, I walked out. Wearing a black suit, I exuded mystery, majesty, and an irresistible coolness and handsomeness, as if time had stopped for me. A dazzling aura burst out from me, unmatched. Hello, Chairman. Everyone saluted subconsciously in unison, and the atmosphere instantly became solemn. However, some female employees couldn't help but whisper to each other, with expressions of admiration on their faces. The chairman is so handsome. Need I say that? He is so handsome. That drift just now was the epitome of charm. Rich and handsome. Oh my God, this is simply the perfect man. I hope the chairman can continue to stay in office. I don't want to face those greasy shareholders every day. Oh no, it's already 11 o'clock. The shareholders' meeting has been going on for an hour, and the chairman has only just arrived. At this time, shareholders had gathered in the number 1 meeting room of Yi Group, and the atmosphere was relaxed and warm. Everyone was dressed in suits and had extraordinary temperaments, and they were talking to each other. It was obvious that this shareholders' meeting was full of opportunities that they had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Jinqiu sat at the conference table, his eyes flashing with calculation. As one of the initiators, he was in a very good mood. After all, this battle would bring him the greatest benefits. He glanced around and saw an empty seat, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Why hasn't Zhang Honyuan come yet? He couldn't help but frown, feeling dissatisfied. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Hongyuan's number, and the call was quickly connected. Why haven't you arrived yet? Jiang Jinqiu's tone was a little hurried. Zhang Hongyuan was obviously a little annoyed. Sorry, my leg was injured just now, and I'm applying medicine. I won't go. I've asked the secretary to send my share authorization letter over. It will be here in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jinqiu received some photos showing the injuries on Zhang Hongyuan's legs and ears. Although he was dissatisfied with Zhang Hongyuan's lateness, Jiang Jinxiu did not doubt him. He knew that there was something wrong with Zhang Hongyuan, but this little thing did not affect the overall situation. Time passed minute by minute. At 9 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, the shareholders' meeting was in full swing, but the new chairman never showed up. The shareholders began to get impatient and even started to complain quietly. Damn it, the chairman hasn't arrived, so the meeting can't continue. Is this just a waste of time? Modern enterprises emphasize efficiency, and time is money. It is really disappointing that the chairman is so late. Jiang Jinxiu stood up and interrupted the shareholders' complaints. Everyone be quiet. Although the chairman has not arrived, the meeting can be held first. Let's discuss the results first, and the chairman can come over to sign. As soon as these words came out, the shareholders nodded in agreement, and the meeting continued. Proposals were passed one after another, including asset restructuring and personnel appointments. The shareholders were like gluttons who had already decided how to distribute the cake, ready to swallow the group's high-quality assets into their own pockets, while throwing the low-quality assets to Yixian. At this point, shareholders are already mentally applauding their own intelligence and looking forward to a substantial increase in personal wealth in the near future. By 11 o'clock, the meeting was almost over. The atmosphere was lively, and the shareholders were happily thinking about how they could take advantage of the wealth of the Yi Group. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and I walked in with my secretary Ning Nansher. The warm atmosphere in the room froze in an instant. All eyes turned to me, and the air seemed to become heavy. I glanced around the room, a faint smile on my face. Did you have a good chat? Tell me about it, and it will make me happy too. Before he finished speaking, a small shareholder hurriedly stood up and said with a respectful smile, Chairman, you came at the right time. Considering that time is precious, we have discussed some things in advance and have obtained preliminary discussion results, which are just right for you to review. He walked towards me with a big belly and a proud step, obviously looking like a winner. This person is Wang Bo, the nephew of a senior official in Sichuan province, who played a significant role in the rise of the group. Obviously, the exchange of interests allowed him to sit in the position of shareholder. Name, Wang Bo. Age, 40. Yip Group shares, 0.2%. Weaknesses, forcing women into prostitution, masterminding murder, skating in groups. Chapter 21. I have long known that Wang Bo is just a small shareholder, holding an insignificant amount of shares, but he is a pawn in the shareholders' plan to force the emperor to abdicate. It is a joke to use such a small character to humiliate me and undermine my prestige. When Wang Bo handed the stack of papers to me, his smug expression made me sneer. I took it and looked at it, and I couldn't help but laugh. They have already divided the high-quality assets and low-quality assets for me, and the candidates on the list are also clearly marked. Isn't this the opportunity I've been waiting for? As long as I can keep my position as chairman, I can sort out the assets and get rid of those unnecessary people according to this list. I put the document into Ning Nansher's arms, feeling quite happy. I also brushed my hand across her waist, deliberately enjoying this slight teasing. She was slightly startled, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly put the document away. Wang Bo obviously played his role very well. He pretended to be angry and said, What? Chairman, don't you want to take a closer look? This is the hard work of all shareholders. If you don't take a look, wouldn't that be disrespectful to us? The shareholders around me laughed quietly, as if they were expecting me to be humiliated by this small shareholder and show my vulnerable side. They think that I'm just an ordinary person who got lucky, and my psychological quality must be poor. Once forced, I will definitely show the ugly side of a weak person. Unfortunately, they completely underestimated me. Respect. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly, with a mocking smile. What kind of respect do you want? Wang Bo was obviously provoked by my tone, and said with a smug smile, Of course I will read it word by word, otherwise it would be disrespectful to all our shareholders. Bang! A loud slap echoed throughout the conference room. Wang Bo covered his face with his hands, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. All shareholders were speechless for a moment, and the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly froze. No one expected that I would dare to do this. Wang Bo's face flushed red, and he trembled with anger. You. What do you mean by you? I sneered and slapped him again without any mercy. Wang Bo was completely stunned. He didn't expect me to be so unbridled. What do you think? Don't you want to show off your power to me? I approached him, my eyes cold. Aren't you very good at pretending to be a dandy? Do you feel good after being slapped by me? Are you angry? Come on, resist. Show your dandy spirit. Don't let me look down on you. Every word I said was full of contempt and deliberate provocation, which made Wang Bo's anger erupt like a volcano. His eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation. As the nephew of a high-ranking official in Sichuan province, who would not be respectful to him, how could he dare to treat him like this? I go to hell. Wang Bo pounced on me like an angry bull. Just as he was about to hit me, I dodged easily and avoided his clumsy attack. He took advantage of the situation and kicked him in the waist. Ah! He fell to the ground, gasping in pain. I stepped on his face and sneered. Come on, keep yelling. Ah! Wang Bo's face was getting more and more painful from my feet. The sound of skin rubbing against each other and the faint crack of bones made him scream in pain. I will kill you, kill you! Wang Bo shouted in hatred, his face grim. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do that? I sneered contemptuously. Wang Bo's rage completely clouded his mind, and he gnashed his teeth and roared. Just wait, I will make sure you die here, and I guarantee you won't survive for more than a week. All the shareholders in the audience covered their faces, feeling angry and helpless at the same time. Idiot, how can you say that? I smiled nonchalantly and said, Oh my, I'm so scared. I've recorded what I just said, and I'm going to call the police. Wang Bo's expression changed instantly, and cold sweat broke out. He finally realized what he had just said. I untied my feet, stretched my body, and scanned the entire room with a look of contempt and disdain. Okay, I got your warning. Is there anything else? Why don't we bring it up together? We're all very busy. The conference room suddenly fell silent, and the shareholders felt suffocated by my cold gaze. As my eyes swept over them, they suddenly felt a long-lost sense of oppression. The atmosphere was as if Yi Xiaorong was still alive, and everyone was trembling silently. Jiang Jinxiu, the initiator of the shareholder alliance, looked a little changed and felt vaguely uneasy. This Yi Xian wants to use such a brutal method to break our rhythm. He is indeed not simple, he thought to himself. But Jiang Jinxiu did not lose confidence and still believed that he had a sure win. But don't worry, the situation is on my side. Bang! Jiang Jinxiu slapped the table, and a loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Yi, your performance just now was wonderful, but this is a shareholders' meeting. Please put away your rudeness. I smiled and said, Shareholders' meeting? The largest shareholder, haven't arrived yet. What kind of meeting are you having? Jiang Jinxiu raised his eyebrows and said, We just discussed some issues first and came to a conclusion. Then the chairman will naturally make the final decision. What if I don't agree? I raised my eyebrows, and a sharp cold light flashed in my eyes. Jiang Jinxiu sneered. Then it's not up to you, Chairman. Chapter 22, Watching the Storm with a Smile. Jiang Jinxiu said with a straight face, All of us shareholders have decided to remove you as the chairman and kick you out of the group's management position. We want you, a lucky guy, to get out of the Yi group and go back to your orphanage. That's right. Wang Bo jumped up and shouted, Kick you out. We will be in charge of the Yi group in the future. You, who don't even know anything about corporate management, should not stay and cause trouble for the Yi group. That's right, get out of Yi group. From now on, Yez will be in charge of us. The other shareholders shouted passionately. Let the feast begin. Yi Xian laughed. Kick me out of the group management bureau? Do you have the qualifications? Do you have enough shares? Jiang Jinxiu sneered. Whether it is enough or not, you will know soon. Yi Xian sat in the chairman's seat leisurely. Since you are all ready, don't waste everyone's time. Start showing your cards. Jiang Jinxiu was inevitably surprised and doubtful when he saw that Yi Xian was not worried at all. However, when he thought that he had already collected more than 51% of the shares, he couldn't help but regain his confidence. Everyone returned to their seats. Jiang Jinxiu took a deep breath, calmed himself, and looked at all the shareholder allies. Dear shareholders, as a member of the Yi Group, I, Jiang Jinxiu, do not want to see the Yi Group fall into the hands of a newbie who knows nothing and let the Yi Group go to decline. So today, I have called all shareholders together to discuss the removal of the current chairman and the election of a new chairman to continue to helm the Yi Group and lead the Yi Group to a more glorious future. Crash. Applause. Very warm. Yi Xian sat in the chairman's seat and watched all this coldly. What a bunch of clowns. Jiang Jinxiu. According to the system, when Yez Group Company Limited was restructured into a joint stock company, More than 51% of the voting shares are needed to remove the chairman. Now, the voting officially begins. Shareholders who agree to remove the current chairman, raise your hands. Brush. Everyone raised their hands, as if they had rehearsed it. Jiang Jinxiu was so excited when he saw this scene. Okay, now I declare that the total number of shares voted by all is 55.9%, and the recall is successful. It's not easy. The chairman was finally kicked out. From now on, Yi Group will be everyone's cake. Ha ha! At this moment, Yi Xian kept clapping the table and laughing, looking at Jiang Jinxiu as if he were an idiot. 55.9% of his shares? How did you calculate that? Did Heba figure out your math? Do you want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my estate? Jiang Jinxiu was furious. All shareholders present here, except you, have voted. You, Yi Xian, only hold 44.1% of the shares, so the rest should hold 55.9%, right? Yi Xian, please respect the shareholders' meeting. Yi Xian laughed. Are you sure that everyone raised their hands? I don't see that one. Yi Xian pointed to the shareholder in the corner. Lu Tongshan, 58 years old, with gray hair on his temples, is one of the earliest shareholders of Yi Group, holding a 3.5% stake. When everyone raised their hands just now, because there were so many hands, Jiang Jinxiu didn't notice that Lu Tongshan didn't raise his hand. Jiang Jinxiu was furious. Lu Tongshan, what do you want to do? Why don't you raise your hand? Lu Tongshan said expressionlessly. I think the Yi Group should not change the chairman casually. Otherwise, what will people outside think? Jiang Jinxiu was so angry that he was shaking. Everything was agreed upon. We are going to divide up the Yi Group together. Why are you betraying us now? Are you ruining our plans? As the saying goes, blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Lu Tongshan is simply killing the parents of all small shareholders. At this moment, all shareholders looked at Lu Tongshan with hatred, their eyes full of anger. Traitor! Jiang Jinxiu didn't understand why Lu Tongshan would betray him for no reason, but he knew that he shouldn't dwell on the matter now and that the chairman's position had to be settled immediately. Jiang Jinxiu took a deep breath and looked at Yi Xian. Although I don't know how you can win him over, it's useless, because Lu Tongshan's shares are only 3.5%. Without him, we still have 52.4%, and our shares are still more than 51%. Yi Xian couldn't help laughing again as he looked at Jiang Jinxiu, who had regained his confidence and looked complacent. Ye won, 52.4. How did you calculate that? Jiang Jinxiu. Of course, I got that number after subtracting the traitor Lu Tongshan. The combined shareholdings of you and Lu Tongshan is only 47.6%. The remaining shareholders are all on my side. Yi Xian smiled. Are you sure? Didn't you miss anyone? Jiang Jinxiu hated Yi Xian's look the most, as if he was looking at him as an idiot. What are you leaking? Everyone present, except Lu Tongshan, has raised their hands. Why don't you give up? For last-ditch effort. Jiang Jinxiu announced loudly once again. Now I officially announce that all of you voted in favor of removing the current director. The total shares held by the current director are 52.4%, which exceeds 51%. According to the group system, the removal is successful. From today on, Yi Xian, you will no longer serve as the chairman and will be kicked out of the group management seat. When saying this, Jiang Jinxiu's blood boiled again. Yi Group, a 100 billion group, will fall into my hands. At this moment, Jiang Jinxiu wanted to laugh 3 times at a 45-degree angle to express his happiness. He didn't know how delicious it would be to eat a cake worth hundreds of billions. Just thinking about it made him feel happy. Happiness. Star. Chapter 23. Shareholders Meeting. Yi Xian wins a great victory. Seeing Jiang Jinxiu dreaming, Yi Xian couldn't bear to tell him the cruel truth. After counting twice, he forgot about Zhang Hongyuan's 4.7% stake, which was considered as a sign of acceptance. Puff. At this moment, Ning Nansher couldn't help laughing. Who's laughing? Jiang Jinxiu, whose dream of a billion-dollar cake was interrupted, was angry. He glanced around, and his eyes fixed on Ning Nansher. Jiang Jinxiu glared. What are you laughing at? Ning Nansher. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I just remembered that there is still one shareholder who hasn't come yet, so the shares should not reach 51% yet. Jiang Jinxiu was stunned for a moment. Are there any shareholders who haven't come yet? Who? Ning Nansher covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Hongyuan is not here, So your combined shares are only 47.7%, not even enough for 51%. The whole place fell silent again. Looked at each other. Yes, Zhang Hongyuan didn't come, but he holds 4.7% of the shares. Where are Zhang Hongyuan and the others? This bastard. How could he fail at the critical moment? Shareholders were angry at the company for not fighting back. Everyone be quiet, Jiang Jinxiu said confidently. Please rest assured, Zhang Hongyuan's share authorization letter is on its way. I'll call him now and ask him to speed up. Jiang Jinxiu picked up the phone and called Zhang Hongyuan. After a few rings, the other party hung up. I called a few more times, but was hung up again. Jiang Jinxiu's confident smile began to change gradually, and he began to realize that something was wrong. Yi Xian showed a lazy smile at this time. Don't call, it's useless, he won't answer your call. Jiang Jinxiu looked at Yi Xian with gritted teeth. It's you who did this. Yi Xian snapped his fingers and grinned. Bingo, it's me. Xiao Sure. Show them the share transfer letter. Ning Nansher took out the share transfer document and showed it to everyone. Jiang Jinxiu was so angry that his face turned pale. Zhang Hongyuan, you're playing tricks on me. Yi Xian stood up and looked at the whole audience with disdain. All right, now I declare that the shares I hold are higher than the total of all the people here. TSK, what rubbish. I thought you guys could bring me such a wonderful show, but I didn't expect that there's not even one capable fighter, let alone an elite. Ugh. Then he raised a stack of papers showing the shareholders' plan to divide up the Yi Group. I'm not familiar with the Yi Group. Thank you for providing me with so much valuable information. You've already sorted out the high-quality assets for me, and even clearly know who is who. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Thank you. If you've given me such a gift, I won't be soft-hearted. After hearing this, all the shareholders turned green in the face. I feel like I did something very stupid. Yi Xian looked at everyone's faces and felt very happy. He stretched himself and called his secretary Ning Nansher. Let's go. When he reached the door, he stopped, turned back, and smiled. There's a long way to go. I hope you can bring me more fun. Don't be so weak like today, which makes me feel no sense of accomplishment. After saying that, he left with a handsome back. The meeting room was silent. After a long time, Jiang Jinxiu roared, picked up the cup in his hand, and threw it. Bang! He has never suffered such humiliation. He turned around angrily and glared at Lu Tongshan. Lu, tell me why you betrayed us. Lu Tongshan said expressionlessly. I've said before I don't want the Yi Group to fall apart. Jiang Jinxiu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Would I believe such a reason? Lu Tongshan picked up the things and turned to leave. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. After leaving the door, Lu Tongshan smiled bitterly. He also did not want to betray the shareholder alliance, as that would offend many enemies and put him in danger. However, Yi Xian was too terrifying, and he didn't dare to betray Yi Xian, because that would ruin his reputation, tear him apart from his family, and send him to jail. He can't afford such consequences. All the troubles originated from his hobby, fetishism. Watching Lu Tongshan's back as he left, Jiang Jinxiu clenched his fists with a sullen look on his face and shouted without caring about his image. Lu Tongshan and Zhang Hongyuan, you actually dare to play dirty tricks on me. Let's wait and see. The other shareholders were all embarrassed, their eyes focused on Jiang Jinxiu, especially Wang Bo, whose cheeks were red and swollen. He asked in a low voice, Boss Jiang, what should we do next? After so many days of planning, all failed. They can't eat the cake anymore. What they are most concerned about now is how to deal with the aftermath. After this battle, Yi Xian's power will definitely not be suppressed, and then it will be their turn to be in trouble. Jiang Jinxiu was filled with anger. He didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Bo and the others. He snorted coldly and left the office with a sullen face. The other shareholders looked at each other and stood up with worried looks on their faces. The shareholders' meeting ended successfully. Many company employees saw Yi Xian leaving the Yi Group triumphantly, and they all guessed what happened. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to discuss in a low voice. Looking at the chairman's appearance, it seems that he has not suffered any loss. The new chairman is indeed not an ordinary person, as he can deal with those old foxes. It is said that a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. The chairman's first move was to get rid of Wang Quanjian and Lu Yuehua. I don't know who will be unlucky next. It seems that the chairman is not an ordinary person as rumored. I don't believe that an ordinary person can be valued by the old chairman. The new chairman must be someone extraordinary, star. Chapter 24. Hiring Killer? Too naive. At night, in a garden villa area in the northern suburbs of Jiangdu, Jiang Jinxiu was sitting in the living room and was furious. More than a dozen big men in black stood in front of him, with their heads lowered with nervous expressions, not daring to breathe. There were broken wine glasses and tea sets on the ground, and the atmosphere in the whole hall was extremely depressing. Little bastard, you want to take the 200 billion Yi group for yourself? I'll be the first one to disagree. Jiang Jinxiu kicked the coffee table in front of him fiercely, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with a livid face, his eyes flashing with crazy, murderous intent. Mr. Jiang, this is the information you requested. A stern-looking man in a suit walked quickly into the hall. Jiang Jinxiu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and took the folder with a cold face. Yi Xian doesn't bring bodyguard with him when he goes out? Jiang Jinxiu flipped through a few pages and frowned in surprise. Yi Xian is now the chairman of Qini Group. Jiang Jinxiu feels that there must be someone protecting his safety in secret. If it investigated, Yi Xian usually drives himself, without a driver or bodyguard. The coal man nodded. Jiang Jinxiu was silent for a moment, then waved his hand with a cold face, asking the dozen or so men in the hall to leave, and the stern man also closed the door casually. This is a good opportunity. Old Su, arrange a few reliable men and find a chance to kill Yi Xian. Since the open way doesn't work, let's try the secret way. The stern man was stunned for a moment and whispered, Boss, it's easy to get rid of Yi Xian, and there are many ways to do it. There's no need to let our people do it themselves. Jiang Jinxiu is also an old fox. After thinking about it for a while, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, everyone knows that we shareholders have conflicts with Yi Xian. If he dies, someone will soon suspect me. I'll ask Yi Xian out the day after tomorrow, and you find someone to create an accident. Old Su, you have to handle this for me, and keep it a secret. Jiang Jinxiu touched his chin and instructed the stern man with a sneer. The stern man nodded. No problem. At noon the next day, the cold-blooded man, Lao Su, found someone. Wang Xiang, a truck driver at the bus station. The meeting place is a public place where there is not too much traffic. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing cheap clothes, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair seemed to have not been washed for a long time, and he looked extremely nervous, with his hands so awkward that he didn't know where to put them. Old Su said in a deep voice, Wang Xiang, I have told you everything. Here is a deposit of 1 million. After the matter is settled, I will give you the rest. Wang Xiang looked at the bank card handed to him, and his cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. Thank you, boss. I will definitely get things done for you. Wang Xiang needed money very much, and his daughter, who was suffering from leukemia, needed money to save her life even more urgently. He knew that what he was about to do next would violate the law, but he had no other choice. After Wang Xiang left, Jiang Jinxiu, who was standing behind the French window on the second floor, put out the cigar in his hand, drank a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then took out his cell phone to find the phone number of the chairman's office of Yi Group. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? Haha, I'm Lao Jun. I'm really sorry about the last meeting. Tomorrow I'll host you at Shanyan Manor to play golf, and then we'll have a meal to apologize to you. Are you free? Great. I'll be waiting for Mr. Ye's visit tomorrow. Yi Group building, top floor, chairman's office. Yi Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city scenery. Chairman, Jiang Jinxiu suddenly asked you to go to Shanyan Manor to play golf. Is there any conspiracy behind this? After hanging up the phone, Ning Nansha frowned. The weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the chicken. It has no good intentions. Yi Xian slowly turned around. A cold look flashed in his eyes. Jiang Jinxiu is an old fox with deep scheming. He failed to force Yi Xian out of Yi Group at the shareholders' meeting, but now he seems to have become a different person and is actively showing goodwill. He is definitely harboring evil intentions. Then just now, why didn't you just reject him directly? Ning Nansha found that she was increasingly unable to see through Yi Xian in front of her. Although the two were not much different in age, through the contact over the past few days, she felt that Yi Xian was too cunning. He could handle everything calmly and always had a confident smile on his face. It was almost impossible to figure out his thoughts. Jiang Jinxiu is too much of a threat to me in the company. It's time to find a chance to get rid of him. Yi Xian smiled lightly, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Although Yi Xian had the upper hand in the last shareholders' meeting, and after getting rid of Wang Quanjian and Qinhua Hua, he also managed to intimidate the senior management of the company. However, Jiang Jinqiu's influence in the Yi Group cannot be underestimated. The business world is like a battlefield. If Yi Xian does not remove the stumbling blocks, he will not be able to sit firmly in the position of chairman. To use a famous saying on Earth, how can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? After leaving the company, Yi Xian drove his Pagani back to the manor. After a simple dinner, Yi Xian came to the study on the second floor. Click on Jiang Jinqiu's profile column. Name, Jiang Jinqiu. Age, 45. Yes, shares, 5%. Net worth, 14.2 billion. Inwardly, Yi Xian, you won't be able to reach Shanyan Manor alive tomorrow. I've asked old Su Jiang, to find someone to hit you to death. You can't inherit the 100 billion Yi Group. I'm the one who should control the Yi Group. Whoever dares to stand in my way, I'll kill him. Jiang Jinqiu is not someone who will give up easily. The Yi Group, worth hundreds of billions, is in front of him. After Yi Xiaorong's death, everyone wants to take a big bite of this piece of fat meat. As a major shareholder in the Yi Group, he wanted more. You want to kill me? You don't have the ability to do that. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and then he called up a secondary panel under Jiang Jinqiu's information bar. Name, Su Jiang. Age, 43. Identity, Jiang Jinqiu's right-hand man. Inwardly, after Wang Xiang kills Yi Xian, the boss will take control of the Yi Group, and I can get a lot of money. Yi Xian continued to click on the third-level page. Wang Xiang. Name, Wang Xiang. Age, 47. Information, truck driver, widowed at an early age. His only daughter is suffering from leukemia, and he urgently needs money to pay for hospitalization fees. In my heart, my daughter's medical expenses are finally settled, and another $1 million will be deposited into my card tomorrow. Even if I have to spend the rest of my life in prison, I'll accept it. You want to buy my life for $2 million? Jiang Jinqiu is really calculating. I'm going to make sure you don't get away with it this time. You once need it. Star. Chapter 25. Using a trick to turn the tables. Return the favor. Early the next morning, Yi Xian had a delicious breakfast and prepared to go to Shanyan Manor in the southern suburbs to keep an appointment. Lu Chong originally wanted to bring a few bodyguards to follow him, but Yi Xian rejected his kindness. After giving him a few instructions with a sinister smile, Yi Xian drove the cool Pagani alone and left the manor. On the way, Yi Xian received a call from Jiang Jinqiu. Mr. Yi, are you here? Jiang Jinqiu's laughter was hearty, indicating that he was in a very good mood. Haha, good morning, Mr. Jiang. I have already set off and am now at Hunter Road. What a coincidence. I'm almost at Hunter Road too. We had an awkward chat. Hang up the phone. Jiang Jinqiu put away the phone and sneered. Yi Xian, let's see how you die this time. Yi Xian looked at his phone and sneered, idiot. Yi Xian stopped the car more than 30 meters away from Honda intersection. Click on the data column. Name, Wang Xiang. Status, driving a truck. License plate number JD0734. Location, 1.4 kilometers in the middle section of Hunter Road, heading west. Name, Jiang Jinqiu. Status, driving a Bentley. License plate number JD0498. Location, 130 meters west of Hunter Road, heading east. Yi Xian curled the corners of his mouth. Jiang Jinqiu. Jiang Jinqiu, you want to play dirty tricks on me? I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. He started calling Wang Xiang. At this time, Wang Xiang was sitting in a heavy truck in the middle section of Hunter Road with a bottle of wine in front of him. His eyes were red and he reeked of alcohol. It is said that alcohol makes cowards braver, but even after Wang Xiang drank half a bottle of white wine, his face was still extremely nervous. Besides, the sentence for drunk driving is always lighter than that for intentional murder. I try to keep my eyes open and stare at the passing vehicles, holding my cell phone tightly. After I finish this job, my daughter will be saved. 1 million is enough for her to live on for the rest of her life. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the cell phone rang suddenly. Wang Xiang trembled, took a deep breath, and quickly answered the call. Sitting in the Pagani, Yi Xian dialed Wang Xiang's number, activated the God of Song skill, and changed his voice at will, replacing it with Lao Su's voice. Yi Xian happened to remember this old Su when he was on the roadside that time. Wang Xiang, the target has changed his car today. He is driving a black Bentley with a license plate number JD0498. He is currently heading towards you. about 600 meters away. Get ready. Wang Xiang had heard Lao Su's voice before, so he subconsciously thought that it was Lao Su who gave him the order, and no one else knew about this. So Wang Xiang did not suspect anything. Okay, boss, I promise to get it done for you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiang took a few more sips of white wine and started the truck. At this time, Jiang Jinqiu was still kept in the dark. The Bentley he was riding and was driving slowly on Honda Road. I hold the most shares, and I was the one who initiated the shareholder alliance. As long as that bastard Yi Xian dies, I will be the chairman of the Yi Group. Jiang Jinqiu was still dreaming. Today's plan was flawless, and no one else knew about it. Jiang Jinqiu felt that he had already won. Great things are about to happen. Jiang Jinqiu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, being invincible is lonely. At this time, Lao Su pointed to the truck coming from the opposite direction and said, "Boss, that's the truck. Wang Xiang is driving it." Jiang Jinqiu looked over and saw a heavy truck coming towards him. Okay, this car is so big. If we run it over, we will definitely die, haha. Jiang Jinqiu laughed heartily. He said to Lao Su, who was in the passenger seat, "Lao Su, after Yi Xian dies, you must get rid of that truck driver. Don't leave any evidence behind." "Don't worry, boss." Old Su nodded in the passenger seat. "See where Yi Xian's car is. I want to see how he died." Jiang Jinqiu lit a cigar, leaned comfortably on the leatherback seat, and instructed the driver, with a grim smile flashing across his face. Lao Su looked around and soon saw the unique Pagani. "Found it. It's behind us." Jiang Jinqiu was stunned for a moment. "Behind?" Then he laughed. "That's great. We can watch him get crushed to death." Yi Xian, who was driving the Pagani in the back, looked at the heavy truck coming in front of him and raised his lips. "Boss, something doesn't seem right." Inside the Bentley, Old Su, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly saw that the heavy truck in front had started and was roaring towards him, and a look of nervousness immediately appeared in his eyes. Jiang Jinqiu was stunned for a moment and looked through the windshield to see that the heavy truck was moving at an extremely fast speed and accelerating continuously, like a roaring locomotive heading in this direction. "No, why does the direction of that truck seem?" Jiang Jinqiu fell into a daze. "Quick, he's going to crash into me. Quick!" Inside the Bentley, everyone screamed in panic. But it was too late. The heavy truck was now moving very fast, like an angry locomotive. Jiang Jinqiu's pupils dilated again. The front of the truck was coming towards them. Boom! The heavy truck hit the front of the Bentley hard. Under the huge impact force, the Bentley worth millions rolled over and flew out. Moreover, the heavy truck still did not slow down, and it pushed the overturned Bentley car and knocked down the roadside guardrail that was dozens of meters long before it stalled. Start. Chapter 26. Jiang Jinqiu's death caused uproar. Yi Xian, who was sitting in the Pagani in the distance, called up Jiang Jinqiu's information bar in his mind and found that it was already blood red. "You'll suffer the consequences if you do evil." Yi Xian sneered and turned the steering wheel. Without staying here for long, he turned around and drove away from Honda Road. Although Honda Road is not the main road in Jiangdu, there are many vehicles coming and going. Seeing that a major car accident had occurred here, many curious people stopped their cars on the side of the road, got out, and started taking pictures with their mobile phones. A large truck hit someone, and it hit a luxury car worth millions. "Everyone, please forward this. Look at this truck driver. He's staggering when he walks. He must be drinking." This kind of scene is rare. The Bentley worth millions of dollars was almost turned into scrap metal. I'm afraid there is no need to rescue the people inside. Call the police quickly. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car must be someone very important. There were constant discussions all around, but Wang Xiang was much more sober at this time. Looking at the shattered car in front of him, Wang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. More than 10 minutes later, people from the Transportation Bureau, Fire Department, and Criminal Police team arrived. Wang Xiang kicked open the car door and jumped out. Criminal Police Captain Xiao Liang walked to the Bentley car with a gloomy face, bent down to look inside, and sighed heavily. Jiang Jinqiu, Lao Su, and the driver died on the spot, and there was no need for rescue. Wang Xiang had no intention of running away and was forced by 2 policemen to come in front of Xiao Liang. However, when he saw the body the doctor dragged out of the car, he suddenly fell into a daze. Isn't this the person who caused the car accident? Why is he sitting in this car? Doubts flashed through his mind, but Wang Xiang was not a fool. He would not tell the police about his premeditated murder. The boss who gave him the money was dead, and the other 1 million was nowhere to be found. Wang Xiang collapsed to the ground in despair. Xiao Yang turned his head and glanced at him with a cold face. He smelled the pungent smell of alcohol on Wang Xiang and ordered his men behind him in a deep voice. Take him back to record a statement, confirm the identity of the deceased as soon as possible, and seal off the scene. The traffic team quickly found out Jiang Jinqiu's information. In less than half an hour, the news that the shareholder of Yi Group died in a car accident spread throughout Jiangdu. However, in Jiang Jinqiu's villa, his wife Jiang Xiaoyan was exceptionally calm, and there was even a hint of excitement in her eyes. Jiang Jinqiu is dead, and the 5% of Yi Group's shares are all mine. Although Jiang Jinqiu is worth tens of billions, he has no children in his life. His parents died of illness at an early age, and he only has a few brothers and relatives. After his death, Jiang Xiaoyan naturally became the first heir to his property, including shares worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Some were happy, and some were sad. While Jiang Xiaoyan was planning how to transfer the shares to her own name, the dozen or so small shareholders of Yi Group were all in disarray. In the center of Jiangdu City, in a luxuriously decorated club, more than a dozen small shareholders of the Yi Group were gathered in a box on the top floor. It's just that these people all looked unhappy. They kept their heads down and said nothing, and the atmosphere in the box was particularly depressing. Don't just stand there. Tell me what to do next. A burly middle-aged man stood up from a sofa with a grim face. What else can we do? Jiang Jinqiu is dead. How can we fight that kid Yixian? I think Jiang Jinqiu's death was not simple. Maybe Yixian hired someone to do it. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. You guys can chat. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving first. I'm leaving too. These small shareholders are all fence-sitters. They didn't gain any advantage at the last shareholders' meeting. Now Jiang Jinqiu has died in a car accident. Everyone is worried whether they will be Yi Xian's next target. The burly man who had spoken just now glanced unhappily at the dozen or so people in the box, then left the box with a cold face. But after he walked out of the club and got into the car, he told the driver to rush to the villa where Jiang Jinqiu lived. What a bunch of brainless people. Jiang Jinqiu died in a car accident. Yi Xian is definitely involved in this incident. But without evidence, who can do anything to Yi Xian? The most important thing now is to get Jiang Jinqiu's 5% stake. Guan Changjia appears to be a rough man and has always been quite low-key in the shareholder alliance. However, he started from scratch and has been in the business world for decades, but he has nothing even if he pulls out a hair. He is very scheming and a typical ruthless character. After learning the news that Jiang Jinqiu had died in a car accident, Guan Changjia immediately thought of the 5% stake. He summoned more than a dozen shareholders to the club, mainly to see if anyone would compete with him for this piece of fat meat. More than half an hour later, Guan Changjia arrived at Jiang Jinqiu's villa. He had a good relationship with Jiang Jinqiu before and had been here several times, so he was quite familiar with Jiang Jinqiu's wife. Start. Chapter 27. The Open and Covert Fight for Shares. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyan had just returned from the municipal bureau. When she heard from her subordinates that Guan Changjia had arrived, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart moved, and she immediately guessed the other party's purpose. Mr. Guan, please come in. You all go out first. Jiang Xiaoyan pretended to be extremely sad and forced out a few tears. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. Arriving at the villa's living room, Guan Changjia went forward to comfort Jiang Xiaoyan first. After a few simple greetings, Guan Changjia changed the subject and sighed pretentiously. Sister-in-law, my brother Jiang is gone. You have to worry more about business matters in the future. Jiang Xiaoyan sneered in her heart and continued Guan Changjia's words. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Guan. I am a woman and I don't know how to do business. I will need your help in the future. Brother Jiang holds 5% of the shares of Yi Group. Sister-in-law, you also know that the group has just changed its chairman. Brother Jiang is still a member of the shareholder alliance. Now that he is gone, the newly appointed chairman will definitely take some action. Guan Changjia's words were very obscure, but Jiang Xiaoyan had already guessed his intention and secretly complained, We are all 1,000-year-old vixens. Why are you playing Liao Zhai with me? The two were silent for a moment. Jiang Xiaoyan wiped her eyes with sobs and pretended to be pitiful and asked, Mr. Guan, then what do you say? What should I do? Guan Changjia was delighted and advised earnestly. Sister-in-law, the Yi Group is not peaceful now. This 5% equity is also a hot potato. Although you can get a lot of dividends every year, the new chairman is too young and doesn't know how to do business. If the company collapses, this equity will be worthless. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan lowering her head and not speaking, Guan Changjie hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, if you trust me, just sell the shares. Brother Jiang has been very kind to me before, and I will offer a price that will satisfy you." Finally getting to the point, Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him deeply and choked up. "Your brother Jiang has told me about the equity before. 5% of the Yi Group's equity is worth a lot of money. How about this, 12 billion? I'll sell it to you." Jiang Xiaoyan opened her mouth in a loud voice, and Guan Changjie shuddered violently, almost vomiting blood in anger. 5% of the shares are indeed worth 12 billion, but Jiang Jinxiu is dead now. What use is there for you, a housewife, to have so much money? Sister-in-law, that's not how you calculate the account. The Yi Group has just changed its chairman, and the stock price is not stable. Seeing that Guan Changjie didn't want to talk to her sincerely, Jiang Xiaoyan lost her patience and shook her head, saying, "Mr. Guan, Jinxiu just left. Let's talk about business later." Guan Changjie vomited blood. However, he was also worried that other shareholders would try to take advantage of the 5% stake. He was secretly anxious, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He took a deep breath and said, "How about this, sister-in-law? 10 billion is the only amount of resources I can use." Jiang Xiaoyan felt contempt in her heart. 10 billion? Are you sending away beggars? The Yi Group has many shareholders. If you are not willing to pay a high price, there are many people who want to buy it. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't say what was in her heart. She waved her hand and said, "Mr. Guan, let's not talk about business. Jinxiu's body is still warm. Please give me some time to think about it." Guan Changjie, "I have a lot of complaints in my heart, but I don't know how to express them. We are all 1,000-year-old fox spirits, so let's stop playing strange stories from a Chinese studio." At this time, Yi Xian was leisurely drinking coffee in the office on the top floor of Yi Group. Jiang Jinxiu died in a car accident. His biggest threat was no longer there. The next step was to clean up those shareholders' confidence in the company. At this time, the Yi Group was in an uproar. Have you heard? Shareholder Jiang Jinxiu was in a car accident and died on the spot. I knew it long ago. I'm worth tens of billions. What's the point of making so much money? I can't take it with me when I die. Don't you think this is suspicious? Jiang Jinxiu had a conflict with the chairman at the shareholders' meeting a few days ago. Don't talk nonsense. The driver was driving under the influence of alcohol. Many employees were talking about it. Ning Nanshur walked out of the elevator, and everyone shut their mouths consciously when they saw her. Ning Nanshur is the chairman's personal secretary, and these employees don't dare to talk about Yi Xian in front of her. Ning Nanshur walked into the chairman's office on the top floor with the information, closed the door, put the information on the desk, stood beside Yi Xian, and whispered, "Chairman, the information of other shareholders is here. After Jiang Jinxiu's death, morale within the company has become unstable, and other shareholders will certainly make some small moves." Yi Xian got the information of all the shareholders just to take the initiative to intimidate them. Guan Changjie owns 3.4% of the shares. What kind of person is this guy? More than 10 minutes later, Yi Xian closed the folder, pulled his chin, and asked Ning Nanshur with a smile. Ning Nanshur has also been working in Yi Group for several years. Although she has never dealt with these shareholders, she knows them quite well. Before the shareholders' meeting, she had done her homework and investigated all the shareholders. Now that Yi Xian suddenly asked, Ning Nanshur was not at all flustered and replied calmly. "Guan Changjie has a rough appearance and looks like a generous person, but this is all an illusion." Ning Nanshur took a breath and continued. "Guan Changjie is from another place. He came to Jiangdu to work when he was 17. He started as a construction worker. Later, he gathered some fellow villagers and became a contractor to earn his first pot of gold. He has a good eye for investment. More than a decade ago, Jiangdu's shipping business was developing rapidly. Guan Changjie established a freight company and also controlled the logistics of more than a dozen ports in Jiangdu. In just 3 years, he accumulated a net worth of more than 1 billion. His Shenyun company now controls 30% of the domestic logistics business. 5 years ago, he acquired 3.4% of the shares of Yi Group. Among the many shareholders, he is the only one who started from scratch. Start. Chapter 28. I want your shares. Yi Xian walked to the huge French window and asked with a half smile, What do you think Guan Changjie will do after Jiang Jinqiu dies, given his personality? Buy Jiang Jinqiu's 5% stake at a high price. Ning Nansher answered without any hesitation. The Yi Group is one of the most promising companies in the country. Given Guan Changjie's character, he will never give up this piece of fat meat that is right at his fingertips. Holding shares in his hands, not only can he get huge dividends from the company every year, but he can also influence the company's decisions. This is what Guan Changjie wants most. Moreover, Guan Changjie is worth a lot of money, and a mere tens of billions of funds is still within an acceptable range for him. That's right, Guan Changjie is a very ambitious person, but I am determined to get Jiang Jinqiu's 5% stake. A fierce aura of a superior emanated from Yi Xian, and his words were filled with dominance. Ning Nansher no longer doubted the new chairman's ability at this moment. In fact, she was also wondering whether Jiang Jinqiu was the one behind it. Get off work. Yi Xian left the company and returned to the manor. Open Jiang Xiaoyan's information column, which is a secondary column extending from Jiang Jinqiu's information column. After looking through a lot of information, Yi Xian smiled. This Jiang Xiaoyan is really a tough guy. Jiang Jinqiu died just a few days ago, and Jiang Xiaoyan transferred several companies to her own name. She was really quick, and Jiang Xiaoyan is a very resourceful woman. Jiang Jinqiu is worth tens of billions, but he has never had a lover outside all these years. Instead, it is Jiang Xiaoyan who wears a grassland hat for Jiang Jinqiu outside. It's interesting. He wrote down some information and called bodyguard Lu Chang into the study. According to this information, go investigate Jiang Jinqiu's wife for me, and get something while you're at it. Yes, boss. Lu Chang looked at what was written on the paper and became even more in awe of Yi Xian. I really don't know how the boss knows such confidential information. Go ahead, boss. I'll do it right away. Lu Chang left. Jiang Xiaoyan humph. An evil sneer flashed across Yi Xian's face. Lu Chang was very efficient. At noon the next day, he delivered all the information about Jiang Xiaoyan and the things Yi Xian wanted to Yi Xian. The seventh day after Jiang Jinqiu's death, friends and relatives gathered together, and more than a dozen shareholders of the Yi Group also came to the Jiang family villa, and Yi Xian was naturally no exception. The gate of the Jiang family villa was filled with wreaths and funeral couplets, and the vermilion gate was covered with white cloth. Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Jinqiu's brothers knelt beside the portrait and cried inconsolably. Hello, I'm Yi Xian, the chairman of Yi Group. Can we find a quiet place to talk? Yi Xian did not burn incense for Jiang Jinqiu. Instead, he walked into the main hall of the villa and came straight to Jiang Xiaoyan. Before Jiang Xiaoyan could say anything, Jiang Jianbin and Jiang Jiangwen, who were kneeling on the ground, stood up angrily. What do you want to do? Did you kill my brother? Jiang Jinqiu died in a car accident. Although the driver has been arrested and he admitted that he was driving under the influence, everyone still has doubts, especially Jiang Jinqiu's elder brother and younger brother. Knowing that Jiang Jinqiu and Yi Xian had a conflict when the shareholders' meeting was held a few days ago, both of them suspected that the car accident was deliberately arranged by Yi Xian. But just when they were about to attack Yi Xian, Lu Chang and a few burly men in black quickly stepped forward and pushed the two angry men aside. Yi Xian looked at them calmly. Jiang Xiaoyan, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and pretended to feel guilty and said apologetically, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. Everyone is in a bad mood after Jinqiu left. I hope you can understand. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't bother with two irrational people. He smiled and nodded at Jiang Xiaoyan and said, It's okay. I came here today to talk to you about the equity in Mr. Zhang's hands. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, but there were still many people in the main hall of the villa, so the excitement in her eyes quickly disappeared, and she whispered, Mr. Yi, please go to the study upstairs and sit for a while. I'll be upstairs later. Although Yi Xian's voice was not loud just now, the people in the main hall still heard it clearly. Several small shareholders looked at each other and gathered together to discuss in a low voice. Young Master Yi has set his sights on the 5% equity. Is he going to buy it? I think it's possible, but unfortunately I'm not strong enough to swallow it. If Jiang Jinqiu's 5% stake falls into Yi Xian's hands, we will have even less say in the company. Not only were these small shareholders worried, but the elder brother and younger brother who were about to attack Yi Xian also frowned. Although they are not Jiang Jinqiu's first heirs, this 5% stake is worth tens of billions, so naturally they both want to take a big bite of this piece of fat meat. After more than 10 minutes, Footsteps were heard outside the study. Jiang Xiaoyan walked in slowly in morning clothes. Yi Xian raised his hand to Lu Chong and asked him to guard outside the door with the bodyguards. Mr. Yi, are you looking for me to discuss something? Jiang Xiaoyan sat down on the sofa, her heart calm. In addition to Guan Changjia, 2 other shareholders had contacted her in the past few days, and they were all frightened by her high demands. But she was not in a hurry because she was waiting for Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled lightly and said in a tone that could not be refused, I want your shares. Chapter 29 Threats. True. Nothing for nothing. I want your shares. Yi Xian said in a tone that could not be refused. Ah, has Mr. Yi always been so direct? Jiang Xiaoyan laughed. These days, she had specially asked someone to investigate Yi Xian. She had originally looked down on this young man in his early 20s, but after learning that he had taken over the company and had resolved one threat after another with thundering means, and that Jiang Jinxiu and more than a dozen shareholders had failed to force him out of the company, Jiang Xiaoyan no longer dared to underestimate him. Mr. Yi, I have no intention of selling the 5% stake in Jinxiu. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Jiang Xiaoyan is a smart person. She is prepared to take the initiative in this negotiation by retreating. Name, Jiang Xiaoyan. Age, 42. He has shares, 5%. Net worth, 14.2 billion. Inner thoughts, I won't sell 5% of the shares without 15 billion. Yi Xian just took the position of chairman, and there are so many small shareholders eyeing him. He must be more anxious than me now. After getting this money, I can leave Jiangdu. No matter where in the world, I can live comfortably with Liang Mingyu for the rest of my life. Seeing this, Yi Xian's mouth corners slightly curved. As far as I know, 3 shareholders have approached you in the past few days, right? The highest offer was no more than 12 billion, right? Yi Xian put out the cigarette in his hand, raised his head, and stared at Jiang Xiaoyan with a smile. How do you know? Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked. After a moment of distraction, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly concealed her shock and asked with a frown, How did you know? I know a lot more, especially about Miss Jiang's shameful secrets. Jiang Xiaoyan's forced calmness was exposed under Yi Xian's piercing gaze, and beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Mr. Yi, I don't understand what you mean. Jiang Xiaoyan forced herself to calm down, her face full of coldness. We are all smart people. Miss Jiang, there is no need for me to make my words too clear. I just want to acquire the 5% stake and don't want to care about other messy things. Miss Jiang should agree to my request. Yi Xian was quite confident, but a fierce aura emerged from his body. God-level power, skill activated. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly felt as if she was facing Yi Xiaorong, the former chairman of the Yi Group. No, he was even more powerful than him. It pressed down on us like a mountain. My breathing stopped for a beat. Jiang Xiaoyan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. She gritted her teeth and said, 5% of the equity is worth more than 10 billion yuan, and there are many people who want to buy it. Why do you think I will sell it to you? Because these photos. Yi Xian smiled lightly and placed several prepared photos in front of Jiang Xiaoyan. After Jiang Jinxiu's death, Jiang Xiaoyan still had time to date a pretty boy, and her lover was none other than Liang Mingyu, Jiang Jinxiu's confidant and assistant who helped him run his business. Although these photos were taken secretly, the appearance of the 2 people can still be clearly seen. As long as these photos are released, Jiang Jinxiu's brother and younger brother will not be easy to deal with. They will definitely sue Jiang Xiaoyan. When there are twists and turns, Jiang Xiaoyan will probably lose a lot of flesh and blood. Or if you want to be more ruthless and kill Jiang Xiaoyan directly, then the property will belong to this brother. When Jiang Xiaoyan saw these photos, a hint of panic flashed across her eyes. But she was a woman who had seen a lot of things, so she quickly suppressed her shock and snorted. Mr. Yi, do you think you can threaten me by just having someone make a few photos together? You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Yi Xian had long expected Jiang Xiaoyan to deny it, so he shook his head slightly and took out another jade ring from his pocket. You're familiar with this thing, right? It is a pair with the one you have in your hand, and there's a word yin on it. Yi Xian played with the jade ring in his hand, a sinister smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Xiaoyan is really good to her lover. This pair of jade rings is worth millions, and they are high-quality old mine jadeite. The moment she saw the ring, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly became nervous and her face turned paler. These past few days, with the help of the pretty boy Liang Mingyu, you transferred several of Jiang Jinxiu's companies to your name, and you also wanted to take the 5% of the shares for yourself. right? If Jiang Jianqiu's brothers knew about this, do you think they would let you go? Can you still inherit Jiang Jianqiu's inheritance? You, why is this ring on your hand? What exactly do you want? Jiang Xiaoyan no longer had the calmness she had just now. She stood up and pointed at Yi Xian and asked loudly, I want that 5% of the shares. If you don't want to know these ugly things, Miss Jiang should agree to me, right? Yi Xian was confident of winning. Before coming, he had someone draft a transfer contract. Jiang Jianqiu's elder brother and younger brother also have a share of that 5% of the shares. I have no right to make the decision. Jiang Xiaoyan took a deep breath, still unwilling to give up. She wanted to delay. But Yi Xian sneered, crossed his legs, and said slowly, Ms. Jiang is the first heir, so the shares will naturally be controlled by you. Jiang Xiaoyan knew that Yi Xian had her in his arms, and she had no reason to refuse, let alone the qualifications to bargain with Yi Xian. What price can you offer for 5% of the shares? Jiang Xiaoyan slumped down on the sofa, as if she had lost her soul. Your secret is my bargaining chip, but I'm always generous. I can give you another 1 billion. 1 billion. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Jiang Xiaoyan shouted in disbelief. You want to get something for nothing? You want me to transfer the 5% equity of 1 billion to you? Chapter 30, another 5% stake, absolute control. Jiang Xiaoyan was completely stunned. Before she walked into the study, she already knew that Yi Xian was not an easy person to deal with. But now she saw clearly that the young man in his 20s in front of her, who always had a harmless smile on his face, was a ruthless character who would eat people without leaving any bones behind. More than 10 billion. And you want to get it with just 1 billion? Haha, Miss Jiang, you are wrong. Jiang Jianqiu's other companies are worth 4 billion, which is more than enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Why should you be so greedy? Am I right? What if I don't agree? Jiang Xiaoyan asked back with gritted teeth, anger surging in her heart. I won't lose anything, but Miss Jiang, you will be ruined, and you won't get Jiang Jianqiu's inheritance. And I believe Jiang Jianqiu's brothers will never let it go after they find out that you secretly transferred the property. Do you remember what happened to Jiang Jianqiu? I think they won't lack the courage, right? Yi Xian slowly stood up, put away the photos and rings, and prepared to leave. Jiang Xiaoyan knew that Yi Xian was not trying to scare her. She had an affair with Liang Mingyu and secretly transferred her late husband's property. In addition, Jiang Jianqiu's car accident. Mr. Yi, we can discuss everything. Jiang Xiaoyan stood up hurriedly and grabbed Yi Xian's arm. Ms. Jiang, have you thought about it? I promise you, I will transfer 5% of the shares to you for 1 billion. But you can't tell anyone about the matter between me and Liang Mingyu, and the evidence must be destroyed. In addition, you have to help me transfer Jiang Jianqiu's property smoothly. It's a small matter. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ye Huan Lafit. The shares worth tens of billions were transferred to Yi Xian for only 1 billion. Jiang Xiaoyan was extremely unwilling, but if she did not agree, she might not be able to get even half of the family property. Jiang Jianqiu's death in a car accident may seem like an accident, but if outsiders knew that Jiang Xiaoyan adopted a gigolo and secretly transferred their property, they might blame her for it. Jiang Jianqiu's 2 brothers don't look like good people at first glance. Ms. Jiang, you can rest assured. No third person will know what we talked about today. Yi Xian had expected this result and assured Jiang Xiaoyan with a smile. The photo and the ring. Jiang Xiaoyan was worried that Yi Xian would use this handle to continue to blackmail her. After the shares are transferred to my name, Miss Jiang leaves Jiangdu. I will return the film and the ring to you. You want me to leave Jiangdu? Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked and asked loudly in disbelief. Of course, if you transfer the 5% equity to me for 1 billion, what will the other shareholders of Yi Group think? Will Jiang Jianqiu's brothers agree? I am doing this for your own good. Jiang Jianqiu has several companies under his name, with a market value of several hundred million, which is enough for Miss Jiang to enjoy a comfortable life. Jiang Xiaoyan is a very scheming woman. Although she agreed to transfer the equity to Yi Xian for 1 billion, Yi Xian always feels a little uneasy about letting her stay in Jiangdu. Jiang Xiaoyan was silent for a long time, then raised her head with a bitter face and said in despair, Master Yi, Jiang Jianqiu underestimated you, and I underestimated you too. Although Yi Xian looked to be only in his early 20s, Jiang Xiaoyan only now understood why a business veteran like Jiang Jianqiu could lose his life. Yi Xian planned everything perfectly and never gave his opponents any chance. On the third day after Jiang Jianqiu's funeral, more than a dozen small shareholders of the Yi Group gathered at the manor where Yi Xian lived, followed by dozens of senior company employees. Yi Xian was not surprised by their arrival and ordered his butler Fu Bo to set up 2 long tables on the lawn in the front yard of the manor, with fine wine and delicious food. As evening approached, the manor was crowded with people. Yi Xian had not yet come downstairs. Without his permission, these small shareholders did not dare to enter the villa casually. They gathered in 2s and 3s and whispered. You have all heard about it, right? Jiang Jianqiu's wife transferred the 5% of the shares to the chairman. Yes, and it's transferred for 1 billion. That's equity worth tens of billions. I have met Jiang Jianqiu's wife before. She is such a smart woman, but she is willing to transfer her shares to Master Yi at such a low price. Could it be that they knew each other before? Stop talking nonsense. Mr. Yi now owns 53.8% of the company's shares. Let's think more about ourselves. That's right. Jiang Jianqiu died in an unclear manner. I wonder what Master Yi has planned next. Yi Xian had taken over the company less than 20 days ago, and he had used drastic measures to consolidate his position as heir. Seeing what happened to Jiang Jianqiu, these shareholders became panic-stricken, fearing that they would become Yi Xian's next target. We all gathered in this manor today just to get some information from Yi Xian and see what big moves he will make next. The dozens of senior employees of the Yi Group were also feeling uneasy, as many of them had close ties with the small shareholders. Chairman, the shareholders have brought so many company executives here. What do you want? In the study, Ning Nanshur stood respectfully in front of the desk, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Xian opposite her. It seemed as if he wanted to guess what Yi Xian was thinking at the moment from the expression on his face. Let's have a quick meal later. Yi Xian leaned back in the large boss chair, drinking coffee without even raising his head. The shareholders outside had informed Ning Nanshur before coming, and only came after getting Yi Xian's permission, but this time they were not here to force the palace. After Jiang Jinqiu was buried, Jiang Xiaoyan transferred the shares to Yi Xian's name, and of course these small shareholders also received the news. Yi Xian stood up with a smile, holding his coffee, walked to the French window and glanced outside, then said with a smile, "These guys should be here to show their loyalty to me." Chapter 31. Master the power of the group and start the Yi Xian era. After obtaining the equity of Zhang Hongyuan and Jiang Jinqiu, Yi Xian's equity soared to 53.8%. The shareholder alliance no longer posed any threat to him. On the contrary, Yi Xian still held the list of confidants of a shareholder alliance who opposed him. Yi Xian started 2 fires in succession, severely hitting the shareholder alliance. Everyone was speculating that the third fire would be aimed at the company's shareholders' cronies. Mr. Yi, this is the previous list and also the financial reports of the company you requested for the past 3 years. Ning Nanshur came to Yi Xian and handed him the folder in her hand. Yi Xian slowly turned around, put down the coffee cup in his hand, picked up the list, put it aside without even glancing at it, and lowered his head to read the company's financial report in the folder. At around 6 o'clock, Yi Xian, dressed in a neat suit, walked out of the villa with Ning Nanshur. The dozens of people gathered in the front yard suddenly quieted down, and all their eyes were focused on Yi Xian. When Yi Xian first took the position of heir, these people were quite disdainful of him, thinking that the yellow-toothed boy only got the position of chairman by luck. But it was less than 20 days, and no one dared to underestimate this young man in his early 20s anymore. Instead, they were all feeling uneasy and in awe of him. Yi Xian stood on the steps. Although he had a faint smile on his face, he had an aura of majesty that could not be offended. That sharp gaze swept across the faces of dozens of people, and the whole place fell silent, especially the dozen or so small shareholders, who were completely different people compared to their previous arrogant looks. Everyone, don't be so reserved. Uncle Fu, tell the people below to serve the food. Yi Xian walked down the stairs slowly, took the red wine handed to him by a servant, and said to Uncle Fu beside him with a smile, "Chairman, we are sorry to bother you so much. I hope you don't mind." Guan Changjia, who was closest to Yi Xian, suppressed the tension in his heart, walked up to him with a dry laugh, and greeted him. "Haha, this is not a company, so please don't call me chairman." Yi Xian waved his hand, picked up the wine glass, and raised his arm casually. "Today, we are shamelessly here to apologize to you, Master Yi. We were deceived by Jiang Jinxiu and told you at the shareholders' meeting. The atmosphere became much more relaxed, and another pot-bellied shareholder came to Yi Xian's side. This shareholder looks like Mithriya Buddha, with a face full of fat and an almost invisible neck. He is about 1.7 meters tall, but weighs at least 200 kilograms. He almost wore that handmade Armani suit like Anima. This man's name is Zheng Jun. Although he doesn't hold many shares, he has a very good relationship with Jiang Jinxiu. When Jiang Jinxiu was preparing to gather shareholders to force Yi Xian out of the company, he was also the first to support it. But now that Jiang Jinxiu is dead, Zheng Jun, the fence-sitter, immediately changed his attitude and prepared to cling to Yi Xian's thigh. Several other shareholders who wanted to come over talked to him, seeing Zheng Jun's shameless look, curled their lips silently and cursed inwardly. This fatty Zheng is such a villain. We have to stay away from him in the future. How can a person be so shameless? I've really learned something new today. If Jiang Jinxiu in the underworld saw Zheng Jun's current expression, he would be so angry that he would kick the coffin lid open. Yi Xian looked at Zheng Jun with a smile on his face and called up his message bar in his mind. Name, Xing Yun. Age, 42. Ownership of Yes shares, 2.5%. Net worth, 7.1 billion. He is a man who loves money and lust, a typical fence-sitter and a famous second-generation rich man in Jiangdu. Since he took over the family company, the family business has shrunk by more than 70%. With the help of Jiang Jinxiu, he acquired the shares of Yi Group 5 years ago. Inwardly, Jiang Jinxiu, you short-lived ghost, I'm still waiting for you to help me after you become the chairman of Yi Group. Now Yi Xian holds 53.8% of the shares. I don't want to follow in your footsteps. I have to quickly curry favor with Yi Xian, a big backer. According to this information column, Zheng Jun is just a little clever. He will never amount to anything big and will not pose any threat to Yi Xian. Haha, the matter has passed. There is no need to mention it anymore. You are all shareholders of the company, and I will still need your support for my future decisions in the company. These shareholders receive huge dividends every year and often interfere in the affairs of the group. This is what makes Yi Xian most dissatisfied. Although Yi Xian had a smile on his face, several smart shareholders had already understood what he meant. Yi Xian wanted to take back power. Zheng Jun smiled and nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Don't worry, Master Yi. I will fully support all your decisions in the company from now on." Yi Xian patted Zheng Jun on the shoulder and stopped talking to him. An elderly man not far away stood up, looked at Yi Xian deeply, and said with a wry smile, "Master Yi, I, Chao, am old, and I am afraid I can't help you in the future. You can make the decisions on the company's affairs. The dividends I get every year are enough for me to enjoy my old age." Chao Tianda is the company's oldest shareholder. With him taking the lead, several other smart shareholders also expressed their willingness to never interfere in the company's decision-making again. Even Guan Changjia, who was very ambitious, smiled bitterly and nodded when Yi Xian's gaze fell on him, showing his attitude. These shareholders are not fools. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. Yi Xian has secured the position of chairman in such a short time and disintegrated the shareholder alliance. It is hard to say whether anyone who dares to go against him at this time will end up like Jiang Jinxiu, but those close confidants in the company will all be kicked out. From this moment on, the power of the Yi Group was in hand, and the company also ushered in the Yi Xian era. Star. Chapter 32. Big plans for the future. Cool and handsome. Unstoppable. Yi Xian was in a good mood, but on the surface he was still polite to the dozen or so shareholders. The meal lasted more than 2 hours, and everyone left the manor when the moon rose in the west. Ning Nansher originally wanted to leave with those shareholders. She was Yi Xian's secretary, but she didn't need 24-hour personal service. But Yi Xian called her to the study upstairs, took the company's financial reports for the past 3 years, and pulled Ning Nansher to sit on the large leather sofa. Yi Xian had drunk a lot of wine just now, and his cheeks were a little red, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, and he didn't look drunk at all. Ning Nansher, who was sitting nearby, looked at the young man in his early 20s next to her and felt a little shy for a moment. It was not until Yi Xian placed the folder in front of her that Ning Nansher came to her senses and slowly sat up straight. "What are you thinking about? Are you attracted to me?" Ye wan simirket wokingli. At this moment, the majestic aura of a superior disappeared, replaced by the gentleness of a boy next door. Mr. Yi, stop making fun of me. Ning Nansher hurriedly shook her head, a blush on her face. Ning Nansher is very beautiful. Her devilish figure is clearly revealed in her well-fitting professional attire. Her skin is as white as snow, her eyebrows are as black as indigo, her face is delicate, and her temperament is gentle. She is not inferior to those female stars on TV. In the Yi group, the number of boys pursuing her almost formed a reinforced platoon. If Yi Xian had not promoted her to the position of secretary to the chairman, there would be male employees courting her every day. But Yi Xian was not in the mood for romance now, so he stopped joking with Ning Nansher and pointed to a string of numbers on the folder and whispered, I have carefully read the company's financial reports for the past 3 years. The growth rate of the real estate business has obviously declined, and the new investment projects have also progressed slowly. Has the Yi Group always been the top real estate company in the country? Why did this happen? Although the Yi Group's headquarters is in Jiangdu, it has many investments in first and second-tier cities across the country. In the past, the profit of the real estate business was about 8%, with a significant growth rate. However, in the past 3 years, the real estate industry seems to have entered a cold winter, and even giants like the Yi Group have seen a decline in performance. Speaking of business, Ning Nansher took a deep breath and returned to her expression as a strong career woman. Chairman, in recent years, the country has vigorously regulated the real estate industry and introduced many control policies. Our Yi Group has been operating in first-tier cities for many years, and its performance is relatively stable. However, most of the projects invested in second-tier cities have stagnated due to the impact of policies. Seeing Yi Xian signaling her to continue, Ning Nansher took a breath and continued to explain, according to our company's investigation, the real estate industry in the country has reached saturation. When Mr. Yi was here, he had already planned to gradually transform the group and reduce investment in the real estate industry by 20% every year. This sunset industry may become a burden to the Yi Group in a few years. Ye wanodit. Real estate has reached a bottleneck. The situation here is similar to that on Earth before. The country will not allow the real estate industry to absorb too much capital, but in order to stabilize the economy, it will not allow housing prices to fall sharply. But Yi Xian has already considered how to transform. The current timeline of space and time is roughly equivalent to the timeline of the Earth in 2010. Many unicorns and super companies have not really appeared or risen yet. Yi Xian listed all the large companies on Earth that had only developed in 2010. Didi, Tushio, Xiaomi, Meituan, Pinduoduo, Maoyan, League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, live streaming platforms, Kuaishou, Douyin, DJI, SF Express, streaming video, Tingxu and Aichi, music platforms. It's a bit messy, but this is also the direction that Yi Xian wants to develop in the future. Well, go on. Tell me about the other investment projects of the Yi Group. Yi Xian stood up, poured 2 glasses of water, and sat down next to Ning Nansher. 2 years ago, Mr. Yi had already started investing in the pharmaceutical industry, as well as cultural media groups and logistics and transportation companies, and there are also many in new energy. The Yi Group is so huge that it has invested in at least dozens of projects. It is impossible for Ning Nansher to tell Yi Xian about them all. Speaking of cultural media, Yi Xian's heart moved and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, just in line with the streaming video platform. At the same time, he also thought of Duemeng and associated it with music. Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Give me a report on the national market survey of the Yi Group in 3 days, and also compile a file of all the projects that Mr. Yi has invested in before. Looking at this methodical and powerful young man beside him, Ning Nansher had a premonition that under his leadership, the Yi Group would definitely be more glorious than before. After arranging for someone to send Ning Nansher back, Yi Xian changed into casual clothes and drove out of the manor with his Pagani Fengshen worth more than 20 million yuan. I wonder how this little girl Du Yiming is doing now. Open Du Yiming's profile. Nama, Du Yiming. Current status. Passed the blind audition of The Voice of China and is determined to become a musician. Current location. In the dormitory of Jiangdu University. This girl actually passed the blind audition of The Voice of China. It seems that she has a talent for singing. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Xian's sports car stops steadily at the gate of Jiangdu University. This sports car is so cool. What brand is it? I haven't seen it either. Is it made in China? What a bunch of ignorant fools. This is an imported Pagani. The cheapest one costs more than 20 million, and this is a limited edition. A sport car worth more than 20 million. This guy should be a second-generation rich man from a wealthy family. He looks pretty good too. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Many students gathered around the luxury sports car, pointing and talking. Under the excited gazes of many students around, the car door opened like butterfly wings. Yixian walked out from inside. Dazzling and unmatched, cool and handsome is unstoppable. All the students held their breath at this moment. Start. Chapter 33, Campus Life. Yixian took out his cell phone and dialed Du Yiming's number. After the ringing lasted a few times, Du Yiming answered the call. Hello, I'm Du Yiming. Who are you looking for? In the girls' dormitory of Jiangdu University, Du Yiming was putting on makeup. She saw an unfamiliar number on her cell phone and asked in a low voice after answering the call. I haven't seen you for several days. I'm at the gate of your school, come out. An evil smile appeared on Yixian's lips, and his words were full of dominance and irresistibility. After saying this, Yixian hung up the phone, but Du Yiming, who was putting on makeup, was stunned. Hearing that familiar voice again, that night unconsciously emerged in her mind. Du Yiming suddenly panicked, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Xiaomeng, what's wrong with you? Come and take a look at my clothes. Just when Du Yiming was distracted, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Today is Yuan's birthday, and many handsome guys in our class will be there. Isn't this dress too ladylike? A girl with long wavy hair walked around Du Yiming holding a green dress, but her eyes fell on the LV chiffon shirt on Du Yiming's bed. Jiawen, you're already beautiful enough and have so many suitors. We are about to graduate, and I have never had a boyfriend. Another short-haired girl in the dormitory also came over and complained with a dissatisfied look on her face. Am I considered beautiful? Xiaomeng is our school belle. Look at her clothes. They are all international brands. Shen Jiawen came to Du Yiming's bed, picked up the chiffon shirt, and compared it to herself, her eyes full of envy. Xiaomeng, you haven't told us yet. Who gave you these clothes? You rented a house outside a while ago. Did you meet some rich bachelor outside? The short-haired girl pulled a chair and sat down next to Du Yiming, asking with a gossipy look on her face. Du Yiming bit her lip and said nothing, but this aroused the curiosity of the two girls around her. I have something else to do today, so I may not be able to attend Yuan's birthday party. This is the gift I bought for you. Please deliver it to her on my behalf. Du Yiming opened the drawer of her desk and took out a small box that she had prepared in advance. Hey, we've lived together for 4 years, and you didn't even go to Yuan's birthday party. You usually live outside too. We're about to graduate, and we won't have many chances to get together. The girl with short hair frowned in dissatisfaction. Shun Jiawen, who was sitting on the bed, was moved. Looking at the blush on Du Yiming's cheeks that had not yet faded, she jokingly said, When Yuan left just now, you promised that you would definitely come. How come you became a different person after answering the phone? Tell us the truth. Was the person who called you just now your boyfriend? Oh, don't ask anymore. Du Yiming didn't want her affairs to be known by the people in the dormitory. After putting away the cosmetics, she said apologetically, Tell Yuan that I will treat you to a meal another day. Please help me bring the gifts. After saying that, Du Yiming took her bag and walked out of the dormitory quickly. Shun Jiawen and the short-haired girl looked at each other, smiled wickedly, changed clothes hurriedly, and went downstairs to catch up with Du Yiming. Yixian at the school gate had just finished smoking a cigarette. His smoking posture and every move were so handsome that they made many female students' hearts beat faster. Soon, he saw Yiming appear at the school gate, looking around. Du Yiming had originally planned to celebrate her roommate's birthday today, so she put on her makeup in advance. Plus, she was the campus belle of the music department, so she stood out at the busy school gate. When Du Yiming saw Yixian leaning on the sports car more than 20 meters away, he immediately lowered his head in panic and helplessness and walked towards him quickly. Dozens of students were watching Yixian's Pagani supercar. When they saw the beautiful Du Yiming suddenly approaching, everyone's eyes immediately fell on her. Isn't this the campus beauty from our school's music department? This rich second-generation guy driving a sports car seems to be waiting for her. A boy said enviously, Humph, you act like a pure and innocent girl at school all day long, but it turns out you were just pretending. Several girls pouted their lips in jealousy. These second-generation rich are really lucky. Just because they have money, they can pick up goddesses. Amidst a burst of discussions, Du Yimeng came to Yi Xian with her head down, but before she could say anything, footsteps were heard from behind, and two girls from the same dormitory walked over quickly. Wow, Xiaoming, you are really in love with a rich bachelor. A sports car like this? It must cost several million, right? Shun Jiawen was very excited. She didn't look at Yi Xian, but instead set her eyes on the sports car worth more than 20 million. Xiaoming, this is your boyfriend. He's very handsome. Hello, my name is Fong Qingqing, and I'm Xiaoming's roommate. The short-haired girl first looked at Yi Xian, then extended her slender little hand gracefully. Hello. Yi Xian nodded slightly and raised his hand to touch Fong Qingqing. You too. Why did you follow me here? Yuan is still waiting for you in the hotel. Du Yimeng didn't expect that her two best friends would follow her out, as she pouted and muttered softly. You're a guy who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. If we don't follow him out, how will we have the chance to meet this handsome guy? Shun Jiawen touched her long hair with a charming smile on her face and took the initiative to stand beside Yi Xian. Handsome guy, your car is so beautiful. Can you take me for a ride later? Shun Jiawen looked at him with a seductive look and even straightened her back deliberately. Shun Jiawen is very beautiful, not much different from the school belle Du Yimeng, but Yi Xian has no interest in such a woman who comes to him on her own initiative and treats her coldly. What's the point of going for a ride? Yuan is still waiting for us at the hotel. Today is her birthday. If the three of us don't go, how are we going to explain it to her later? Is it your friend's birthday today? Yi Xian frowned slightly and asked softly. Chapter 34. Support the little girl. Yeah, handsome boy, why don't you come with us? Xiaoming is so pretty and has many suitors. You're worried, right? Shun Jiawen is not a simple woman. On the surface, she is praising Du Yimeng for her beauty, but her real purpose is to remind Yi Xian that there are often boys around Du Yimeng. Tisk, that's incredible. A slight smile flashed across Yi Xian's lips, and he made a preliminary judgment on Shun Jiawen, a green tea girl. You are all wrong. I have nothing to do with him. Du Yimeng explained in a panic. At this time, Yi Xian put his arm around Du Yimeng's shoulders and said, Okay, it's just meeting a classmate, I agree. After saying that, Yi Xian got into the car. Du Yimeng. So domineering. She didn't know how to refuse. Yi Xian, silly girl, what are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Oh, Du Yimeng walked to the other side of the sports car and got in. She said shyly to Qingqing and the others, then let's go to the hotel first. See you later. The car door is closed. The sports car roared away. Fong Qingqing smiled with some envy and said, Xiaoming has a really good eye. Although that boy is not as handsome as a celebrity, he has a kind of indescribable temperament. I am fascinated by him. What's the big deal? He just drives a sports car. There are many rich young men from wealthy families in our school. Shun Jiawen was sour grapes because she couldn't eat them. There was a flash of jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Yi Xian didn't say a word to her just now. Shun Jiawen thought she was pretty and had a lot of suitors in school, but Yi Xian's attitude just now made her feel frustrated. The students who were watching all around also dispersed. Shun Jiawen and Fong Qingqing stopped the taxi and rushed towards the Hao Tai Hotel in the city center. Do you need to buy some gifts for your friends? Yi Xian, who was driving a sports car, suddenly grabbed Du Yimeng's little hand. No need. I've already bought her a gift. Du Yimeng was so flustered that she didn't dare to look at Yi Xian. Her hands were already sweating, just like a little white rabbit. Also, Mr. Yi Xian smiled evilly. You can't escape from my grasp anyway. Why don't you obey me? Du Yimeng. But when he arrived at the gate of the China World Trade Center in the city center, Yi Xian still stopped the car. Under Du Yimeng's puzzled gaze, Yi Xian took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to her. Go up and choose a gift. Looking at the bank card in her hand, Du Yimeng bit her lip and wanted to refuse, but Yi Xian gently pinched her cheek and said in an unquestionable tone, You are my woman. A cheap gift is too embarrassing. People will laugh at you. Then why don't you go shopping with me? Du Yimeng felt that she didn't have the courage to refuse Yi Xian. She raised her head and blinked her charming big eyes, her face full of curiosity. I don't know much about what women like. Du Yimeng, who was a little dazed, got out of the car with her bank card. Following Yi Xian's instructions, she took the elevator directly to the brand store upstairs. China World Trade Center is the most famous shopping place in Jiangdu. As long as you have money, you can buy any international brand here. Du Yiming walked into a Prada store nervously and chose a bracelet. More than 30,000 yuan. It was a very expensive luxury item, which made Du Yiming feel distressed. When she swiped the card, the salesperson behind the counter took a look at the bank card, was a little shocked, and asked politely in a low voice. This bank card is silver, and there's a lifelike dragon pattern on the front. With this bank card, one can overdraw a huge sum of 100 million yuan in any bank in China. People who usually use this kind of bank card are either rich or noble, and their net worth is at least hundreds of billions. After the checkout, the salesperson carefully packed the bracelet and respectfully escorted Du Yiming out of the store. The Haotai Hotel is not far from the China World Trade Center, and Yixian soon parked the car in front of the hotel gate. Two waiters in front of the hotel came up hurriedly. Yixian took out $200 bills and handed them the car keys. More than a dozen young people sitting in the hotel lobby stood up in unison when they saw Du Yiming walk in with her arm around a young man. These people are Du Yiming's classmates. There are 4 boys, and the rest are all beautiful girls dressed up gorgeously. Du Yiming came to them with Yi Xian shyly. Several girls immediately gathered around curiously. One of them, a beautiful lady in a purple dress, looked Yi Xian up and down curiously and pulled Du Yiming to her side and whispered, "Xiaomeng, who is this? He looks quite handsome. I haven't heard that you have had a boyfriend in school." The beautiful lady who was speaking was today's protagonist, Nie Yuanyuan, who was also Du Yiming's roommate for 4 years. "Hello, Omeyevuan," Yi Xian said indifferently. Du Mingyi handed over the gift. "This is your gift. I hope you like it." Looking at the Prada logo on the box, the other girls' eyes lit up. Most girls have no resistance to this kind of luxury goods. "Thank you, Xiaomeng." Nie Yuanyuan knew the value of Prada and was a little surprised. "I'm sorry for the expense. By the way, when did you meet him? I've never heard you mention it before." He wanted to explain that it was okay, but Yi Xian's domineering attitude made her statement pale and powerless. Start. Chapter 35. My business empire starts with music copyright. On the 18th floor of the hotel, there is a luxurious box. This box is more than 200 square meters in size, and the decoration inside is extremely exquisite. There's a handmade cashmere carpet under your feet and a set of imported leather sofas next to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The light gold wallpaper looks even more luxurious under the illumination of the huge crystal chandelier. There are crystal wine cabinets on both sides of the wall, and in the center of the box is a marble dining table that can accommodate 20 people. Haotai Hotel is quite famous in Jiangdu. A meal here costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. However, didn't seem to care much about it. She didn't even look at the menu. She just told the waiter beside her, "Serve all the special dishes, and then go downstairs to the wine cellar and get a few bottles of my dad's treasured red wine." It is obvious that Nie Yuanyuan is a girl from a wealthy family. Everyone sat down. Nie Yuanyuan and Du Yiming had a good relationship, so they sat next to each other. Yi Xian was asked to sit next to Du Yiming. However, what made Yi Xian a little unhappy was that Shun Jiaowen sat down on his right. "Everyone, you're welcome. Today is my birthday. Thank you for coming. After we finish our meal, we can go somewhere else to have fun." After the food was served, Nie Yuanyuan was the first to raise her glass, and everyone followed suit. However, Yi Xian noticed that Shun Jiaowen on his right was looking at him seductively, with her toes rubbing his calves intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Xian frowned slightly and put some distance between himself and Shun Jiaowen. "Yi Xian, you look very familiar to me, and I seem to have heard of your name somewhere." After finishing a glass of wine, everyone became familiar with each other. Nie Yuanyuan said as she poured the wine. "I also felt that this name was very familiar. I seem to have heard my dad mention it." A boy opposite also looked Yi Xian up and down and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Your dad? Doesn't your dad work for Ye's group?" "I remember now." Nie Yuanyuan was startled and couldn't help but exclaimed when she looked at Yi Xian, You are the chairman of Ye's group." His attitude suddenly became respectful and reserved. "Yes, the new chairman of Yi group is called Yi Xian." The boy opposite also shuddered and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. He remembered that he had seen the internal newspaper of Yi Group in his father's office, and there was a photo of Yi Xian on it. Exactly the same as the handsome guy in front of me. "Mr. Yi, my name is He Ming, and He Yifeng is my father." The boy came to Yi Xian stiffly and saluted respectfully. "He Yifeng, Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I remember him, the deputy director of the group's operations department. The entire box fell silent in an instant. Everyone was staring at Yi Xian, whose expression was calm, in shock. Shun Jiawen and several other girls' eyes began to light up. Everyone in Jiangdu has heard of the name of the Yi Group. It is a tycoon in the domestic business community and a leading real estate company with assets worth hundreds of billions. Although Du Yiming also thought that Yi Xian's identity was unusual, she had never taken the initiative to inquire about it. When she heard Ni Yuan and others say that Yi Xian was the chairman of Yi Group, Du Yimeng was stunned for a moment. Don't be so reserved. Here, I'm just Xiao Ming's friend, Yi Xian said with a smile. You're a little too low-key, aren't you? As the chairman of the Yi Group, your net worth must be hundreds of billions. Nie Yuan was still in shock. How many people in the country are there who are in their early 20s and have a net worth of over 100 billion? Saying that Yi Xian is a diamond bachelor is an understatement of his status. He is a standard diamond bachelor. After learning Yi Xian's true identity, everyone became a lot more nervous and restrained. Even speaking became cautious. Yi Xian also knew his identity, which put a lot of pressure on everyone. So after eating a few mouthfuls of food, he clapped his hands. Okay, Xiaoming and I have something to do, so we'll leave first. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Everyone said repeatedly. Mr. Yi, take care. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief only after Yi Xian took Du Yiming out of the box. Oh my god, this is so stressful. Yes, hundreds of billions, my little heart. It's a bit unbearable to sit in front of me. Everyone is still feeling scared. The car sped along. Yi Xian glanced at Du Yimeng, who was a little nervous, and stopped the car on the side of the road. Does my identity make you uneasy? Yi Xian stared at Du Yimeng and asked with interest. No. Du Yimeng didn't dare to look directly into Yi Xian's eyes and wanted to turn her head and look out the car window. Yi Wan chocolate. By the way, I heard that you have passed the blind audition of The Voice of China, right? Are you confident about the next competition? The competition is fierce. Being a musician is hard. Piracy is rampant now, and songs are all free online. If I can't sell my albums, I can't make any money. I've considered giving up before. Yi Xian laughed. I have an idea to take over the copyrights of all musicians. What do you think? Du Yimeng was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, isn't the Yi Group mainly engaged in real estate business? Are you going to transform and enter the entertainment industry? Yi Xian nodded. Transformation is inevitable. I am now considering which direction to develop in, but you just reminded me that copyright. Yi Xian thought of the Chinese side of the earth. The music copyrights and film and television copyrights were all pirated in the beginning, but later gradually became legitimate. This is a major trend. In this case, let's make music first. Chapter 36 starts with hoarding copyrights. Yi Xian slowed down the car, glanced outside, gently turned the steering wheel, and drove the car into the community. This community is obviously quite old. There's not even a street light inside, and the cement road is not very flat. But because it is close to Jiangdu University, there are often students in love who come here to rent houses. There are many hotel light boxes hanging above each building, and there are also many middle-aged women constantly soliciting business in the community. As graduation was approaching, Du Yiming moved out of the school dormitory half a month ago in order to have a quiet place to write her thesis. After participating in The Voice of China, she rarely went back. The Annies at the gate of the community saw a sports car slowly driving in and immediately gathered together to discuss. What kind of car is this? Have you seen it? It's a sports car, right? My grandson said this kind of car costs millions. People who drive this kind of car must be very rich. So why do they live in our neighborhood? Who knows? Maybe he has a mistress. Let's not say anything, or someone might overhear us. Yi Xian didn't take the comments of the Andes to heart. After turning off the car engine, he pushed open the door. I live in the building in front. Du Yimeng held her bag, looked at Yi Xian shyly, and lowered her head hurriedly. She originally thought that Yi Xian would drop her off at the roadside and then leave, but he drove the car into the residential area and got out of the car with her. Du Yimeng's face was filled with shyness, as she had already guessed what would happen next. I want to go up and sit down. Yi Xian came to Du Yimeng and put his arms around her waist. Du Yimeng, how can you be so domineering? She had unknowingly gotten used to Yi Xian's domineering attitude. She blushed and nodded slightly. and the two of them walked into the stairwell. Du Yimeng went up to the third floor in the dark, took out the key, and opened the door of a room at the end of the corridor. After turning on the light, she did not dare to look at Yi Xian, but bent down to help him take out his slippers. The next day, at around 8 o'clock in the morning, Du Yimeng was awakened by the ringing of the phone. She opened her sleepy eyes and turned around to see Yi Xian leaning against the head of the bed, yawning lazily. "I'll go to the company later today," Yi Xian whispered after answering the phone. He threw the phone casually on the table and gently pinched Du Yimeng's face with his right hand. "You have passed the blind audition of The Voice of China. You should be familiar with the instructor now, right? Well, our mentor is Lu Huan, a well-known Chinese musician. He is also a visiting professor at the Yanjing Conservatory of Music. He has a top status in the singer world." Leaning in Yi Xian's arms, Du Yimeng blinked her charming big eyes and nodded slightly. But she didn't know why Yi Xian, such a busy man, suddenly asked about his mentor. "Invite him out for dinner." "Oh, we're not trying to bribe my mentor, are you? I want to prove myself through my own strength." Du Yimeng misunderstood Yi Xian's meaning, bit her lip, and a hint of stubbornness flashed in her eyes. "It's just a simple meal, and by the way, talk about cooperation with your mentor. Don't think too much, little girl." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, pinched Du Yimeng's nose, and said unhappily, "Cooperation? You want to sponsor The Voice of China? Then you should contact the organizer." Du Yimeng didn't understand what Yi Xian was planning and frowned slightly. "You'll know tonight." Yi Xian didn't tell anyone his plan. He let go of Du Yimeng, who was like a little bird in his arms, and took the clothes next to him and put them on. After a simple breakfast, Yi Xian drove out of the community. After returning to the company, Yi Xian called Ning Nanshe into his office. "Chairman, are you looking for me?" Ning Nanshe, who was dressed in an office lady outfit, closed the door casually and walked to Yi Xian with her long legs. "I want to know if our company has made any investments in music, film, and television copyrights." Having just inherited such a large group, Yi Xian had been scheming with those shareholders for some time and was not very familiar with the company's business. Fortunately, Ning Nanshe was prepared and knew the projects that Ye's group had invested in recent years in detail. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Ning Nanshe thought for a moment and replied softly, "Our group has dabbled in film and television copyrights. As for the rest, the market piracy is too serious, and the group has not invested too much energy and money to expand this business." Yi Xian was delighted, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. The real estate industry is going downhill, and the Yi Group will have to transform sooner or later. Copyright is a good choice. Pull out 300 million yuan of funds to start a new company and acquire the copyrights of movies, TV shows, and music on the market. The more the better. If the funds are not enough, I will gradually add more. And there is no upper limit. In recent years, the Yi Group has invested in many commercial plazas across the country and built many large cinemas. It is one of the major cinema chains in the country. It is reasonable for it to acquire film and television copyrights. But what Ning Nanshe cannot understand is why Yi Xian has set his sights on the useless market of music copyrights. In this age of advanced internet, piracy is rampant in the market, and there is no such thing as paid music. What is copyright for? And even if you acquire the music copyright, if you find that it has been reprinted and pirated without permission, do you still have to sue each and every one of them? There are many mature music platforms on the market. Yi Xian wants to make money from copyright, but Ning Nanshe thinks it is almost impossible. Start. Chapter 37. You knowing my identity may not be a good thing. Chairman, the copyright market is a very complicated place. Do you want to reconsider it? 300 million yuan is nothing to the Yi Group, but the subsequent additional funds for the massive acquisition of music copyrights are an astronomical figure, and it is not certain whether they can make money. Just go and do it. Yi Xian slowly raised his head, his eyes deep, and an aura of a superior emanating from his body. Ning Nanshe was shocked and lowered her head quickly. After get-off work in the evening, Yi Xian drove to the Jiangdu TV station building where The Voice of China was held. After arriving, I called Du Yimeng first, but after the phone rang a few times, it was hung up directly. At this time, in the corridor in front of the China Voice studio on the 12th floor of the TV station, Du Yimeng was lowering her head with tears in her eyes, and her cell phone had been smashed. In front of Du Yimeng was a bald, middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in designer clothes from head to toe and had a gold chain around his neck. Standing behind Du Yimeng were two expressionless men in suits. Ms. Du, I'm inviting you to dinner because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. The middle-aged man touched his chin with his fat right hand, looking like a sex-hungry ghost. Mr. Lin, please respect yourself. I have something else to do. Du Yimeng was disgusted by Lin Wei's eyes and turned away. But the two men in suits behind her were blocking the way and had no intention of letting her go. I'm a sponsor of this year's The Voice of China. Miss Du, you should know what will happen if you offend me. Lin Wei threatened with a sneer. Du Yimeng was very clear about Lin Wei's identity. Many female students who participated in The Voice of China had been harassed by him. Ever since Du Yimeng passed the blind audition, Lin Wei has focused his attention on her. This is already the third time he has invited her to dinner. Boss Lin, what are you guys doing? Just when Du Yimeng didn't know what to do, a door next to her was pushed open, and a man wearing glasses and long hair walked out. This person is one of the mentors of The Voice of China, Lu Huan. Mr. Lu, I'd like to invite Miss Du to dinner. Have you finished recording the show? Do you want me to find someone to arrange a hotel for you? Lu Huan has a very high status in China's entertainment circle. Although Lin Wei has a special status, he is still polite when speaking to Lu Huan. Dinner? Xiao Meng, didn't you say you would take me to see? Lu Huan frowned in surprise, but before he could finish his words, the elevator door not far away opened and Yi Xian walked out slowly. After seeing Yi Xian, Du Yimeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked to Yi Xian's side. After seeing this scene, Lin Wei's face suddenly turned gloomy. Lu Huan was also a little embarrassed and turned around and went back into the lounge. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Wei in front of him, patted Du Yimeng in his arms, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Why didn't you answer my call?" "Boy, who are you?" Before Du Yimeng could say anything, Lin Weixian came up to Yi Xian and the others with two of his men. Name? Lin Wei. Age? 37. Net worth? $730 million. Chairman of Conway Group, sponsor of The Voice of China, is a lustful person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. In my mind, where did this brat come from? I've never heard that Du Yimeng has a boyfriend. Humph, I'm going to teach him a lesson later. Yi Xian had never heard of the Conway Group, and he usually didn't take a small character like Lin Wei seriously, but the other party's identity as a sponsor of The Voice of China caught Yi Xian's attention. No wonder this guy dared to take advantage of Du Yimeng. He thought that by sponsoring some money for advertising, he could also pick up girls at the same time. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Yi Xian's eyes gradually turned cold. I was asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Yi Xian holding Du Yimeng with one hand and seemingly ignoring his words, Lin Wei became furious and winked at his two men next to him. Two burly men in suits stepped forward and surrounded Yi Xian and the others. It may not be a good thing that you know my identity. Yi Xian ignored the two big men and responded slowly. Haha, you're really crazy. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Otherwise later. Lin Wei laughed wildly. After all, he had billions of dollars in assets, so there was no need for him to reveal his name when dealing with a young boy. But Yi Xian shook his head gently and said, I will also give you a piece of advice. Take your two men out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, even if you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, I will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Xian was not joking. To deal with such a blind guy, he didn't even need to do anything. He could bankrupt Lin Wei by just making a phone call. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Wei curled his lips in disdain. Just as he was about to ask his two bodyguards to take action, the elevator door next to him slowly opened and 4 or 5 people walked out. Yay, young Master Yi, why are you here? A dignified man wearing gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but tremble when he saw Yi Xian. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise. This man was the vice president of the business department of Yi Group. Yi Xian had met him several times when he was at work. Mr. Jin? You said he is... Mr. Yi? Several men who had walked out of the elevator also hurried over. Really? It's really Mr. Yi. I'll go find the station director right now. Mr. Yi, please go inside and sit down first. Boss Jin, why didn't you inform us first when Master Yi was coming? Yi Xian just glanced at them calmly, without saying anything, and his playful eyes moved back to Lin Wei in front of him. Chapter 38. I'll give you 3 days. I want his company to collapse. At this time, Lin Wei was already stunned, his whole body shaking like a sieve. His two bodyguards also lowered their heads unconsciously under Yi Xian's fierce momentum. Mr. Yi, Chairman, Our company has some cooperation with the TV station, but the contract has not been signed yet. Please take a look first. Seeing that Yi Xian had not spoken, President Jean quickly changed his words and respectfully called him chairman. Then he took a folder from the secretary beside him and handed it to Yi Xian. But Yi Xian still ignored his meaning and slowly walked to Lin Wei, raised his hand and patted his fat cheek, and asked with a smile, "Just now you said what would happen to me if I didn't leave." Thump. Lin Wei knelt on the ground with weak legs and replied, tremblingly, "Master Yi, I didn't recognize the real man, and I was blinded by greed just now. You must not bear grudge against me." He just heard it. "Master Yi, chairman, isn't that the chairman of a huge Yi group? This person is definitely someone who can call the wind and rain in Jiangdu. If he sneezes, an earthquake will occur in the whole Jiangdu." In other people's eyes, Lin Wei's assets of a few hundred million are just a few coins. Not to mention destroying his company. With just one word from Yi Xian, Lin Wei would go from being a billionaire to a beggar on the street in just a few days. The other people in the corridor were also stunned at this time, staring at Lin Wei, who was kneeling in front of them in amazement, too scared to breathe. "Weren't you very proud just now?" Yi Xian lowered his head and looked down at the trembling Lin Wei. His eyes gradually turned cold, and a powerful aura of a superior spread from his body. I don't know your identity, Master Yi. Master Yi, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again." Lin Wei regretted it so much that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize. However, Yi Xian will not let him go easily. "Chairman, what do you want me to do?" Seeing Yi Xian turning his head and glancing at him, President Jean hurriedly stepped forward, bent down, and asked respectfully, "I'll give you 3 days. I want his company to collapse." Yi Xian's voice sounded without a trace of emotion, and the people standing in the corridor were suddenly shocked, including Mr. Jean, who was stunned unconsciously. "Don't worry, Chairman. 3 days is enough." After coming to his senses, President Jean promised solemnly, with the strength of the Yi Group, it would be too easy to bring down a company. Without violating the law, they could contact the bank to collect the loan or contact Conway's partners to give them a few reminders. Kanghui Group's stock price would plummet, and it would immediately fall into a passive position. "Young Master Yi, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I kowtow to you." Lin Wei's face was pale, sweat was pouring down. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Compared to his arrogant look just now, he was completely a different person. "Get out." Yi Xian smiled coldly and took Du Yimeng into Lu Huan's lounge. Lu Huan in the lounge also heard the noise in the corridor. Seeing Yi Xian and Du Yimeng coming in, Lu Huan stood up hurriedly, and his 2 assistants also stepped aside. "Mr. Lu, I have heard of your name for a long time. Yimeng passed the audition and became your apprentice. I will trouble you to take care of her in the future." Yi Xian was still very friendly towards talented people. He took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with the flattered Lu Huan. "Well, Mr. Yi, you're too polite. Miss Du has a good foundation and definitely has the potential to be a singer." Lu Huan sat down on the sofa with Yi Xian again, and the assistant next to him hurriedly brought a few cups of coffee. "Mr. Lu, I came here mainly to talk to you about cooperation and to treat you to a simple meal. I wonder, do you have time?" "Cooperation? Mr. Yi, you must have misunderstood. I'm not a businessman. I've been employed by the Yanjing Conservatory of Music for many years, and I rarely accept endorsements." In the afternoon, Du Yimeng talked to Lu Huan and said that Yi Xian wanted to discuss some cooperation matters with him. Lu Huan was busy recording the program at that time and did not think too much about it. When meeting Yi Xian, Lu Huan was ready to reject him politely, but Yi Xian smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said, "Mr. Lu, don't rush to answer. How about we eat and talk at the same time?" Lu Huan nodded in agreement and walked out of the lounge with Yi Xian and Du Yimeng. In the corridor outside, Lin Wei was still kneeling on the ground. When he saw Yi Xian coming out, he hurriedly prepared to stand up and wanted to say a few more nice words in the hope of saving his company. But because he knelt for too long, his legs became numb, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him and took Du Yimeng, Lu Huan, and others to the elevator. Lin Wei, who was standing behind him, cried out with tears and snot, "Master Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. People like Lin Wei bully the weak and fear the strong. He wants to act arrogantly just because he has some money. He does not deserve sympathy at all." Lu Huan and Du Yimeng had no intention of asking for mercy for him. They followed Yi Xian to the parking lot downstairs and drove towards the Gumen Hotel in the city center. The Gumen Hotel is located in the most prosperous commercial district in the center of Jiangdu City. The 57-story building is a landmark building in Jiangdu. It covers an area of more than 200 acres and is adjacent to 2 central gardens. The environment is very good and the transportation is extremely convenient. To build such a hotel in the city center where every inch of land is valuable, the Yi Group spent more than 2 billion yuan, and this does not include the decoration inside the hotel. Those who can come here to consume are all well-known bigwigs in Jiangdu. The cheapest meal costs 5,000 yuan. To stay here for one night, an ordinary suite starts at tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Huan sat in the business car at the back and watched Yixin's sports car drive into the parking lot of the Gumen Hotel. He couldn't help but sighed secretly. I'm afraid I won't be too at ease eating this meal. Chapter 39, Rampant Piracy. An assistant on the co-pilot seat looked at the towering hotel building in front of him and exclaimed, Teacher Lu, it seems that Du Yimeng has a special relationship with Mr. Yi. He invited us here for dinner today to help Du Yimeng advance smoothly in the China voice competition, right? In this society, it is not uncommon for rich people to support a few celebrities. Yi Xian is worth a lot of money, and Du Yimeng is good-looking. In order to make Du Yimeng famous, it is normal to spend tens of millions to bribe the tutor. The assistant driving the car smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I don't think it's that simple. Didn't young Master Yi say he wanted to discuss cooperation? He should be asking Teacher Lu to be his image spokesperson. Don't make wild guesses. Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. Let's see what young Master Yi has planned. After the car stopped, Yi Xian took out his cell phone and sent a text message to his secretary named Manhua, asking her to arrange a VIP box on the top floor of the German hotel. After Lu Huan and his 2 assistants got out of the car, Yi Xian opened the door. After entering the hotel, Yi Xian led a group of people straight to the elevator entrance. After reaching the top floor, the elevator door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit who looked very gentlemanly hurried up to greet them. Chairman, the box is ready for you. The top floor of the hotel is a viewing restaurant. Although it is quite large, it only has 10 private rooms in total. And if you want to dine here, you must make a reservation 3 days in advance, and the box fee alone starts at 100,000. In a huge restaurant, in addition to the middle-aged man at the elevator entrance, there were 5 chefs wearing tall hats standing by the dining cart not far away. Yi Xian looked around, nodded slightly, and followed the middle-aged man to the best private room. Pushing open the door of the box, Lu Huan and his 2 assistants couldn't help but be stunned. Du Yimeng opened his mouth in surprise. Only Yi Xian remained calm, with a satisfied smile on his face. Although there is not much decoration in this box, the 3 walls have been replaced with tempered glass, and the top and feet are also transparent. Eating here is like sitting on the clouds, and the whole view of the city center of Jiangdu is unobstructed. After everyone sat down, the middle-aged man politely handed everyone a menu and spent 2 or 3 minutes ordering dishes. Then Yi Xian instructed, You can leave after the dishes are ready. The restaurant on the top floor is not open to the public today, and no one is allowed to come up. The middle-aged man was startled and nodded in agreement hurriedly. The wine is good, a 20-year-old fine vintage, and the food is also good at the 3-star Michelin standard. After the door of the box was closed, Lu Huan, who was sitting opposite Yi Xian, seemed a little nervous. He laughed dryly and said, Mr. Yi, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss? Let's get straight to the point. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat this meal in peace. Yi Xian smiled, but did not answer. He just glanced at the assistants sitting on both sides of Lu Huan. Lu Huan was also a smart man. He immediately understood what Yi Xian meant and assured him solemnly, Don't worry, Mr. Yi. They have been with me for more than 10 years. I can trust them. Well, what I want to talk to Mr. Lu about is the copyright issue of original songs. Yi Xian took a sip of red wine and said very directly. Lu Huan was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Yi Xian meant. He frowned and replied, Which song's copyright are you talking about, Mr. Yi? Copyright to all songs. Lu Huan took a deep breath, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nowadays, the musicians who really create music can't compare to those big stars who often appear on TV. Piracy is rampant in the market. The songs that musicians have worked hard for months to create are pirated and downloaded. All music platforms have never thought of buying copyrights from us. They're all pirated. It's very rampant. Liu Huan started composing music when he was young, and he knew well the hard work of musicians. He sighed, raised his head, and drank the wine in the glass, with helplessness on his face. A musician's album contains more than 10 songs, which may have taken him a year or two to create, and it only sells for more than 30 or 50 yuan. But there are too many pirated copies on the market, and all the online music platforms are pirated, which indirectly encourages the arrogance of pirates. The original musicians suffer. The money they earn from an album is not even as much as the pay of those big stars for an episode of TV. Yi Xian, so I asked Mr. Liu to come here just to use your influence to contact those original musicians, acquire their song copyrights, and even help them protect their rights. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Liu Huan's right hand, which was about to raise the glass, trembled unconsciously. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. For a moment, the whole box became quiet. There are too many pirated products on the market. Mr. Yi, aren't you afraid of losing money by doing business like this? After a long while, Liu Huan came back to his senses, stared at Yi Xian with a serious face, and asked, "How many songs are there in the market? How much does a song cost?" As the saying goes, there is no business without fraud. What exactly does Yi Xian want to do by purchasing so many copyrights? These are the questions that Liu Huan was wondering about. But Yi Xian's words just now, helping original singers to defend their rights, completely touched Liu Huan's heart. Chapter 40, Music Copyright is just a small basic project. Liu Huan has a great influence in the Chinese music circle. After being hired by the Yanjing Conservatory of Music, he has also trained many singers. If Yi Xian can really help them solve the copyright problem, Liu Huan doesn't mind being a middleman. Compensation? I haven't thought about it. Besides, this business is a sure win. Not only do I want to make money, but I also want those original singers to make money. Yi Xian really confused Liu Huan. Although he didn't know how to do business, the initial investment in acquiring copyrights would be an astronomical figure. Even if Yi Xian has huge financial support, Liu Huan doesn't think he has the ability to eat this fat meat. Mr. Liu, can you tell me about your plan first? Liu Huan asked softly after thinking for a long time. The current market is flooded with piracy, and a large part of the reason is that those music platforms are not doing anything. They're even taking profits from the original singers. Mr. Liu, you can't deny this, right? Seeing Liu Huan nodded, Yi Xian smiled and continued. What I want to do is actually very simple. I will integrate the music market and develop a new music platform, and it will be paid listening. No private downloading is allowed. Of course, we have to do it step by step. It can't be done overnight. I can also help you set up a rights protection organization to help you fight lawsuits to protect your rights. As long as these can be done well, the interests of the original singers will be guaranteed. Liu Huan's eyes lit up, and his two assistants and Du Yimeng were also staring at Yi Xian in shock. The box fell into silence again. It actually took a wave of piracy to reverse the trend in the music market. Great spirit. Great. Although Mr. Yi is young, he is so ambitious and courageous. I, Liu Huan, am impressed. At this moment, Liu Huan couldn't help but be impressed by Yi Xian's courage. Yi Xian's real goal is to control the entire music market. Copyright is just a sword in his hand to combat piracy and eliminate competitors. In the future, Yi Xian will successively develop live broadcast platforms, Kuaishou and Douyin short video platforms, and music copyright will become extremely important at that time. So, will Mr. Liu agree to me? Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Well, I, Liu Huan, have some influence in the music industry. Mr. Yi is willing to protect the rights of our original singers, so I must help him. Protecting the interests of original singers, cracking down on piracy, and regulating the music market are exactly what Liu Huan has been thinking about. Even if Yi Xian doesn't give him any benefits, Liu Huan will agree to his request for cooperation. The meal was very pleasant. When leaving the box, Liu Huan was already a little drunk. While in the elevator, Yi Xian stuffed a check into his pocket. After going downstairs, he asked the waiter to prepare a room for the three of them in the hotel. Early the next morning, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep and glanced at Du Yimeng, who was still snoring beside him. Yi Xian did not wake her up. He put on his pajamas and opened the bedroom door. Young master, Miss Ning arrived early in the morning and is waiting in the study. Uncle Fu stood at the door and handed Yi Xian a soaked towel. Yi Xian nodded and went into the study. Ning Nansher, who was reading some documents on the sofa, stood up hurriedly. How's the matter going? Yixin sat down on a large boss chair, holding his chin, and asked with a smile. It's all done. Here's the investment project information of the group in recent years that you requested. The new company can be listed at any time. As for the name, Yixin casually flipped through the information on the table and said nonchalantly, let's call it YY Entertainment. This name is the capital letter of the word Yi. Having inherited Yi Xiaorong's group, Yi Xian is ready to create greater glory, and the entertainment industry is his first step. Yesterday, Lu Huan and I discussed the acquisition of copyrights. He is staying at the German hotel. You go and talk to him this morning. This project must be kept confidential. In addition, you help me recruit some elite network technology developers and support them with high salaries first. Ning Nansher didn't know what Yixian's plan was, but she didn't dare to ask more. She nodded and took his words deeply into her heart. After a simple breakfast, Yixian spent the whole morning writing a plan and handed it to Ning Nansher. The plan was so detailed that Ning Nansher was shocked and horrified. Yixian stared at the dazed Ning Nansher with a smile on his face and asked, "What's wrong? Tell me what you think." Ning Nansher came back to her senses, shook her head, and said, I didn't expect that you, the chairman, had such a long-term plan. I didn't expect that you had. You didn't expect that I had such big ambitions, right? Yixian came to the window and looked at the clouds rolling outside. In this plan, Yixian completely copied the original business model on Earth. He used music copyright as a breakthrough, first creating a music platform, then live interactive software, and then launched a TikTok-type short video platform that was very popular on Earth. Each of these projects is a super project with a market value of tens of billions. Music copyright is just a small project. Ye's real estate is already old and declining. It may seem prosperous, but it is actually in danger. Yixian wants to build a larger business empire. The glory that belongs to him has long been his own. Moreover, this is just his initial plan. Ning Nansher looked at Yixian, who was full of majesty and leadership charm, and suddenly an idea arose in her mind. I'm afraid the chairman will soon be the richest man in the country. Star, Chapter 4110 Million Songs, copyright acquired. 10 days later, Ning Nansher finally brought back good news. Nearly 40% of China's original singers signed contracts with YY Entertainment. In order to prevent their works from being pirated and to ensure their future interests, these singers took the initiative to lower their copyright fees, helping Yixian save a lot of money. Afterwards, YY Entertainment Company waived huge sums of money and spent a full $2.5 billion to acquire digital music and other copyrights of nearly 10 million original songs across the country, which accounted for more than 30% of the market. If some time passes, the copyrights of these songs will definitely appreciate to tens of billions. The name of YY Entertainment has spread throughout the music industry. Many people are trying to figure out the background of the company's boss. Although some music platform bosses have also received the news, they're still waiting and watching. Next, Yixian made another big move. YY Entertainment announced the establishment of a rights protection department, hired hundreds of elite lawyers at high salaries, and sent lawyers' letters to those music platforms that are still reprinting and playing songs whose copyrights have been acquired. For a moment, the entire music industry seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and many news media began to report on this major news that was enough to change the rules of the music industry. For a time, a wave of discussion about genuine and pirated products swept the internet. In the southern suburbs of Shanghai, in a well-known club called Xianglanhai, more than a dozen bosses in suits and ties were chatting together. These people are all giants in the music industry, and several of them are chairmen of well-known Chinese music platforms. But everyone looked unhappy, smoking cigars silently, and the atmosphere in the box seemed a bit depressing. Old Lou, how's the situation over there? A middle-aged man raised his head, glanced at the person sitting on the sofa opposite, and asked in a deep voice, I've received more than 10 lawyers' letters in the past 2 days. The negative reputation of the platform for pirating music has spread, and the traffic has plummeted. If things continue like this, the advertising fees for the next quarter will have to be reduced by at least half. Both of them are in the business of running music platforms, earning at least 1 billion yuan a year from advertising fees. Now that the copyrights of their original songs have been acquired by YY Entertainment, the number of plays has dropped by nearly 30%, and the former rivals have become brothers in distress. You guys are still lucky. My USU music platform is going to close down soon. Damn YY Entertainment. They actually played the trick on us. Who knows the background of their boss? Alas, you guys who run music platforms still have your old foundation to support you. But two of my pirated factories in the South have already closed down. The CEO of YY Entertainment is really ruthless. Someone brought the police directly to my factory. The man who was speaking was the boss of a pirated disc business. Before the copyright market was not regulated, he could earn at least tens of millions every year. But now YY Entertainment Company was buying up copyrights on a large scale, which directly pushed him into a dead end. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. YY Entertainment's series of actions were so swift that these people didn't even have time to react. Many bosses are also considering whether to copy the business model of acquiring copyrights, but they are unwilling to spend so much money to acquire copyrights. They are extremely depressed and indecisive. Moreover, the price of music copyright has increased significantly recently due to the actions of YY Entertainment. Stop arguing. YY Entertainment wants to break the industry rules and control the entire music market. Does it have so much money? Each of you is worth more than 1 billion yuan. Are you so upset just because you lost such a small amount of money? An old man in his 50s stood up, picked up his walking stick, and knocked hard on the marble coffee table a few times. Everyone turned their eyes to him. The old man cleared his throat and continued. We are all businessmen. There's so many copyrights on the market. No matter how big YY Entertainment's appetite is, it is impossible for it to swallow up the whole cake. Mr. Xiao, do you mean drag it on? Yes, let's just hold him back and wait until YY Entertainment runs out of funds. Then we'll see what he does. With so many of us, we can afford to delay him. The old man who spoke was very prestigious, and everyone was willing to listen to his advice. But what these people did not expect was that a month later, the first ones to be dragged to death were themselves. 1 month later, Hotel Gammon, a meeting of senior management of Yi Group, was held. The conference hall on the middle floor of the hotel, which could accommodate more than 300 people, was packed. Everyone present here holds the position of director, general assistant, or above. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xian, dressed in a neat suit, walked into the conference room with Ning Nansher. More than 300 senior employees fell silent. Yi Xian walked up to the front platform and casually placed a prepared folder on the table in front of him. Please sit down. Most of you here probably haven't actually seen me, right? Yi Xian's eyes roughly swept across the conference hall. The whole person exuded the majestic aura of a superior. Many senior executives were shocked. What an amazing power, even stronger than the old chairman. Think about it again. The new chairman had just taken office and had used a series of powerful tactics to directly fire several senior executives. And then he had the upper hand in front of the shareholder alliance, making all the shareholders embarrassed, and it was rumored that the major shareholder Jiang Jinqiu was killed by the new chairman. Taking all these into consideration, this new chairman is definitely not a good person. Thinking of this, all the senior executives sat up straight, and their expressions became much more serious. Chapter 42, Group High-Level Meeting sets the tone. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the respect shown to him by many senior executives. When it comes to acquiring copyrights, most people do not yet understand how to use copyrights to make profits. It's too troublesome to explain. There is even the possibility of a leak. It is better to give direct orders yourself and let your employees do the work, which is easier to execute. In a dull atmosphere, he slowly opened his mouth to introduce, I believe everyone has heard about the new YY cultural communication company of our group spending 1 billion to acquire music copyrights. It consumed 1 billion funds and acquired the copyrights of 15 million music works, which is close to 50% of the market share of music copyrights on the market. The acquisition of so many music copyrights is not to keep them at home. Halfway through his speech, he was interrupted by a low humming sound from the top, forcing him to stop explaining. No way. Piracy is rampant these days. There is absolutely no profit in holding music copyrights, and they're cheaper than cabbages on the street. Without listening carefully, Yi Xian knew what the top management was surprised about. They will definitely make comments like prodigal son or uninformed. Quiet. He didn't have time to explain to the top management how to use music copyrights to create profit points. He knocked on the table to keep everyone quiet. Then he continued to assign tasks. The most urgent task is to recruit talents for website construction and music platform management. This matter will be handed over to the Human Resources Department. Talent is always the primary productive force. Hearing the chairman's call, the HR director stood up and said, "Chairman, the average annual salary for talents in website construction and music platform management is around 80,000 yuan. How much annual salary should we offer? Your grandma's legs." The human resources director doesn't even know how much to pay to poach people. Yixin didn't know whether this trend was left by the old man, so he didn't want to get angry on the spot. After a brief thought, he gave the order. Leading talents with a good reputation in the industry will be offered an annual salary of 1 million directly. The general annual salary is set at 100,000. For music producers and music platform management talents, the salary will be around 150,000 and will gradually increase as the years of service increase. Of course, if the money is high, then the elimination mechanism will definitely be stricter. I definitely won't pay a high salary to keep useless people. Yi Xian intended to monopolize the copyright business, so he was willing to pay money to monopolize the talents. Get the top talents to your own team, and others can only watch helplessly. As he set the price for poaching people, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became tense. The quail suddenly turned into a groundhog. Everyone stood straight and wore a necktie, showing their spirit. They all expressed the same thought. The new chairman is very generous, so isn't it time to give us a raise? He raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet and then continued to assign tasks. Our recruitment campaign this time is a big one. If we rely solely on the human resources department, the efficiency will be too low. Therefore, I have decided that all senior executives of the group can participate in the recruitment campaign. If we recruit music professionals, I will ask the human resources department to formulate a reward plan to ensure the smooth progress of the recruitment. Money makes the world go round. Under the temptation of huge rewards, the enthusiasm of senior management was fully mobilized. One task after another was announced, and corresponding reward plans were formulated, which gave a strong boost to the top management of the newly established E Group. As soon as the meeting was over, I couldn't wait to run out and contact familiar relevant talents. Chickens look for ducks, and fish look for shrimps. Human beings are very realistic animals. No matter what type of person you are, you will always deal with people at the same level. The senior executives of Ye's company usually interact with high-end management talents in their social activities. After asking around, they soon contacted senior executives from major music platforms. Even experienced music producers cannot escape its clutches. Given the evil tactics Yi Xian had previously displayed in the shareholder confrontation, when the company was planning its large-scale online music business, the group's senior executives and small shareholders kept criticizing it in private, but no one dared to refute it in person. I just like to see you guys hate me, but can't get rid of me. After taking a look at the ugly faces of several shareholder directors, Yi Xian dissolved the group executive meeting and rushed to a small meeting at YY Culture Communication Company. If you have money, you can recruit top talent. How to make full use of these talents and create fixed profit points is a test of business acumen. Yi Xian's method is to learn from the successful experience on Earth. Membership fees, concert promotions, fan interactions, chart competitions, and other methods launched by major music platforms around the world are all within his arrangement sequence. What impressed Yi Xian the most were the fan comments on NetEase Cloud Music. Although the number of copyrights on this platform was less than half of that on Tencent's platform, the comments were stronger than those on Tencent's platform. This has become one of its selling points. One idea after another was listed, except for the major future projects such as live streaming and short videos, which left the new employees of YY Cultural Communication Company dumbfounded. There were little stars in her eyes when she looked at the boss, full of enthusiasm. Chapter 43 takes the lead in calling for strengthening intellectual property protection in China. If we want to make money from our copyright, our legal team must do something amazing and sweep those pirated websites and pirated disc manufacturers into the garbage of history. Don't pity those shameful pirates. Not only will we knock them to the ground, we will also step on their rotten corpses. Yi Xian waved his hands to cheer up the legal team. Ever since they busted up some pirated music websites and pirated CD manufacturers, these guys have become a little too complacent. It's not enough. If we want music copyright to create real value, we must eradicate piracy. Only by raising the cost of breaking the law to a terrifying level can the value of the copyrights bought out by YY Culture Communication Company be infinitely increased. The head of the legal department pushed up his glasses, stood up excitedly, and promised. Reporting to the chairman, we must continue to work hard to eliminate those cockroaches and rats, both physically and mentally. That's right. Yixin smiled and raised his hand to motion him to sit down. But he said to the acquisition team, we have currently acquired the copyrights of 15 million songs. Do you think that is enough? Do you think it's great that we have 50% of the total copyrights? The head of the team, in charge of acquisitions, swallowed hard. He didn't know how to answer. Frankly speaking, acquiring the copyrights of 15 million songs for only 1 billion is indeed an amazing achievement. If intellectual property protection were stronger, YY Culture Communication Company can live off its success for the rest of its life with just 50% of the music copyrights. However, the head of the acquisition team saw anger in the boss's eyes. Be good. Does the boss really want to monopolize the intellectual property rights of most of the music? After an impossible thought came to his mind, he became more and more certain of his boss's ambition. He quickly stood up and apologized for the complacency that had just emerged in the team. No, we want to get more intellectual property rights. Listening to the roar of the acquisition team, Yixin nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you are not satisfied. Then I'll give you a task. Next, start acquiring the copyright of music works. We don't just want to acquire the copyright of film and television works. Of course, there are deeper ideas, but Yixin doesn't need to explain them one by one to the management. They just need to carry out their plans well. The newly formed YY Culture Company does not have as many small factions as the Yi Group, and the working atmosphere is very good. Every task arranged by Yixin was carried out extremely effectively. He was like a painter facing a blank canvas, freely painting and splashing ink to outline the prototype of his entertainment empire. There's a bit too much chicken blood. As the meeting progressed, the tip of the iceberg of one huge plan after another was revealed. The management attending the meeting turned into hungry wolves. I can't wait to end the meeting and rush out of the conference room to complete my respective tasks. Personally participate in the process of creating an entertainment empire. None of the elites who can make it to the management level are fools. They all understood that if the boss's ambitions were realized one by one, any branch would become a hotkey link in the entertainment industry. And now is the last time to catch the train to the future entertainment empire. If you don't work hard now, when will you? The meeting achieved its desired purpose, and Yixin announced the adjournment amid the employees' thunderous applause and admiring eyes. After returning to the office, he instructed Ning Nansher, help me contact a heavyweight interview, then find more internet trolls and media, and start promoting the importance of intellectual property protection in all aspects. Think about some of the biggest internet names on Earth. For example, Jack Ma, Lei Jun. The vast majority of them use their celebrity status to build an image for their business, gather fans, and lead consumption. In fact, the means are very simple. It is nothing more than using personal image and brand image to bundle them together. But it is useful and effective. After the meeting, YY Entertainment launched a new round of offensive with punches and kicks. First of all, in terms of film and television copyrights, we have begun to spend a lot of money on acquisitions, with considerable results. He spent more than $1 billion to buy nearly 20% of the film and television drama copyrights on the market, and all of them were of relatively high quality. Then the legal team did not stop there, bringing one copyright-infringing pirate after another to the dock and demanding staggering amounts of compensation. The most miserable situation is that of a pirated disc producer in a small coastal village. The person has been sent to prison and is facing compensation for economic losses worth 300 million yuan. Online media, traditional media, and online forums were awakened by the sudden emergence of numerous intellectual property compensation cases. They have begun to discuss the importance of protecting intellectual property rights. Some senior music producers and singers also spoke out to support the copyright protection war launched by YY Culture Communication Company. He also expressed his admiration for Chairman Yi from afar. We hope that Chairman Yi and YY Culture will continue to work hard for the cause of intellectual property protection, and they will cheer for it. Some heavyweight national publications have also gradually expressed their views, calling for stronger support for the protection of intellectual property rights. The smarter guys have foreseen the end of pirates and are beginning to hesitate whether to bet on the copyright of the music. Chapter 44. One step slower, the whole game is lost. A golf course in Shanghai. A middle-aged man with a slight beard belly swung and hit the ball. He is Peng Yuan, the boss of Jukum Music. Juku Music occupies more than 20% of the market in the digital music playback market and is also considered one of the old music platforms. He looked at the ball going away and said with a smile, "Boss Ma, I think it's time to plan for music copyrights. Mr. Yi from YY Culture has made a good start for us." Mr. Ma is an elegant middle-aged man. He is the chairman of USUN Music, which occupies 32% of the national digital music market. President Ma looked at the ball flying away and said with a curled lip, "What's the point of acquiring so many copyrights? As long as our online streaming platform remains stable, all his efforts will be turned into ashes. How dare he sue my online music platform in court and demand 1 billion yuan in compensation? It's really outrageous. I have the money to drag out the lawsuit with him. Let's see who can afford it." Pang Yuan, who had a beer belly, waved his hand to dismiss the caddy behind him and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi is right to do this." Now, the media overwhelmingly supports intellectual property protection, and we have no room for resistance. Instead of making a meaningless resistance, it is better to turn around and board the ship of intellectual property protection. We can also become protectors of intellectual property rights. Anyway, there are only 3 of us who dominate the online streaming platform in the country. After we implement the charging system, we will not have to worry about no one paying for it. The top 3 music platforms, Qianqianting, USUN, and Juku, occupy 80% of the digital music market. No. Mr. Ma waved his golf club in frustration and said, "You want me to pay 1 billion just for the copyright of some music? My online music streaming platform has not yet made 1 billion in advertising revenue. Unless Mr. Yi withdraws the compensation conditions, I will continue to pirate products and see what he can do to me. Isn't it just a lawsuit? I will stick with you till the end." Although Mr. Ma spoke sternly, his heart was beating fast. The court wouldn't really order 1 billion in compensation, would it? That's a big loss to Grandma's family. Beer Belly patiently advised, "Boss Ma, don't get angry. This matter still requires our 2 families to jointly exert pressure." The man surnamed Yi only has the copyright, but no online streaming platform. Together with Mr. Xiao, we occupy most of the digital music platform. If we work together to put pressure on him, we may be able to force him to withdraw his claim and allow us to play the legitimate music. Pang Yuan, who has a beer belly, spotted Yi Xian's weakness of not having an online streaming platform and wanted to join forces with President Ma to put pressure on him. Not only does he want the legal team to withdraw the lawsuit for compensation, he also wants to enjoy the copyright of the music for free. The monopoly advantage of the broadcasting platform has been utilized to the extreme. As far as he knows, as long as there are 3 monopolistic equalizers, musicians and music copyright owners will basically have no say. No matter how great a piece of music is, without a platform to showcase it, it is just a pile of waste. Even the best wine needs to be hidden in a crowded alley. The principles that have been passed down from ancient times to the present are still quite useful. Okay, then let's ask Mr. Xiao and the others to come out and discuss the issue of applying pressure. In the evening, still at the Xianglanhai Club, the luxurious box was silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Mr. Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat. Mr. Xiao, the founder of Qianqian Listening to Music Software, his Qianqian Listening to Music Software should be regarded as the earliest music platform developed in China. It has controlled more than 30% of the market share over the years. Mr. Xiao, please say something. We can't afford to delay any longer. Mr. Ma looked anxious with his brows tightly furrowed. Everyone present looked at him sideways. Even during the financial crisis a few years ago, they had never seen Mr. Ma so anxious. Everyone had originally thought of using the money earned in the past few years to bring down YY Entertainment, but now it seems that Yi Xian has no intention of stopping acquiring copyrights. And they have also extended their hands into the film and television industry. What made them even more nervous was that Yi Xian's YY Entertainment Company was actually already planning to build a music platform. They are waiving large sums of money to recruit technical talents from major internet companies. But the market is so small that they will certainly not agree if Yi Xian interferes and wants to share the cake. Mr. Xiao, the people at YY Entertainment have been acting like mad dogs these days. I've already received several lawyers' letters, and those original singers have also said they want to appeal. Mr. Xiao, you have to come up with a solution as soon as possible. You're still lucky. Lao Xiao has been arrested. I'm also preparing to immigrate these days. Yi Xian came prepared. We can't afford to delay. Besides, the copyright issue has been widely reported on the internet, and has attracted the attention of relevant parties. Mr. Xiao, Yi Xian wants to monopolize this cake. We can't just sit there and wait for death. I have also ordered my subordinates to start purchasing the copyright. Everyone was talking, and the noisy voices spread out in an instant. But old Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat, said nothing, with a worried look on his face. He did not expect Yi Xian to act so quickly. Now YY Entertainment has acquired more than 50% of the copyrights on the market. We are already a big step behind them. General Xiao put down the teacup in his hand, his words filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Everyone present here is a big shot in the music industry, controlling 70% of the music streaming platforms on the internet. After so many years of ups and downs in the business world, who among them is not a shrewd old fox? If you're a step slower, you will lose everything. They all underestimated Yi Xian's YY Entertainment Company at the beginning, and were so careless that they were so passive. By the time they reacted, Yi Xian had already occupied most of the copyright market. Chapter 45, Seniors? Sorry, you are not worthy, Peng Yuan said at this time. In fact, we still have a chance. YY Entertainment is planning to build a music platform. Old Xiao raised his eyebrows and understood what Peng Yuan meant. Yi Xian, a rising star, is determined to use the copyright in his hands to get a piece of the pie. Since he cannot keep this piece of cake, the best option is to compromise. Share this market with YY Entertainment through cooperation. Boss Peng, are you saying that we should go discuss cooperation with Yi Xian? That's right. If we don't want to give up this market, cooperation is our best choice. Yi Xian has just started to build a music platform, so we still have a chance. I think we all need to go to Jiangdu. As long as we are willing to lower our attitude, Yi Xian should not refuse. Okay, I agree. Mr. Xiao felt a little unwilling, but he had no choice now. The number of downloads of his Chantian music app has continued to decline in the past few days. No one wants to see the cake in his hand being snatched away by outsiders. Old Xiao continued, one more thing. Privately, we also have to speed up the pace of acquiring copyrights. Not only music copyrights, but also film and television copyrights. We must not let Yi Xian get ahead of us again. 3 days later, Yi Xian was in the office looking at the manuscript that Ning Nansher had prepared in advance for the interview program, when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Chairman, some big names in the music industry have come to Jiangdu and said they want to meet you and have a quick meal. Big shot. Who is it? Yi Xian leaned back in his chair, a slight smile on his face. Xiao, the founder of Chantian Music App. Ma, the chairman of Yueshuan Group. Peng, the chairman of Kujiu Music Platform. Ning Nansher read out a long list of names, but the smile on Yi Xian's face became more and more. Well, it would be nice to meet. Let's set the location at the German hotel. I'll go there after get off work. Yi Xian gave a casual instruction, hung up the phone, stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. So many big shots came to Jiangdu just to have a simple meal with me. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Humph, you old foxes, I want to see what tricks you can play. When it was almost time to get off work in the evening, Yi Xian received a call from Ning Nansher, saying that everyone had arrived at the German hotel and wanted to ask when Yi Xian would come over. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave them alone for a while. In negotiations, one must take the initiative. Yi Xian plans to give them a head start." 2 hours later, Yi Xian's car just arrived downstairs at the German hotel. He took the elevator to the top floor. Before Yi Xian went in, he heard bursts of verbal abuse coming from the box. This Yi Xian is really a bit of a jerk. We've been here for 2 hours, and he still hasn't shown up. Are we really giving him face? Mr. Xiao, I don't think Yi Xian is sincere at all. Let's stop trying to please him. I think we shouldn't have come to Jiangdu. Ning Nansher, who was standing outside the box, had a bitter look on her face. She looked at Yi Xian, who had a calm expression beside her, and lowered her voice and said, "Chairman, do you think we should wait until they calm down before going in? No, let the chef go first. They are not here to eat with me. Just send a few bottles of red wine." Yi Xian gave a casual order and raised his hand to push open the door of the box. The dozen or so people in the box who were cursing loudly and impatiently shut their mouths when they saw Yi Xian coming in. Old Xiao also stood up and came to Yi Xian, tremblingly leaning on a cane. "Mr. Yi, I have long heard of your name. My humble name is Xiao Yitian." But Yi Xian just smiled and nodded at him, with no intention of shaking hands. A hint of anger flashed across Xiao Yitian's face. He withdrew his arm and stood aside. while Yixian walked straight to the main seat in the box. Name, Xiao Etian. Age, 75. Net worth, 23.7 billion. Chairman of Juku Group, started his business at the age of 35, starting from selling household appliances. After earning his first pot of gold, he invested in Shangtian Culture Media Group in Hong Kong Island and founded Yunhui Records. He signed famous singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan and founded Yunhui Records. He dissolved the company 13 years ago and cashed out 15.3 billion. He then hired foreign network technology developers at a high price and founded Chantian Listening to Song Software. Xiao Etian's information appeared in Yixian's mind. While admiring his rich experience, Yixian secretly complained, "This old guy is really a shrewd investor." More than 10 years ago, his net worth exceeded 10 billion. Unfortunately, his assets are only more than 20 billion now, and he has not made much progress. Yixian didn't say anything. The box was silent, and Xiao Etian sat back in his chair. Juku Pangyuan was the most tactful among these people. He gave a dry laugh and took the initiative to step forward to pour a cup of tea for Yixian and then briefly introduce the others. Yixian's smiling eyes swept across the faces of these people one by one, squinting his eyes and slowly said, "Didn't everyone enjoy cursing just now? Keep going." Everyone looked at each other, with embarrassment showing on their faces. Pang Yuan laughed dryly and explained hurriedly, "Mr. Yi, we didn't come to Jiangdu to chat. Oh, you all should have received a lawyer's letter from our YY company. Did you come here to discuss compensation with me?" Mr. Xiao and the others looked more embarrassed than each other. Mr. Ma, who was sitting opposite Yixian, stood up immediately. "Mr. Yi, we have worked in the business world for so many years, and I should at least be considered your predecessors." "Senior? Mr. Ma, are you kidding me? Everyone here is a business elite worth tens of billions. But when it comes to the word senior, I'm sorry, you are not worthy of it." Yixian raised his lips slightly, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Star. Chapter 46, interviewed by National Television's Celebrity Dialogue. "What do you mean by that?" Another middle-aged man also asked loudly with a gloomy face, slamming the table. The entire box was plunged into a depressing atmosphere again, and even the calm Mr. Xiao had a hint of anger in his eyes. "Ahem, Mr. Yi, this society emphasizes win-win cooperation. You have the copyright, we have the market and the music platform, and we can all make money together." Pang Yuan forced a smile on his face, and he was quite humble in front of Yixian. "Yes, Mr. Yi, the music platform we own accounts for 70% of the national market, as long as we cooperate." Xiao Etian also extended an olive branch to Yixian. "When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now most of the original singers in China have signed contracts with YY Entertainment Company. Cooperating with Yixian is the best choice at the moment." But before he could finish his words, Yixian sneered and waved his hand, saying, "You guys are really good at taking advantage. The copyright is in my hands. I can completely develop a new music platform. Why should I cooperate with you?" Yixian had no intention of cooperating with these big names in the music industry from the beginning. After saying a few words, he stood up and seemed ready to leave. "Wait." Seeing this, Pang Yuan and Xiao Lao also stood up hurriedly. "Mr. Yi, let's discuss something. We know that you have invested a lot of money in the copyright, and we're willing to pay you some compensation." Xiao Etian was the first to make concessions. Pang Yuan nodded repeatedly and said, "Mr. Yi, your YY Entertainment Company has already signed contracts with those original singers. As long as you allow the songs to be played on our platform, you can see the income in a short time, and you don't have to develop a new music platform. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" Yixian steadied himself and swept his mocking gaze across the faces of everyone in the box, curling his lips and saying, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I, Yixian, am not short of money, and I have plenty of time to recruit talents to develop a new music platform. The copyright is now in my hands, just like a cake. I can eat it all myself, so why should I share it with others?" After saying that, Yixian didn't stay any longer and left the box directly. Old Xiao and Pang Yuan looked at each other, and the box fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Mr. Ma, who was a little angry, kicked the chair next to him away. He cursed without caring about his image. "This Yixian is a bit too arrogant. We are here to discuss cooperation with him, not to listen to his lecture. This kid doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. I think we should go back to Shanghai." I don't believe he can develop a music platform that can compete with ours in such a short time. Yes, we will also acquire the copyright. We can't let him take all the benefits. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, except for Mr. Ma and Mr. Xiao, who shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Yixian's early mover advantage in the copyright market has attracted the attention of relevant departments. Developing a music platform may take some time, but with sufficient funding, this is not a problem at all. But now they don't have the copyright, and their traffic has dropped sharply. Forget about getting a share of the meat. If they delay for a while longer, they won't even get the soup. Mr. Xiao, let's go. We shouldn't have come here. Mr. Ma sighed, holding Xiao Etienne's arm and shaking his head. It's too late to acquire the copyright now. I, Xiao, have been struggling in the business world for so many years, but in the end, I was defeated by a young boy. I can't accept this. After leaving the Gamin Hotel, Yi Xian drove directly back to the manor. Ning Nansher had already arrived and was sitting on the sofa in the living room, typing away on her laptop. Yi Xian walked over and sat down beside her and asked the servant to bring 2 cups of coffee. Ning Nansher put down her notebook and wanted to stand up. Yi Xian smiled and patted her shoulder and said, "What are you looking at? Why are you so happy?" "Chairman, your Weibo account has gained more than 200,000 followers, and there are hundreds of celebrities following you. You are now well known." Yi Xian, who traveled from Earth, certainly knew the importance of Weibo promotion, so he opened a Weibo account a few days ago. However, his billionaire status has not yet been widely spread, nor has it been reflected on Weibo. Only some celebrities have helped promote him due to copyright issues, so his number of fans has not increased much, only more than 200,000. 200,000 fans are too few. Yi Xian's goal is more than that. By the way, when is the interview with me scheduled for the national television's Celebrity Dialogues? The host is that by Yanqing, right? Yi Xian asked as he crossed his legs and took a sip of coffee. Celebrity Dialogue is the most famous TV lecture program in China in the past 5 years. It is backed by the giant national television station. Every episode interviews top figures from all walks of life. Bai Yanqing is the host of the dialogue column. The interview is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and Mr. Bai will arrive in Jiangdu by plane tonight. I will arrange for him to stay at the German hotel. This interview will be private. Right inside the hotel, Ning Nansher asked in a low voice. Yi Xian frowned slightly, turned his head to look at her, waved his hand gently, and said, "This interview is to build momentum for our YY Entertainment Company. Not only should Bai Yanqing be invited to come, but all major media in Jiangdu should also greet them in advance and promote the name of YY Entertainment Company as much as possible. According to normal people's thinking, it is safer not to show off your wealth. But Yi Xian did the opposite and prepared to invite all the media in Jiangdu to come." Ning Nansher was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Are you planning to accept a public interview?" "Of course. Tomorrow I will let everyone know the name of YY Entertainment," Yi Xian said with a confident smile. Star. Chapter 47 Official Interview, hotly discussed online. 2 days. Everything is ready. Dialogue is the most famous TV talk show in the country in the past 5 years. It adopts a live broadcast format and is broadcast live on the national television Channel 1 at 8 o'clock in the evening. The ratings are also very high. The reason is that they interview top figures in various industries who are quite distinctive and worth talking about, and the content covers personal gossip and life experiences. The host Bai Yanqing's questions are sharp and hit the nail on the head, so every episode is the best of the best and is widely loved by the gossip-loving public. The interview was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. The dialogue program team had already made preparations in advance and had set up a video recorder in the hotel room. Before the interview even started, the staff of the program team were already talking about it. "Have you heard? It is said that the boss we are interviewing this time is a super lucky man. He went from being an ordinary person to a billionaire at a young age and inherited a supergroup. It is really enviable. I just got to know this person. His life experience is so damn fantastic that even novels wouldn't dare to write about it like this. I'm so envious. If I had this money, it would be so great. I could have 10 young girls every day. It would be so cool. Hey, how can 10 be enough? We need 100 a day." The interview will start in more than 10 minutes. The protagonist is coming. I really want to see what kind of person he is to be valued by an old chairman worth hundreds of billions and directly inherit his hundreds of billions of inheritance. This experience is a legend. Amid the discussions among the program staff, Bai Yanqing, the host of the dialogue program, walked into the venue. The show is about to start. Everyone, please be alert. All employees stopped talking and started checking the equipment. Live TV broadcast, no room for carelessness. At this time, loyal viewers of dialogue on the internet have begun discussing the content of this interview. Who is today's interviewee? The program team hasn't even released the news yet. In the past, the interviewees were announced to the audience in advance for each episode. I don't know. This issue is particularly mysterious. Could it be a big boss in some industry? The preview of the dialogue program said that it was a billionaire, and he vowed to give us a big scare. Humph. I love watching horror movies the most. How can you scare me? Billionaires? The field narrowed down a lot. The Tuma Papas and others, if we screen them one by one, were pretty close. Hush. I got an insider tip that the person being interviewed this time is a billionaire in his early 20s. The guy above is probably an idiot, right? He's only in his early 20s, and he's a billionaire? Ghost money. There are so many idiots, and they even have inside information. There's a chorus of disdain from below. But some people know some inside information. Don't scold me first. As far as I know, there really is a billionaire in his early 20s in Jiangdu. His experience is so legendary that even novels don't dare to write about it. If you don't believe me, you can look up words like Yi Group, Yi Xian, and then you'll understand what I mean. This person didn't say much, but it was enough to arouse everyone's curiosity. I checked out of curiosity. This is amazing. Fuck, there really is such a big shot. Kneel down. At the age of 22, he inherited a 100 billion yuan group. I'm going crazy with envy. He used to be an ordinary person. Why am I not the one who inherited hundreds of billions of assets? At this moment, Yi Xian's name began to spread wildly on the internet. In the past, news was limited to Jiangdu, and few people outside the city cared about it. Just like we don't know who else is in the top 10 of China's rich list besides the two Ma fathers, and we don't care at all. Now, stimulated by the news of inheriting hundreds of billions of assets at the age of 22, he has become famous. Night, 2055. Yi Xian also arrived at the hotel where the temporary program dialogue was recorded. Open the door. Everyone focused their eyes on the door. Yi Xian walked in with a smile on his face, wearing a neat suit. Although Yi Xian did not dress up deliberately today, for the sake of the show's effect, the makeup artist still managed to make him look more mature, but also more calm and shrewd. Ning Nanshi, who came in after Yi Xian, was also dressed in a professional suit and holding a folder in her hand. The two of them walked straight to the video recording area in front of the venue. Bai Yanqing quickly walked over and shook hands with him, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Yi, to accept the interview with Dialogue. I am Bai Yanqing." Yi Xian smiled. "Hello, Teacher Bai. Hello, everyone." After some pleasantries, both sides were actually sizing each other up. Bai Yanqing said, "Boss Yi, our dialogue program has always been live broadcast. I wonder if Boss Yi has any questions." Yi Xian, "I have no problem. Just follow your rules." Bai Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief and took out a piece of paper. "Mr. Yi, these are the questions for this interview. Please take a look first. If there are any questions that are inconvenient, I can delete them." Yi Xian took the paper, which had 30 or 40 questions written on it. After taking a look, I found that the question was quite tricky. It was obvious that Bai Yanqing had done a lot of homework. He returned the paper. "No problem. Just ask whatever you want. Everything is ready." Bai Yanqing and Yi Xian sat on two sofas, diagonally facing each other. Program recording. Everyone take your positions. Live camera switching countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1 action. Chapter 48, Interview. Set a small goal. Make 1 billion first. Good evening, dear friends watching TV and online live broadcasts. This is Celebrity Dialogue. Today is the first time the program is filmed outside of Beijing. I am Bai Yanqing. The guest we invited today can be said to be a legend. Yes, I use the word legend to describe him. He is the youngest billionaire in the country. He's only 22. A few months ago, he was just an ordinary young man. And now, he is the chairman and largest shareholder of Yi Group, one of the largest real estate groups in the country. Is this experience legendary or not? Please welcome today's guest, Yi Xian. Bai Yanqing is a well-known host in China. He is passionate. His voice is rhythmic and very infectious. Yi Xian waved to the camera. "Hello, everyone. I am Yi Xian. Handsome and cool, hard to match." At this moment, the audiences across the country who were sitting in front of their TVs watching celebrity dialogues dropped their jaws. Fuck, What the fuck? I'm gonna wipe it. 22 years old. A billionaire. There were so many shocks that all they could say could be reduced to one sentence. F-U-C-K. At this moment, the whole country was shocked and excited. Mr. Yi, I've heard of you for a long time. Thank you for accepting our interview despite your busy schedule. Let's sit down and talk. Bai Yanqing made a gesture of invitation and asked Yi Xian and Ning Nansher to sit on the sofa at the back. After everyone sat down, Bai Yanqing first exchanged a few brief greetings with Yi Xian. Mr. Yi Xian, can you tell me in detail how you inherited the Yi Group? Please be as detailed as possible. I'm sure the audiences across the country are quite curious. Actually, I was also very confused at that time. I was on a blind date that day, and just after the blind date, Grandpa Ye's secretary and a lawyer came to me and invited me to Grandpa Ye's place. Then I learned that Grandpa Yi felt that his life was coming to an end, and he chose me as his heir among the countless people. Yi Xian did not hide anything. Apart from helping the old man cross the road, he basically told everything else. Once again, the audience was stunned. The internet is filled with a constant stream of "oh my god." A lot of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Although Bai Yanqing had conducted an investigation, he was still shocked to hear the words of Yi Xian, the person involved, in person. He quickly calmed down and said, Mr. Yi, you were just an ordinary person before. Why did Mr. Yi Xiaorong push you to the position of heir against all odds? I always feel that I'm a very lucky person in this matter. Yi Xian said with a smile. Lucky? Too naive. I'm actually cheating. Then may I ask, after you became the chairman of a Yi group, or should I ask, after you suddenly became rich, what changes occurred in your life? Ning Nansher, who was sitting on the sofa next to her, couldn't help but frown when she saw that Bai Yanqing did not follow the previous plan at all and suddenly asked such a tricky question in front of so many people. This seemingly simple question is actually difficult to answer. If Yi Xian answered that there was no change, it would inevitably arouse jealousy and dissatisfaction among many people, and some people would even think that he was so lucky that he didn't know what was good for him. But if Yi Xian said that the changes were great, he would be treated as a dirtbag, and Bai Yanqing could continue to ask further questions. There have been huge changes. It's busier than before. Yi Xian cleverly avoided the trap set by Bai Yanqing. Busy? Mr. Yi is only in his 20s, right? After taking over such a large group, do you need to do everything yourself? I heard some news before, saying that after Mr. Yi inherited the company, 2 shareholders of the Yi Group transferred all their shares to you. Is this true? The program Dialogue likes to get to the bottom of things. Before deciding to interview Yi Xian, Bai Yanqing investigated him and had some understanding of the internal situation of the Yi Group. Yi Xian smiled slightly, nodded and said, That's right. Thanks to Mr. Ye's kindness, I am now the heir. The shareholders in the company may be worried that I am too young and don't believe in my ability. They think that Ye's future will definitely not have any prospects, so they transferred the shares to me at a low price. Seeing Yi Xian's answers in an orderly manner, Bai Yanqing put away his contempt. Mr. Yi, having inherited so much inheritance and being busy every day, do you feel like you have lost your freedom? Bai Yanqing said. Yi Xian, lost my freedom? I can't really say, but after inheriting the Yi family, I did lose a lot of things. Bai Yansong, for example. Yi Xian, maybe I lost a lot of troubles. Lost your worries? You and hashtag at. Bai Yansong did not give up. Besides losing the troubles, Yi Xian thought about it distressedly. I've become rich, but I can't enjoy the happiness of poverty. It's really a pity. Bai Yansong, suddenly, I don't want to chat anymore. However, as a professional host, I have to hold back and move on even if there's nothing to talk about. Mr. Yi, I heard that you recently established YY Entertainment Group and acquired more than half of the music and film and television copyrights on the market. What are your next goals? Bai Yanqing changed the subject and began to inquire about Yi Xian's next business plan. This is also the real purpose of the Dialogue program team, coming to Jiangdu to interview Yi Xian. The Yi Group started out in the real estate industry, and now Yi Xian has suddenly established an entertainment company. Everyone is speculating whether the Yi Group has already begun to transform. Finally got to the point. Yi Xian's face was calm, and he replied in a serious tone, My goal is simple, to protect the interests of the original creators. The establishment of YY Entertainment Company does also mean that we are going to enter other industries. Of course, I also have my own personal agenda. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said without any modesty, I have set a small goal, to to earn 1 billion first. Start. Chapter 49. Yi Xian's classic pretentious quotes. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, more than a dozen members of the dialogue program team, standing not far away, immediately started to discuss among themselves in low voices. Earn 1 billion in 1 year. For music? This is simply like burning newspapers at graves to fool ghosts. Some viewers started complaining on the internet while watching the live broadcast. This Mr. Yi is a little too arrogant. He earns 1 billion a year. Does he think that the entertainment company is a treasure trove? He is really a young and inexperienced person. Does he really think he can make money from the copyright market? I think he will lose money. YY Entertainment is just starting out and still needs investment from the Yi Group. Yi Xian actually dared to say such arrogant words. Let's see how he ends up in a year. Young people today are so ambitious. Do they really think they can become the richest man in the world by just starting a company? Bai Yanqing was obviously also stunned by Yi Xian's shocking words. Ahem, Mr. Yi, your YY Entertainment company has just started. Although you have signed many original singers and acquired more than half of the copyrights in the market, without a music platform, how can you start to make a profit? The room gradually became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian, wanting to hear his future plans. Our company is already working on developing a music platform, and this is just the first step. Yi Xian kept the topic in suspense and took the initiative of the conversation into his own hands. Oh, I wonder if Mr. Yi can give us a detailed explanation first. Bai Yanqing became more curious, but Yi Xian would not tell others about his future business plans casually. This is a trade secret. I'm sorry I can't tell you the truth. Just when everyone thought Yi Xian was exaggerating, Bai Yanqing smiled gently and changed the subject again. The Yi Group started out in the real estate industry. Mr. Yi has just taken over the position of chairman and is about to make drastic changes. May I ask if you have conducted a comprehensive investigation of the market? Of course, I never fight a battle without preparation. There are many music platforms in China, but their profit models are very simple. The music platform that our YY Entertainment company is going to build is a comprehensive music audition software. On the premise of ensuring the interests of the original creators, it standardizes the profit model, resolutely resists piracy, and presents a brand new audiovisual feast for everyone. Bai Yanqing then asked a few more questions, including Yi Xian's current life, past experiences, and prospect for the future. Mr. Yi, next is the interactive session of our dialogue column, which is to select a few questions from the audience in front of the TV and discuss them with you. The first question the audience wants to ask you is, you are now focusing all your energy on YY Entertainment Company. Does this mean that you will pay less attention to the business of the Yi Group in the future? The person who asked this question is probably from Jiangdu and is someone related to real estate. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said loudly, the Yi Group is developing well now, and I also believe in my employees. Bai Yanqing, Mr. Yi Xiaorong pushed you to the position of successor. After you took over the company, shouldn't you fulfill Mr. Ye's last wish and expand the group? No. Under the regulation of national control policies, the real estate industry has lost its glory of previous years. I am now entering the entertainment industry to prepare for the future transformation of the group. Hello, Mr. Yi. Here is a more personal question. Do you have a girlfriend now? Yi Xian still replied with a smile on his face. This is a personal privacy issue. I'm sorry I can't answer it. After you took over the Yi Group, you became the richest man in Jiangdu. Are you still in touch with your old friends? Yi Xian was slightly stunned and said, I don't think I had many friends before. Then may I ask, with your current status, what kind of person is qualified to be your friend? Yi Xian was stunned. This question, I couldn't help but think of Brother Tsong. It's easy for me to make friends, as long as we can chat, because it doesn't matter if he has money or not. He's not as rich as me anyway. Yi Xian casually said the famous saying of Brother Tsong on Earth, trying to show off a little. The interview lasted until the evening, and this dialogue program was broadcast in real time. There were also hundreds of thousands of people watching on the internet. Yi Xian's Weibo followers increased by hundreds of thousands in just one night. After the interview, Yi Xian invited the dialogue program crew to dine at the hotel. After having 2 glasses of wine, he took Ning Nansher to a presidential suite in the hotel. Chairman, your interview today has become a hot topic on Weibo and has been forwarded by millions of people. Your Weibo followers have even exceeded 1 million. You are now a celebrity. After entering the suite, Ning Nansher quickly opened her notebook and couldn't help but gasp after logging into Weibo. At that time, Weibo had just started, and many popular celebrities only had a few million Weibo fans. Yi Xian's Weibo account was only registered for a few days, but he didn't expect that the effect of today's dialogue column would be so crazy. There are hundreds of thousands of comments below. Yi Xian has become completely famous on the internet. Some of the sentences Yi Xian said also became popular on the entire internet. Although I inherited the Chinny group, I lost a lot of troubles. Now that I'm rich, I can't enjoy the happiness of being poor. It's a pity. It's easy for me to make friends as long as we can chat, because it doesn't matter if he has money or not. He's not as rich as me anyway. I set a small goal to earn 1 billion first. In response to these remarks, netizens complained one after another. Lose your worries? Such a heavy price to pay. Let me bear this pain. Let's set a small goal first and earn 100 yuan first. I'm in trouble for being your friend. When it comes to showing off, no other rich man can compare to him. Countless sand sculptures complained. Star. Chapter 50 Weibo Lucky Draw Night. The whole network is boiling. After the interview, Yi Xian checked his Weibo. Although he had not posted a single message, his number of fans had already increased to 1.2 million, which was the fastest growth rate in history. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and another thought flashed through his mind. Xiao Shi, please post a message on Weibo and give out money for a lucky draw. Yi Xian planned to give some benefits to his Weibo fans while he was still famous, and also help promote the reputation of YY Entertainment Company and prepare for the launch of the music platform in the future. This is Song Ji's secret weapon. When IG was doing great, it exploded on Weibo. Giving out money for a lottery? Chairman, what you mean is... Ning Nanshur was a little puzzled. Weibo had been around for many years, and she often visited it, but she had never seen anyone dare to do this. Prepare 10 million in funds and randomly draw 10 winners in front of the fans. 1 million per winner. The number of fans has just exceeded 1 million, but Yi Xian still feels that it is too few. Weibo lotteries are very common on Earth, and Yi Xian is also prepared to use this routine to make himself completely famous. Ning Nanshur was stunned by Yi Xian's words. Taking out 10 million and throwing it down the drain could no longer be called a luxury. It was simply a waste. Although Yi Xian is now worth hundreds of billions, money is just a string of numbers to him, and a mere 10 million is indeed nothing to him. But no matter how rich you are, you can't waste it like this. Seeing Ning Nanshur staring at him in surprise, Yi Xian smiled and asked, "How much do you think YY Entertainment will spend on advertising in the early stages?" Ning Nanshur didn't understand what Yi Xian meant. After a little thought, she replied truthfully, "It should take nearly 30 million yuan for publicity. When a new software is launched into the market, a large amount of advertising is needed in the early stage to promote it. 30 million is already a very conservative number." Yi Xian smiled and nodded. "I now have 1.2 million fans on Weibo. What effect do you think can be achieved by using the routine of throwing money for a lucky draw?" Ning Nanshur's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood. Yi Xian wanted to use the money to accumulate fans and also advertise for the YY music platform, which was about to be launched. As long as it attracts enough fans, YY Entertainment's popularity will be greatly improved, and it will save a lot of advertising costs in the future. This is a long-term effect, not a short-term one. I understand what you mean. I'll do it right away. Ning Nanshur stood up excitedly, took out her cell phone, and instructed the people below to contact the official Weibo account. When Weibo officials heard about this, they were shocked and took it very seriously. They developed this lottery function, but it was not very eye-catching at the moment, and usually only a few hundred or a few thousand yuan were given out. 10 million right now? Damn it. So awesome. At this time, Weibo chairman Chao Guowei was drinking with a few friends in the club. His secretary hurriedly walked in and leaned over to whisper something in his ear. Chao Guowei's body trembled, and the wine glass he was holding almost fell to the ground. Take out 10 million for a lottery? That's really fucking awesome. Chao Guowei stood up with shock on his face, stunned. So what are you waiting for? Give us your full cooperation and promote it on Weibo. He shouted loudly. Yes, Chairman. The secretary did not dare to delay and made relevant preparations quickly. In order to ensure that everything went well, he also invited a notary from the National Notary Office. Everything is ready. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Xian posted a message on Weibo. Weibo Carnival Night. Millions of prizes are waiting for you. Pretty tempting title, pretty tempting bonus. In order to repay everyone's enthusiastic attention to YY Entertainment, I will start a lucky draw on Weibo at 12 o'clock midnight, with a total prize of 10 million. Just follow me on Weibo and reply with the word lucky draw below my Weibo post, and all fans will have a chance to participate. I will then draw 10 lucky winners from among the many fans, and each will win $1 million prize. Everyone is welcome to participate. The lucky draw will be recorded in real time and supervised by notaries. Thank you for your support. A simple Weibo post created a huge wave on the internet. Fuck. Oh my god. On the internet and in real life, after hearing this news, a chorus of exclamations of WTF was heard. But they are uneducated and can only say fuck to everyone. $1 million jackpot. Get rich overnight. One by one, they called their friends to increase their chances of winning. Wake up, follow the CEO of YY Entertainment, Yi Xian, on Weibo, become a fan, and leave a comment below to enter the lucky draw. There's a 10 million lottery online. Go and enter. We'll have the down payment for our house. Fuck, this Yi Xian is really rich. He took out 10 million for the lottery. What is the background of YY Entertainment Company? Ah, I recognized him. Isn't he the Yi Xian interviewed by the dialogue program? I'm multi-billionaire. But 10 million is really a big deal. I wonder who'll get this big pie. At the same time, Weibo officials fanned the flames and promoted it everywhere, attracting more and more people to participate in the discussion. Chapter 51. The 10 million lucky draw caused a big sensation on Weibo. Chairman, great news. Phew. Weibo's chairman Chao Guowei was once again interrupted while drinking by his secretary. Chairman, let's hurry back to the company now. The number of simultaneous visits to Weibo has exceeded 30 million. The secretary said excitedly. Although Weibo has had over 100 million registered users since its founding, the number of active online users is usually only around 10 to 20 million at most. Even at its peak, it never broke through 20 million. However, after Yi Xian released the news of giving out money for a raffle on Weibo, the number of reposts increased significantly and the number of online users soared. Even if they were not Yi Xian's fans, everyone was paying attention to the raffle, wanted to see which lucky person would be blessed by God. Yes, let's go back to the company quickly. Chao Guowei no longer had the appetite to drink. He picked up his coat and hurried out of the box without even saying hello. The other CEOs looked at each other and discussed curiously, who is so wasteful as to take out 10 million for a lottery? It's Yi Xian, the Jiangdu CEO, interviewed by the dialogue program. The boss of YY Entertainment? He's an internet celebrity, but he can't just throw money away like that, right? Throw it away? That guy won't do business at a loss. He's been spending a lot of money to acquire copyrights recently and has already turned the music industry upside down. Yes, this guy has a good business sense. Taking out 10 million for a lottery is much better than advertising. Why didn't I think of it before? At this time, not only these business leaders were paying attention to Yi Xian's Weibo, but almost all netizens across the country had heard the news. All of a sudden, the number of registered users on Weibo soared, and Yi Xian's fans also increased significantly. Seeing the number of fans doubling, Ning Nanshi's face turned red with excitement. Chairman, the number of fans has exceeded 5 million. 7 million. There is still half an hour before 12 o'clock, and Yi Xian's Weibo followers exceeded 10 million. Almost all online media reported extensively on Yi Xian's Weibo lucky draw, and the number of reposts of the dialogue program reached millions. There are not too many operating accounts at this time. Otherwise, the effect will definitely be more explosive. Who the hell is this Yi Xian? He has more followers on Weibo than I do. A sissy who looks a lot like Kuan muttered in frustration while scrolling through Weibo. The boss of YY Entertainment, this move is not something that ordinary people can do. The old leader in the Chinese business community, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, couldn't help but sigh. Yi Xian is such a bastard. YY Entertainment doesn't even have a music platform, but it has become completely popular on the internet. This is going to drive me to a dead end. Mr. Ma, who is hugging his wife, also got out of bed after receiving the call. At 11:53, the number of comments under Yi Xian's lottery post had exceeded 10 million. With such a terrifying number of people, I guess there won't be any Weibo posts with so many comments in a few years. It's all about winning the lottery, hoping to become a millionaire overnight. Some netizens even registered several or even dozens of accounts to increase their chances of winning. Some studios even registered hundreds or thousands of accounts. At that time, Weibo had not yet set a limit on the uniqueness of the mobile phone bound to the account, so unlimited accounts could be bound. Fortunately, Weibo officials discovered the situation in time and quickly limited each mobile phone to a maximum of 5 accounts, and all other unnecessary accounts were banned. All of this is the madness caused by Yi Xian, the madness of the whole nation. At this moment, most people in the country remembered this wealthy billionaire. As the time gets closer to 2400 hours, the number of comments on the internet is exploding. The lottery results are about to come out. Ba, God bless you. Oh my God, I have sacrificed all my roommates. Whether I can become a millionaire depends on now. Time quickly arrived at 2400 hours amid everyone's anticipation. Are the results out yet? It's 2400 hours. I swiped it, but it hasn't come out yet. It's coming out. It's coming out. Fuck, look if I'm there. Many netizens kept refreshing Yi Xian's Weibo lottery page. In Yuzhou City, a mother was nervously sitting in front of a computer, holding a beautiful and cute little girl. Her husband died early, and she raised a daughter, so the family's financial situation was difficult. She wanted to remarry, but she was afraid that the little girl would be unhappy, so she didn't remarry. This time, she registered and replied to sign up for the lottery, and she also wanted to give it a try. When 2400 hours came, she refreshed the page. When she saw one of the names on the list on Yi Xian's Weibo lottery page, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. I won. I won. She excitedly jumped up from her chair, holding the little girl. I won, huh? She was extremely surprised. She excitedly ran to Yi Xian's Weibo and typed with shaking hands. Thank you, Mr. Yi Xian. I am a single mother and have been under a lot of pressure in life recently. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect to win the prize. Thank you, Mr. Yi Xian. I will never forget your kindness. From now on, I will let my daughter call you Goddaddy. After she posted it, she quickly received a lot of comments. I envy this mother. I'm a little jealous, but being a single mom is really hard. Come on. The 1 million grand prize, I hope that single mothers can have a better life. In general, except for a few netizens who were jealous and cursing, most netizens congratulated and blessed the single mother. Star. Chapter 5-2 shocked the nation. Weibo Corporation. On this exciting lottery night, Chao Guowei and a group of technical personnel were sweating profusely in the office. Chairman, the traffic is too heavy. Our server is about to explode. A man with glasses walked up, looked at the laptop in his hand, and said anxiously, Hold on for a few more minutes. No matter what, you have to make it until the lucky draw is over. Chao Guowei's face flushed red, and he waved his hand without raising his head. The Weibo Lucky Draw organized by Yi Xian is also a good publicity opportunity for Weibo. In just a few hours, the number of people downloading the Weibo app increased by tens of millions. With this favorable trend, Chao Guowei's Weibo also became popular. The number of people online has exceeded 40 million, and Yi Xian's fans have increased to 12 million. Chao Guowei rubbed his hands excitedly. What he cared about was not the super bonus of 10 million yuan, but the number of downloads on Weibo. Yi Xian sighed. The lucky draw ended successfully. Yi Xian glanced at the number of more than 12 million fans on Weibo, and a smile appeared on his lips. In order to prevent these fans from unfollowing him after winning the prize, Yi Xian wrote on Weibo again. The 10 million grand prize draw has ended, and 10 lucky fish have appeared, including a single mother. Congratulations to you, and I wish the single mother and the little girl happiness. The concept of koi did not exist at that time, and Yi Xian just took the opportunity to start and lead the koi trend. At the same time, I hope the winners will not be confused by the $1 million fortune. They should remember their original aspirations and stick to themselves. It is just a passing person in your life, and you should not let it ruin your life. Yi Xian had seen too many people in his previous life who won big prizes or demolition compensation, but their character did not keep up, leading to gambling, alcoholism, skating, and eventually ruining their entire lives. He didn't want these 10 people to become like this and become a bad person. Click to publish. As soon as the Weibo post was published, hundreds of comments appeared quickly. After refreshing the page, the number increased to thousands. Marshal Yi is so warm. I love you so much. Yi Shuai is so handsome. He started with his looks, he was loyal to his character, and he was also very rich. Oh my God, how could there be such a perfect man in the world? Hubby, I'm dead. Get out of here, you slutty bitches. He's my husband. Yi Xian glanced at the comments and sweated a little. I didn't expect that female fans are so strong. It seems that I will become a national husband like Songge. Then Yixin wrote another Weibo post. Those who didn't win the prize don't need to lose heart. The next time the YY music platform goes online, we will open the lucky draw again, and the grand prize will still be 10 million. Click to publish. Weibo exploded again. Hubby, we will definitely support the YY music platform. Even if it's not to support legitimate products, even if it's to support my husband, I still have to support the YY music platform. Ning Nanshur followed Yi Xian and was completely convinced. This behavior, which seemed to be a waste of money, actually saved YY Entertainment Company a lot of advertising costs in the future. There's so many bigwigs in the business world, but none of them have ever played like this. Yi Xian is so young, but he has such vision and uses the resources at his disposal to accumulate tens of millions of fans. This alone is enough to make Ning Nanshur admire him. The next day, there is no doubt that last night's crazy lottery night completely dominated the hot searches on Weibo. Among the top 10 hot searches, Yi Xian occupied 5. Hashtag celebrity dialogue, the youngest billionaire hashtag. Number 22-year-old billionaire hashtag. Number 10 million yuan lottery, 10 lucky fish hashtag. Hashtag national husband Yi Xian hashtag. Hashtag single mother wins $1 million prize hashtag. In addition, there are several others ranked in the top 20. Hashtag I don't care whether I have money or not when making friends hashtag. Hashtag get wealth. Lose worries hashtag. Hashtag set a small goal. Make 1 billion first hashtag. In addition to the explosive influence of Weibo, online media, and many local TV stations also reported on the incident. On this morning, many people were at work or in class, and as a result, people could be heard talking about the topic everywhere. Ye won. Who? 100 billion? Fuck. A lottery worth tens of millions? Damn. Groove, 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 groove all the way. I was extremely shocked and felt that the world had become strange. At this time, Yi Xian, the protagonist of national discussion, came to YY Entertainment Company. He came to check the development progress of the YY music platform, which was scheduled to be launched on January 1st, New Year's Day. Now it was December 3rd, less than a month away from the planned date. Now that he has fans on Weibo, Yi Xian has acquired nearly 70% of the copyrights on the market. Although other business leaders also had their eyes on this piece of fat meat, they acted too late and could only drink the leftover soup. The development progress of the music platform can be said to be the most important thing at present. Fortunately, Yi Xian made great efforts to recruit more than 20 senior network technology talents from major music and related platforms across the country with high salaries, so he still has enough technical strength. Yi Xian also provided a detailed development plan, which included key functions for the development of the music platform. A. Sound effects. Celebrity sound effects, pre-adjusted according to the timbre of different singers. Car sound effects, style sound effects, pop, dance, rock, panoramic surround, clear vocals. B. Social function, music review. C. User level. The more songs you listen to, the higher your level will be, giving the user a sense of honor. You give them a level system. D. User preference, intelligent and accurate push. E. Playlist. You can create a playlist. These are very important new functions of major music platforms on Earth in the previous life. Of course, for the sake of caution, each function is completed by a technical team in groups and kept confidential to prevent anyone from leaking commercial secrets. Star. Chapter 53. Corporate espionage appears. Seeing Yi Xian coming in, the technical staff in the entire office area stood up one after another. Hello, Chairman. The respectful voices represented the sincere admiration of many technicians for Yi Xian. They did not admire Yi Xian's wealth, but admired Yi Xian's talent and brilliant ideas. Everyone knows that many of YY Music's groundbreaking features were proposed by the young chairman Yi Xian. However, among the many technicians, only a man wearing glasses sitting in the corner had a hint of disdain in his eyes. A young man in his 20s who doesn't know who he is now, that he has a little money. You want to develop a music platform? What can you use to compete with the big guys in the industry? A hint of sarcasm flashed across the bespectacled man's lips. If the HR department of YY Entertainment had not offered him an annual salary that he could not refuse, and his old company had not sent him here to gather intelligence, he would not have come here to work for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not notice the man with glasses sitting at the back. He glanced at everyone and knocked on the table. The whole room instantly became quiet. Everyone, please sit down. I'm here today to check on the progress of the music platform development. Let's start with one group first and report one by one. A team leader stood up and said, reporting to the chairman, the research and development of sound effects in my area is almost complete. It will be completed in another week. The remaining issue is the connection between the various modules. Ye wan nodded. Other team leaders also stepped forward and reported one by one, but they were all brief reports without going into specific content. People could only guess the general situation of other teams based on their names. In the corner, the man with glasses silently recorded these reports and was slightly surprised. He found that some functions, such as sound effects and playlists, were very advanced and should be very popular with fans. There were also some functions that he could not see through. However, he thought that the functions of major music platforms across the country were very simple at that time. Apart from audio and video and downloading, other functions were pitifully few. If YY Music really launches these features, do other music platforms still have a way out? After listening to all the team leaders' reports, Yixin nodded and said, I have basically heard everything. Several teams have mentioned a problem. The program is not intelligent enough, and it is unable to screen user preferences and conduct targeted promotions. The team leader nodded. Yes, Chairman, we are currently stuck at this point. Other team leaders offered their opinions one after another. The big data mentioned by the chairman is still being explored even in the United States. If you want to realize it now, I'm afraid. Chairman, we can actually implement some of the functions and then upgrade them slowly when the technology matures. Yixin stretched out his hand and pressed. Okay, I understand all your doubts. Yixin knew that computer technology at that moment had not yet reached the level of big data and user preference analysis. Neither this country nor the United States could do that, because it hasn't developed to that level yet. However, these two technologies, big data and intelligent user preference analysis, happen to be the basic conditions for realizing the many functions proposed by Yixin. Without them, those functions would be nothing but illusions. At this moment, a disdainful sneer suddenly came from the corner. Everyone looked over. He's a man with glasses. Yixin frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? The man with glasses shook his head repeatedly. No, nothing. I just thought of something funny. Yixin subconsciously called up this person's information column in his mind. Name, Yuan Yongfei. Age, 37. Skills, programming, intermediate design, intermediate operations, intermediate. Experience, graduated from the Department of Computer Science of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Won the second place in the NMY programming competition. After graduation, he joined USUN Group and was promoted to Department Project Manager in just 3 years. Later, he switched to Tiantian Group and became a business backbone. He resigned after 5 years because of stealing project data and selling it. He was discovered by a headhunting company and joined Jukum Music Company, where he was highly appreciated. A month ago, he was sent by the chairman of Jukum Music to work as an undercover agent at YY Music to gather intelligence about YY Music. He has already leaked internal information of YY Music via emails many times. Personality. He is insidious, petty, greedy, and lustful. Weakness. Love money more than life. Loyalty. 0. At this moment, I was thinking, Yixin is really too naive. Can this kind of technology be developed in a short time? It will take at least another 10 years. Industrial espionage? You like it, right? Yixin curled the corners of his mouth. If it were anyone else, they might have been fooled by corporate espionage, but it was a pity that they met him. Big cheat. Yixin smiled playfully. Yuan Yongfei, right? You just laugh because you think we can't realize such technology. Yuan Yongfei smiled and didn't give Yixin any face at all. That's right, I think the idea you just mentioned is completely impossible to achieve. Ning Nansher couldn't help but frown. Ever since Yixin took over the Yi Group, no one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Yuan Yongfei pretended to be a technician and said, Boss, you should know that our 20-plus people are all elites from major music companies and have the most advanced development technology in the country. But if we say we can't complete the plan you just mentioned, there should be no other developers in the country who can do it. I have held important positions in 3 music companies, and I am quite familiar with the domestic market. The idea you just mentioned is indeed very attractive, but in my opinion, it is just empty talk. Chapter 54. Shocking. The chairman is actually a programmer. Yuan Yongfei was talking. Everyone can talk big, but whether it can be realized is not certain. According to your plan, it will take us a month to develop such a music platform. Even if you give us a year or several years, as long as the key technology and big data program cannot be implemented, these functions cannot be realized. After saying that, Yuan Yongfei glanced at his colleagues in the conference room, shrugged, and said, "Everyone should understand that what I just said is the truth. Instead of wasting time in this YY Entertainment Company, I think we should make some plans for the future." Ye Wan Lafit, Yuan Yongfei. US Group once gave you a chance and made you a manager, but you jumped to Chantian Group for a higher salary. People always want to move up, and there's nothing wrong with that. But within Chantian Group, you stole project data and sold it, which is a bit taboo. In full view of everyone, Yi Xian revealed Yuan Yongfei's past. Everyone was surprised. Yuan Yongfei was also surprised. He didn't expect that Yi Xian knew his situation so well. Yi Xian chuckled and continued. After being fired, you switched to Juku Music Company, and now you followed the arrangement of Juku's chairman and came here to be a business spy. What? Corporate espionage? All the technicians present were shocked. They all looked at Yuan Yongfei. Yuan Yongfei's face changed, and he said in a panic, "You are talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? Don't wrongly accuse a good person." Ye Huan sneered, "Unjust. What a joke. Do you really think I have no evidence? In the 1 month since you joined the company, you sent 6 emails to Juku Music. The specific email address is, the password is." Yixian gave an email account and password. Yuan Yongfei looked at Yixian in horror. His face suddenly turned pale. You, looking at Yixian is like seeing the devil. How'd he know about me? And he even knows his email account and password so clearly? Yixian glanced at Ning Nanshi, who understood immediately. She used a computer to open her email, entered her account and password, and logged in. The entire mailbox's email exchanges are presented to everyone. YY Music Information Summary 1. YY Music Information Summary 2. YY Music Information Summary 3. YY Music Information Summary 4. The straightforward title was so eye-catching that it made many technicians furious, and they looked at Yuan Yongfei with angry eyes. Yixian signaled Ning Nanshi, called the police, and asked the comrades from the Criminal Investigation Department to come over. Call the police. After hearing this, Yuan Yongfei's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Finished. His life is over. Half an hour later, comrades from the Criminal Investigation Department arrived and left with Yuan Yongfei and the criminal evidence. "Chairman, spare my life. I was wrong. Give me a chance. Please spare my life." Yuan Yongfei's voice begging for mercy became increasingly distant. Yi Xian sneered. "You want me to spare you? Eat shit." Yi Xian's eyes swept over each employee, but in the end he did not find the second corporate spy. Clap your hands to draw everyone's attention back. Okay, Yuan Yongfei's incident is over. What we need to do now is to improve YY Music as soon as possible. A team leader. But, Chairman, we are afraid that the technology... Yi Xian shook his hand. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Yi Xian turned on the copy function. Ding. You copied the skill, advanced programming. Ding. Spend 100 million to upgrade the programming skill to God level. Originally, Yi Xian was not planning to do this, but since his subordinates were unable to perform at such a high level of skill, he had no choice but to do it himself. Yi Xian looked at all the programmers and said, "In the next few days, I will lead the programming of this big data program." Programmers. Confused? Could it be that the boss can also program? With such questions, many programmers feel ridiculous. One day later, all the programmers gathered around Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting beside the computer, his fingers flying, tap, tap, tap. Lines of programs continued to be generated from his fingertips. The programmers looked at the lines of programs with shock on their faces and felt like they were about to kneel down. What a concise procedure. Great process. The logic is so complicated. Damn, it makes me dizzy just looking at it. This long section, is it a branch of genetics programming? Is it programming artificial intelligence? It looks very similar, but I don't know if it is true. It's a pity that our level is too low. Otherwise, we would definitely learn a lot. I didn't expect the chairman to be a programming expert. It's unbelievable. Isn't it rumored that our chairman used to be an ordinary person? Could he have another identity? Kneel down neatly. Chapter 55. YY Music is here. For nearly a month, Yixian stayed at YY Music, working with a group of programmers to develop YY Music's big data programs and intelligent optimization modules. Yixian completely conquered the group of programmers through repeated technical demonstrations. The chairman is awesome. 666. Well, this group of people have become very skilled at shouting 666. It sounds so smooth, rhythmic, and full of emotion. December 28th. When Yixian typed the last line of code, it officially announced that the YY Music software was completed. December 29th. The successful passing of the last functional test announced that the YY Music software was completely completed. Done. Fortunately, we have the chairman here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to complete it. The chairman is awesome. 666. There was cheering in the office area. Yixian jumped onto the table and pressed his hands together with a smile. Be quiet. I have something to say. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Yixian looked at the programmers one by one, not ignoring any of them. I'm glad that YY Music was developed by us. This is a cross-era software. I believe that as soon as it appears, it will sweep the entire country. And you are its creators, and its achievements are your achievements. The programmers' eyes were filled with tears, and their blood was boiling as they thought of the days and nights they had racked their brains and put in all their efforts, and they felt a great sense of accomplishment. Yixian, originally, I want to hold a banquet for you, but I guess everyone hates drinking, and the night after tomorrow is when YY Music will be online, which is very important. So forget about the banquet. I'll help you cash it out. I won't say more. This month's bonus is 200,000 per person. 200,000? Oh shit. After all the programmers were shocked, there was a warm cheer. Long live the chairman. Boss is awesome. Several programmers even hugged Yixian's shoes and kissed them excitedly, without caring about their image at all. Fuck you guys. Yixian quickly ran away. But it was obvious that those programmers were too reverent to Yixian, so they seemed crazy. Ning Nansher looked at the chairman's embarrassed figure being besieged by many programmers from afar, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of her mouth. A mysterious, powerful, yet friendly chairman. The next day, Ning Nansher then delivered the final draft of the YY Music online promotion plan to Yixian's desk. Yixian had read this plan many times and gave a lot of opinions that seemed a bit advanced for this era before finally finalizing it. There are as many as 18 promotion methods listed in the plan, from offline to online, from white-collar workers to students, taking all dimensions into consideration. Of course, the most important plan is the Weibo promotion plan. The first plan, from January 1st to January 10th, a 10 million level lottery will be held every day on the official Weibo account of YY Music, 100 winners, 100,000 each. The first day's lottery entry requirement is a YY Music registered account. The second day's lottery entry requirement is listening to 10 songs, each song for at least 2 minutes to prevent spamming. The third day's lottery entry requirement is 30 songs. The 10th day's lottery entry requirement is 30 songs for 10 consecutive days. The second plan, on January 30th, a grand YY concert will be held, and celebrities corresponding to the top 30 songs on the music charts will be invited to participate in the concert. The previous plan is very straightforward, which is to spend money in exchange for user traffic. The latter plan is a little more in-depth. As the saying goes, there's no first in literature and no second in martial arts. As fans of singers, they naturally hope that their idols can be on the list. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing to be defeated by other singers? This plan can greatly attract those fans to participate in YY Music. In addition, there's another invisible benefit. That is the fan circle economy. Integrating the fan circle economy into YY Music can create a lot of money for YY Music. What's the fan economy? I won't talk about the concept, but here's an example. A fan club member spends nearly 100,000 yuan a year chasing after idols. Only fans buy boxes of idol records just to collect small cards. Scalpers obtain information about idols and sell it to fans for profit. A famous incident was the battle between Brother Lewin and a certain basketball ambassador for supremacy on Weibo. It was all about spending money, with fans spending money and the beneficiaries being Weibo plus the celebrity. One of the new features of YY Music is the new song list, which is one of the uses of fan economy. December 29th, 2000 hours p.m. Yixian's Weibo was updated. On January 1st, New Year's Day, YY Music was officially launched, with a website version and an app version. The app can be downloaded from major software stores. To celebrate the launch of YY Music, we are holding a grand lucky draw of 10 million renminbi for 10 consecutive days, totaling 100 million renminbi. The lottery rules are as follows: 10 million per day, 100 winners, each winning 100,000. The lottery threshold is... After the Weibo update, Weibo's traffic exploded again. My husband finally showed up. I missed you so much. I've waited for so long and finally waited until today. Fortunately, I didn't give up. 1 million no? How did it become 100,000? I've been burning incense every day for the past month. I'm sure it will work this time. If there are 100 chances in one day, then there are 1,000 chances in 10 days, and the chances of winning are greatly increased. Because there had already been a previous lottery draw for tens of millions of dollars, the news of this lottery spread faster and wider than last time. Weibo was pushing this news desperately, wishing it would appear on all major networks. Major online media across the country would not miss such a hot topic and followed up with reports. YY Music, together with the 100 million lucky draw, is waiting for you to experience. 1 month later, the 10 million lottery will happen again. Who will be the lucky koi? 1,000 chances to win a $100,000 grand prize. Who will take the lead? At this moment, the entire internet is full of discussions about YY Music and the 100 million lucky draw. Star. Chapter 56. The enemy is taking action. He Wenbin from Yuecheng is an ordinary office worker. After graduation, he worked in a not-so-big company. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. He rents a house and lives a paycheck-to-paycheck life. After going downstairs, I went to the breakfast shop downstairs as usual, ordered some Xylong Bayo and ate treasure porridge, and sat down. At this moment, a voice nearby attracted his attention. I cursed the guy next door. Yi Xian is so damn rich. He threw out another 100 million for the lottery. I'm so envious. I heard that he used to be an ordinary young man like us, but he suddenly became extremely rich and inherited hundreds of billions of assets. If I were him, I would definitely change to a new girl every day. He Wenbin did not continue listening to the next words because his attention was focused on the 100 million lottery. He still remembers clearly that in the last 10 million lottery, 10 people won 1 million. He also participated in the lottery at that time, but unfortunately he did not win the prize. Another lottery? He quickly opened Weibo, and when he learned that there were 1,000 people with 100,000 lottery opportunities, he was delighted. He thought that after YY Music went online, he would try to participate and see if he could be selected. I looked at the hot searches on Weibo again and found that 3 related topics were in the top 10 of Weibo's hot searches, and 1 was in the 18th place. What a great heat! He Wenbin couldn't help but be shocked. After breakfast, He Wenbin got on the bus, and on the bus he heard people talking about the YY Music Lottery again. I opened WeChat and found that my old classmates were also talking about the lucky draw, and there were a lot of people asking for blessings in the circle of friends. After getting off the bus, I walked 300 or 400 meters to the company and found that many colleagues were talking about this matter along the way. He Wenbin was secretly surprised. This time, YY Music's lucky draw was such a big deal that people were talking about it everywhere. What He Wenbin didn't know was that similar things had happened in many places across the country. Yi Xian's propaganda strategy was too fresh, and Weibo was promoting it vigorously. The public also found it fresh, and the spread was high. If it happened 10 years later, it would probably not even make a splash. Look, my husband has posted a new Weibo post. A 24-year-old female colleague stood up suddenly and screamed in surprise. Other female colleagues followed suit and opened the Weibo post to read it. He Wenbin also opened the Weibo post out of curiosity and was surprised when he saw the content. YY Music is so generous that they actually held a concert and invited singers with top 30 songs to perform. At this moment, He Wenbin's heart was moved. He Wenbin's idol is the pop star Lu Huahua. He grew up listening to Lu Huahua's songs. He has always had a wish, which is to go to the concert to watch his idol sing. But when Lu Huahua held a concert, He Wenbin was still studying and had no money. After he started working and had some financial freedom, Lu Huahua never held a concert again. This has always been He Wenbin's regret. If I could push King Lu to perform on stage this time and buy a ticket to support him live, it would be a perfect moment that I would savor for the rest of my life. One more reason to support YY Music. Just then, He Wenbin came across King Lu's Weibo. King Lu updated his Weibo after not updating it for half a year. Support genuine products, support me, join the YY Music family, and enjoy the good voice. To all my friends who like my songs, Please help me to participate in the YY Music event on January 30th. He Wenbin's hands trembled. Definitely support. After Yi posted the second blog post about the concert, more than 70% of the famous singers in China took to Weibo to invite fans to join the YY Music family, resist piracy, and support genuine products. This time, it became even more lively. There is probably no one in the world who doesn't listen to music. Everyone has his or her favorite singer. Even if he or she is not an idol, he or she will have a good impression of this singer. The participation of so many singers naturally aroused the excitement and agitation of countless netizens. In a mansion somewhere in Magic City, bang, a cup was thrown to the ground and broken to pieces. Very good, very good. I didn't expect this yellow-haired kid named Yi to have such means. Xiao Yiqian, the chairman of Chantian Music, was listening to his subordinates' reports with an angry look on his face. He was not familiar with Weibo and thought it was just a small topic, but he did not expect that Yi could use Weibo to generate such a large amount of news attention. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the talk of the whole nation. He was a little panicked. I'm a little scared too. He thought that YY Music would definitely collapse under the pressure from several other music platforms. But now YY Music is so incredibly popular, and YY Music has already obtained more than 70% of the music copyrights. With such a huge advantage, he feels that it is very likely that several of their music platforms will fail. Then he thought again that the spy he had planted in YY Music had also been caught, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. I, Xiao Yiqian, have achieved what I have today, all thanks to hard work. The cunning Xiao Yiqian immediately thought of 3 strategies. Check Yiqian's background to see if there is any stain. Find a hacker to attack YY Music. Killer. Of course, the last one should never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Star. Chapter 57 YY Music is online, and the cross-arrow function makes a stunning appearance. P.S. I mentioned it before, and I will explain it again here. The shares of YY Music are held by the protagonist alone, and there are no other partners. All the products of YY Technology in the future have nothing to do with E-Group and are exclusively owned by the protagonist. December 31st, 11 p.m. There is still 1 hour until YY Music goes online. At this time, the office building of YY Music was brightly lit. Yi and his secretary Ning Nanshur arrived here early to take charge. Every employee is busy preparing, with excitement, anticipation, and nervousness on their faces. Ning Nanshur, the chief secretary who always appears calm and generous in front of outsiders, clenched her fists and was very nervous at this moment. She knew in her heart that this was Chairman Yi Xian's first project to step out of the Yi Group and start his own business. If it was successful, Chairman Yi Xian would no longer be a lucky man who had accidentally become rich, but a business elite, a business legend, and a business tycoon, and would completely gain a foothold in the Chinese business world. Therefore, YY Music is of great significance to Chairman Yi Xian. It must succeed. Let everyone see that you are the most amazing business genius in the country. Ning Nanshur said secretly in her heart. Looking at Yi Xian's profile, Ning Nanshur's heart beat faster. After spending the past few months together, she had been unknowingly conquered by Yi Xian's handsomeness, talent, domineering attitude, and self-confidence. But as her secretary, she was smart enough to hide it all. Before I knew it, it was midnight. Let's get started. With Yi Xian's order, YY Music was officially launched. All the employees fell silent, but their breathing became unstable, and they were obviously very nervous. It must succeed. Yi Xian looked at everyone's nervous expressions and smiled gently. He felt very relaxed because he could not think of any reason to fail. We have everything. The right time, the right place, and the right people. YY Music will not fail. And YY Music's subsequent big plans and projects will not fail. At this time, he also released the Weibo post about the first day's 10 million prize draw that he had prepared long ago. Celebrating the birth of YY Music. On the first day, 100 prizes of 100,000 are waiting for you. At the same time, the singers who had made the appointment also reposted the Weibo and wrote, "Welcome to join YY Music. I'm waiting for you here." At this moment, many netizens and fans from all over the country who wanted to participate in the lottery downloaded the YY Music app or logged into the official website of YY Music. The traffic of YY Music has increased rapidly. YY Music office building. On one side of the office area, Yi Xian set up a super large screen imitating the one that Jack Ma used during Double 11 to display the number of registered users of YY Music in real time. This super large screen is placed next to the office area, and all employees can see it just by looking up. At this time, the number of registrations displayed on the jumbo screen was climbing at an astonishing rate. 005. The number of registered people is 102,755. 010. The number of registered people is 605,364. 020. The number of registered people is 1802156. In the first 20 minutes, the number of registrations approached 2 million. Yi Xian looked at the data and knew that his move towards YY Music was successful. Compared with the number of 300 to 400 million netizens, 2 million may not seem like a lot, but don't forget, it's early morning and many people won't stay up all night waiting for YY Music to go online. The real outbreak will happen tomorrow morning. We can start the next step of the plan. Yi Xian thought of live broadcast, Kuaishou, Douyin, and streaming media. Online live broadcast room, it's you. In the office area, the employees did not know that Yi Xian had already set his sights on the next big project. At this moment, they were extremely excited and hugged each other, crying and laughing. Success! We did it! Midnight. Xiao Etian was not asleep at this time because he was restless. Chantian Music is one of his important foundations and the main source of his wealth of more than 20 billion yuan. As a listed company, the market value of Chantian Music will fluctuate with market changes. Once YY Music succeeds, the stock price of Chantian Music is bound to plummet. By then, its market value will probably hit the bottom, and it will be lucky to keep 10 billion. I hope YY Music is not as good as Yuan Yongfei said. As soon as it was 0 o'clock, he downloaded the YY Music app and installed it. Installation was successful. As soon as he entered, he frowned. This interface is a bit similar to apps like Qianqian, Yueshuan, and Zhiku, but it has a lot more functions. At this time, the app pops up a user guide animation. The animation is not long, only 1 minute, and it directly points out the innovative functions of YY Music. First of all, there are sound effects. Xiao Etian saw at least a dozen kinds of sound effects, including clear vocals, hi-fi live, high-resolution vocals, 3D surround, pure ACG, retro radio, super bass, and shocking panoramic view. He also saw an explanation of one of the types, celebrity sound effects, which were pre-mixed with exclusive sound effects based on the timbre of different singers. When Xiao Etian saw this, he was completely shocked. These functions completely exceeded his imagination. As the helmsman of Chantian Music, he has a very thorough understanding of the function of music, and he thinks no one can surpass him in this regard. But at this moment, he realized he was wrong. Totally wrong. These sound effects alone were beyond his expectation, beyond his imagination. Amazing. Chapter 58. 6 Functions of Fans Praise. At this point, the app usage guide animation begins to introduce the next function. Function 2. Comment function. Every song can be commented on. After seeing this function, Xiao Etian didn't react much, but instead sneered. This function is useless. He thinks that people just listen to songs, and no one likes to comment on songs while listening to them. What are they commenting on? Are they saying that the song is bad? Is it not as good as the way they sing it? Or are they saying that the lyrics are bad? Is there something wrong with the pronunciation? It's just like taking off your pants to fart. What a waste of time. If Yi Xian knew what Xiao Etian was thinking, he would probably laugh at his narrow-mindedness. Xiao Etian would never know how amazing and weird a netizen is. On the other side of the earth, song reviews are one of the most popular features among fans. These reviews are not limited to commenting on songs, but also have social and pretentious attributes. However, Xiao Etian at this time did not know the advantages of this comment function. Instead, he felt relieved after seeing this function. He felt that YY Music was just like that. He was not afraid, even if it had an additional sound effect function, because they could also follow suit. At this point, the user guide animation begins to introduce the next function. Function 3. User level. Xiao Etian continued to breathe a sigh of relief. User level? It's just listening to music. Why does it require such a high level? Useless. What a waste. YY Music is not as great as I imagined. At this point, use the guide animation to come to the next feature. Function 4. User preferences. Xiao Etian was shocked at first, but when he thought about how Yuan Yongfei emphasized this function in his email, Yuan Yongfei, said that this function must be a trend in the future, but with current computer technology, even the United States cannot realize it. So this function is destined to be just a gimmick and not a cause for concern. Nothing to worry about. Xiao Etienne breathed a sigh of relief once again. The smile on his face grew even bigger. YY Music is nothing but a piece of shit. Continue. Function 5. Playlist. Xiao Etienne was surprised because this function was not mentioned in Yuan Yongfei's email. He watched the user guide animation carefully. According to the user guide, every YY user can create their own playlist, which can be viewed by others. If the playlist is popular, it will be promoted by the YY Music platform, allowing fans across the platform to see the playlist, including the creator of the playlist. Seeing this, Xiao Etienne's heart skipped a beat. This feature, stunning. He thinks that users will definitely like this playlist feature, because every person likes the feeling of being noticed. Just thinking that your playlist will be approved and liked by others is definitely a very fulfilling thing. What Xiao Etienne didn't know was that the internet had given extremely high praise to YY Music's several new features. After using YY Music, I feel it is awesome. It is much more advanced than the previous music platforms. The music software in the past was too low level. I dare to say that YY Music's functions are truly beyond all others, crushing those junk music platforms across generations. After using it, I tried to go back to my favorite app, Chanchan Music, but it was rubbish, so I deleted it directly. Delete +1. When it comes to the sound effects, it goes without saying that it has been widely praised. This sound effect function is awesome. It's amazing. I love that clear voice so much. This sound effect function is amazing. I love it. I like rock music the most. My favorite rock songs are so good after using the rock sound effects. You can uninstall Chanchan Music, it's too rubbish. Aha, I paid for VIP membership and turn on the celebrity sound effects. My idol is Zhang Guishan. After turning on his sound effects, listening to his songs made my ears pregnant. The comment function that Xiao Etienne disdains is also liked by many fans. Every time I listen to a song, I feel something in my heart. It's a pity that there is no suitable platform to publish it. I didn't expect YY Music to have a comment function. Now, my literary talent can't be suppressed. This function is exactly what I have been looking forward to. I'm very satisfied with it. YY Music is so cool. I love the comment feature. The other functions are also popular among fans, who give thumbs up and cheer for YY Music's innovation. The playlist function, in particular, really hits the spot for their desire to show off. After seeing this feature, almost all fans couldn't help but want to create their own playlist. 90's favorite songs. 100 classic love songs. Songs that were popular all over the country in those years. Classic soundtracks of Hong Kong films. Favorite ancient style. Playlists are constantly being built. Then they frantically share it with their friends and family, asking them to help promote it. These people remember that YY Music will promote the most popular playlists. What if their own playlists are selected? Wouldn't that make them a star? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Even if you're not selected, just having your playlist liked by other people is a very happy achievement. Star. Chapter 59. First experience with YY Music app. This is a revolution in music platforms. YY Music's 6 major functions made a stunning debut, bringing the user experience to the extreme. The decline of the old music platform and the rise of a new king. Analysis of the 6 innovative functions of YY Music. YY Music chairman talks about how big data can help achieve accurate promotion of fans' preferences. 7 hours after YY Music went online, the sun once again shone on the land of China. A new day of work, study, and life has begun. The internet is full of articles praising YY Music. You can see them everywhere by opening the browser app or news app. He Wenbin did not participate in the launch of YY Music in the early hours of the morning. After all, he had to go to work the next day. However, while eating breakfast, he quickly downloaded YY Music, installed it, and watched the 1-minute user guide animation. Hey, this sound effect function is interesting. I can also leave comments. Then wouldn't it be possible for me to chat with other fans of King Lu under his songs? Share the good memories of the past? I like this function. Playlist function. Then I can put all my favorite songs together and recommend them to others. This function is awesome. Looking through the functions one by one, He Wenbin did not find the user guide animation verbose or annoying at all. Instead, he enjoyed watching it with great interest. Register, log in. Screenshot. then go to Weibo and reply to today's 10 million yuan lottery. At this moment, I could still hear other people having breakfast talking about YY music. But today, in addition to discussing the 10 million lottery, they were also discussing the new features of YY music. Almost everyone praised it. After breakfast, Wenbin got on the bus, took out his mobile phone, and plugged in headphones. He wanted to experience the new features of YY music. I first clicked on Andy Lau's songs and searched for his favorite song, The Days We Spent Together. How to face the days we have walked together. Now, I'm alone. How can I tell you with my heart? No one ever understands me. You're the only one who gives me a good life. With you and me, there is love, life, death, and justice. The familiar song lingers in my ears. The unforgettable and heart-wrenching love of that year once again surfaces in my mind, and before I know it, I'm in tears. Wenbin wiped away his tears, then clicked on the sound effects and selected clear vocal. Sure enough, the background noise was reduced a lot, and King Lu's voice became clearer, less irritable, and more powerful in calming people's hearts. This feature is really great. Wenbin knew that this function was said to be the idea of Yi Xian, the billionaire boss of YY music. Wenbin had to admire Yi Xian's talent. At this time, he remembered the comment function and clicked the comment button under the song Secretly Obsessed. 213 articles. Does this mean there are 213 comments? Wenbin quickly clicked it. Comments appeared in front of him. 3 years ago, she and I were together, and I liked this song. 3 years later, she and I broke up, and only then did I feel that I truly understood this song. Just as I loved her so much 3 years ago, I still wet my pillow with tears when I think about it now. I deleted all her photos, threw away the towels and toothbrushes she used, burned the white shirt she wore on me, and tore up all the movie tickets. From then on, this person disappeared from my life. I didn't realize it when we were together, but I realized how foolish I was when we broke up. We have you and me, love, life, death, and loyalty. I just wanted to explain when I was unwise. Now I want to talk to someone, but who knows? All that's left is the old figure in despair. And now there are only millions of sad sentences. Whenever I hear this, I can't help but cry. I don't know how many times I've listened to this song, and I'll keep listening to it. Looking at these comments, Wenbin felt like he had found a soulmate. He couldn't help but write his own comment. Just like the lyrics, I just want to explain my stupidity. Now I want to talk to someone, but who knows? All I'm left with is the old figure in despair. Back then, I was so extreme that I hurt her deeply and broke up with her. I've been regretting it ever since then and have tried many ways to win her back, but failed in the end. After writing this comment, he closed his eyes, and the happy scenes of those years kept flashing back in his mind. Tears flowed again. When he returned to reality again, he found that the bus had passed its stop. He quickly got out of the car and ran back. Fortunately, he managed to get back to the company and was not late. At this time, he noticed his colleagues around him and found that they were all holding their mobile phones. Xiaowen. Sisterly, I share my playlist with you. How is it? Do you like any of it? Sisterly, I looked at your playlist, and it happens to be the type I like. I didn't expect that our hobbies are so similar. Abin, I found a good playlist on YY music. It's about classic music from movies and TV series. It's nice. Do you want to share it with you? Brother Kai, I like ancient music, and I found a lot of good songs I haven't heard before through the playlist. Wenbin was astonished. He didn't expect that the playlist function of YY music would be so popular. He didn't care about the playlist, but it was obvious that his colleagues around him liked the playlist function very much. However, he also realized that the function of this playlist is more than just the surface. Not only can it share one's own playlist with like-minded people, which gives one a sense of accomplishment, but it can also help one find songs that one has never heard of but likes from other similar playlists. What an amazing design. Yi Xian is truly talented. Wenbin not only envied Yi Xian, who was the same age as him, but also admired him. Start. Chapter 60. The Shock and Fear of Other Music Platforms. Juka Music. Early in the morning, Chairman Peng Yuan came to the company with a gloomy face. He didn't sleep well last night. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The reason for all this was that YY Music was launched in the early morning. He downloaded the YY Music app to experience it immediately, and the more he experienced it, the more frightened he became. He has experienced every function. That Yi Xian is such a genius. These functions can actually be thought of. After the experience, he called the marketing department and the technical department overnight and asked them to stay up late and work overtime to conduct market analysis and technical analysis on YY Music and required a preliminary result to be produced in the morning. He hurried to his chairman's office, where his secretary, marketing director, and technical director were already waiting. Pang Yuan said sternly, "Have the evaluation result come out?" The head of the marketing department looked ashamed and said, "Chairman, I personally went back to the company last night and directed everyone in the marketing department to analyze the market of YY Music. The result was an A+ rating, and I reanalyzed our Juka music based on this standard, and the result was AB-. Pang Yuan, Juka used to think of itself as A level, but now that YY Music is out, it has dropped directly to B level. Is Juku so bad?" Pang Yuan asked again. "What about Kianqianting and Yueshuan? What are their ratings?" The head of the marketing department said, "They are all B level as well." Pang Yuanxin breathed a sigh of relief. "Bullshit, it's 4 levels away from YY Music's A+. Isn't the gap too big? It's a complete crush." The professionalism of the marketing department is beyond doubt. Apparently, after analysis, the marketing department felt that Juku was really bad. "No, there's still a chance. We still have a chance to catch up." Pang Yuan looked at the director of the technical department and said, "Tell me, can we realize those functions of YY Music?" The head of the technical department said seriously, "Chairman, the basic functions should be available, but it will take some time. For example, the sound effects will take at least 2 months. In addition, the technical department discovered last night that YY Music's playlist function is not just a playlist function. It and the fan preference function both require a technology called big data." Pang Yuan, "Is this big data technology difficult?" The director of the technical department smiled bitterly. "This is not a difficult problem, but an unsolvable problem because this algorithm was proposed by Silicon Valley in the United States, but has not yet been truly implemented. In other words, this big data technology only exists in theory and involves more advanced artificial intelligence disciplines." Pang Yuan was surprised. "Does YY Music have this technology?" The director of the technical department nodded. "Although I can't believe it, I have formed a 10-person technical team to study the 2 functions of playlists and preferences. I am sure that this is indeed big data technology. In other words, there is definitely a computer god in YY Music." When saying this, the director of the technical department showed a look of admiration. This is a common problem among technical personnel who always pay homage to great figures. Pang Yuan frowned deeply. "In other words, it is very difficult to copy the function of YY Music?" The director of the technical department nodded and said, "Yes, it is very difficult. It can even be said to be a huge pitfall. If we don't understand big data technology, then we will release a function that is imitation and false. Once it is discovered by users or exposed by YY Music, it will be a disaster of trust crisis for Juka Music." Pang Yuan sighed. "This is really bad news." The director of the technical department nodded. "It is indeed a despairing fact." Pang Yuan, "It hurts." The discussions on Juka Music also occurred on Yueshuan and Chancham Music. The technical staff of these 3 companies are not fools. Those who can work in such large companies are industry elites. The same analysis was sent to Yueshuan CEO Ma and Chanchian Xiaoitian. It was like a huge hammer hitting them on the head, making them dizzy and dazed. Impossible technology. The gap makes people despair, especially Xiao Etian. Chanchian Music is a listed company. Now it's New Year's Day holiday, and the stock market is closed. Once the stock market opens tomorrow, the stock price of Chanchian Music will definitely plummet. It's over. I worked hard all my life, but I didn't expect to face such an end. Xiao Etian's face gradually distorted. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I must take the initiative to attack. He had ordered his men to investigate Yi Xian a few days ago, but now he didn't know whether there would be any results. As a wealthy man with assets of over 20 billion, Xiao Etian's power is naturally extraordinary, so it is easy for him to investigate Yi Xian's background. He made a phone call, and the person who called was his right-hand man, Xiao Qin, an elite bodyguard who was very sharp in his work. "Xiao Qin, how is the investigation going on for the matter I asked you to investigate?" A firm voice came from the other end of the line. "Boss, I have found some information. I will email it to you right away." Soon Xiao Etian received an email from Xiao Qin. The email contained a lot of content, several pages long and nearly 10,000 words. Xiao Etian read it carefully. He discovered that when Yi Xian was still an ordinary person, he behaved properly, never went to buy tea in that sense, and never broke the law. He was just an ordinary person. After entering the Yi group, he finally found a suspicious point. The death of Jiang Jinxiu. Star. Chapter 61 Upgrade. God of Fighting. God of Guns. In the email, Xiao Qin found out that the truck driver had received 1 million yuan from Jiang Jinxiu's assistant, and it was obvious that he had hired a killer. He also found out that Jiang Jinxiu's car, truck, and Yi Xian's car were all on the same road, no more than 700 meters apart. The question is here. Why did the truck driver take the money but not hit Yi Xian? Instead, he hit Jiang Jinxiu? This is unreasonable. There must be a problem. Humph. Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I finally found out your weakness. Xiao Yiqian sneered 3 times. He knew how to deal with Yi Xian. In addition to using this to deal with him, the hacker's attack plan cannot be stopped. He called Xiao Qin again. The hacker's plan will be executed at 2200 hours tonight. Xiao Qin on the other end of the phone. Got it, boss. YY Music Headquarters. 8 p.m. Yi Xian is in charge here again. At this time, the data of YY Music is as follows. Number of registered users, 62.14 million. Number of app downloads, 48.58 million. Some people use the website. Peak number of people listening to songs online, 49.02 million. Number of VIP members, 9.9 yuan per month, 343,552. Number of playlists created, 1.63 million. Number of people using sound effects, 55.32 million. Number of comments, 142.5 million. This data is so gorgeous, and it's only 2000 hours now. There is no doubt that YY Music became an instant hit and became extremely popular. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Nansher knocked on the door and came in, handing over a stack of papers. Mr. Yi, this is the latest status of Juku, Qianqianting, and other platforms that you requested during this period. Yi Xian took the stack of papers and started flipping through them. Soon his brows furrowed. Our YY Music is online, but these platforms have only taken such little action and have not taken any action against YY Music at all. This is unreasonable. Yi Xian threw the stack of papers away. You can get out now. Ning Nansher left and gently closed the study door. Yi Xian clicked on the 3 bosses, Chanqian, Juku, and Yueshuan, to see what these 3 people were doing. Because I used them last time, these 3 people are in the system's address book. Name, Xiao Yiqian. Recent behavior, investigating Yi Xian's past. In my heart, although Yi Xian may not have been responsible for Jiang Jinxiu's car accident, I can use it to smear Yi Xian. I just need to use public opinion like, can you get away with murder just because you have money, to stir up the hatred of the rich among those online fools. Even if Yi Xian didn't kill the person, no one will believe it, right? Those online fools only believe what they want to believe. As long as this plan succeeds, I won't have to hire a killer on the dark web. Yi Xian. Originally, I just wanted to see how Xiao Yiqian would respond to YY Music, but I didn't expect to see something extraordinary. This old guy actually wants to throw dirty water on me? If he knew about Jiang Jinxiu's car accident, he would be in big trouble. The dark web and killers also aroused Yi Qiu's vigilance. It seems that bodyguards are necessary. We must pay attention to safety when traveling. However, there's a saying that you can steal for 1,000 days, but never be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Taking the initiative is Yi Xian's style. He looked through Xiao Yiqian's personal information, slowly sorting it out by date. As a result, he saw that Xiao Yiqian actually wanted to find hackers to attack YY Music when it went online. Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled. Now he has God-level programming, which means in disguised terms, he is a God-level hacker, because a hacker is simply a programmer who uses various software and instructions to attack computers and servers. Hiring hackers to attack YY Music is seeking death. In the field of computers, no one can surpass him. Oh, by the way, I can plant Trojans on his phone and computer, and also on his secretary, assistant, and right-hand man. When the time comes, whether they hire a group of trolls to smear me or hire assassins, they will leave evidence that I can use. After looking through Xiao Yiqian's life experience again, Yi Xian actually found a lot of useful things, enough to get him put in jail and sentenced. Afterwards, Yi Xian looked through the personal information of Mr. Ma, the boss of Yueshuan, and Mr. Peng Yuan, the boss of Juku, and found a lot of good things. Record them one by one. Lu Chang, come in for a moment. Yi Xian called his bodyguard captain to come in. Name, Lu Chang. Skills, combat advanced, firearms advanced. Without thinking, Yi Xian directly copied the combat technique, advanced, and firearm shooting, advanced. Upgrade. Directly promoted to the god level. God of fighting. Your body is extremely powerful. You have unparalleled fighting experience, strong physical fighting instincts, and excellent danger intuition. In close combat, you are a god, invincible. Gun god. With a gun in hand, the world is mine. You're the god of guns. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his body was rapidly becoming stronger, the fat was burning, the muscles were becoming tighter, and the power was surging out continuously. At this moment, Lu Chang's hair suddenly stood up, as if he had encountered a terrifying predator. Boss, he... Lu Chang looked at Yi Xian in disbelief, and a storm surged in his heart. Star. Chapter 62. The hacker was defeated before he even started the attack. These things, as usual, get them to me. Yi Xian handed the paper that recorded the criminal information of Xiao Yitian, Peng Yuan, and Ma Zong to Lu Chang. Okay, boss. This was not the first time Lu Chang had done this for Yi Xian, so he was not surprised. The only thing that shocked him was why his boss knew so many other people's secrets. He can't see through his boss. I feel that the boss is like a bottomless ocean, mysterious and powerful. Also, arrange more bodyguards for me during this period and raise the security level to level 1. Okay, boss. Go ahead. Lu Chang bowed, left, and closed the office door. Yi Xian began to use the system, opened the second-level page of Xiao Yitian's assistant Xiao Qin, and then found the information column of the hacker master on the third-level page. Name, Su Xiaozhou. Age, 25. Occupation, programmer, hacker, ranked third among the top 100 hackers on the dark web. Nicknamed Yuchibabin. Address, 2313 Jinqiu Peninsula, Nanpu, Jiangdu. Phone number ***. Psychological activity. There are still 2 hours before the attack on YY Music begins. I hope YY Music doesn't really have the legendary master to guard the scene, otherwise I will fail. If I don't need money urgently, I won't take this task. Yi Xian was surprised when he saw the address. It is less than 3 blocks away from YY Music. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and called Lu Chang again, told him Su Xiaozhou's address, and then gave him instructions. This guy is a hacker. Catch him here. I want to see him. Okay, boss. I'll do it right away. Lu Chang has become numb. The boss is omniscient and omnipotent, right? 700 meters away, a house in Jinqiu Peninsula, Nanpu, Jiangdu. A handsome otaku was sitting in front of a computer, typing away at code with his fingers. His messy, sticky hair showed that he hadn't washed it for several days. Ding ling ling. The doorbell rang. Who is it? A courier. Express delivery? I didn't order courier. It was delivered to the wrong door. Oh, sorry, I'm a delivery man. I didn't order takeout. It was delivered to the wrong person. Really? Oh, then change it. Open the door, check the water meter, or send warmth to the community, or give bracelets. Fuck. Now Su Xiaozhou understood, and his face changed drastically. Damn, the police are here. Could it be that my identity as a hacker has been exposed? Su Xiaozhou was extremely panicked. He ran to the balcony, wanted to see if he could jump off the building to escape, but he lived on the 23rd floor and would be a corpse if he jumped down. I was so anxious that I cried. He ran around like a frightened mouse, but in the end he still couldn't find a way to escape. The voice outside the door was relaxed. Give up. You can't escape. Open the door. Let's talk. Su Xiaozhou opened the door with a sad face, and then saw 3 men in sunglasses and black clothes standing at the door, with stern faces and no expression. It was obvious from their posture that they were not ordinary policemen. Lu Chang, Su Xiaozhou, come with us. Su Xiaozhou was so panicked that he thought that he would be lenient if he confessed, so he quickly raised his hand and said, Police officer, I will confess. I will confess everything. Lu Chang. The 2 men in black at the back were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Lu Chang, don't worry, we are not police officers, and we dare not pretend to be police officers. When Su Xiaozhou heard that, he was not a dignified policeman. He felt relieved immediately. Lu Chang, but we are the security guards of YY Music. Su Xiaozhou's heart tightened again. YY Music? Damn, you come to me for revenge before I even start attacking? Sure enough, the rumor in the hacker community that YY Music has a great master in charge is true, although it has not been widely spread outside. The hacker community is spreading the word that YY Music uses big data technology, which is still in the theoretical stage. Some people have tried to crack it, but failed. Therefore, the hacker community believes that YY Music must have a technical expert. Damn it. Why am I so miserable? 10 minutes later, Su Xiaozhou was brought in front of Yi Xian with his head drooped. Oh shit, it's a billionaire boss in person. Su Xiaozhou was shocked. Gudong. Su Xiaozhou knelt down in front of Yi Xian, cleanly and neatly. Beg for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Yi Xian. Hey, why did you kneel down before I even opened my mouth? You make me feel unsuccessful. I haven't installed it yet. Bland. Su Xiaozhou said with a drooling face. Boss, do you still need a pendant on your leg? This is a billionaire with a fortune of hundreds of billions. Any benefits he gives away would be enough for him to eat and drink for a lifetime. Yi Xian looked into his inner thoughts through his profile column, and his heart moved. It just so happened that YY Music didn't have any experts, and Su Xiaozhou could just make up for this shortcoming. Su Xiaozhou, the hacker's nickname is Uchibai Madara, right? Su Xiaozhou looked up at Yi Xian weakly. Boss, you are the great god who developed the big data technology of YY Music. Is it you? Yi Xian was surprised. How did you know? Su Xiaozhou quickly said, many people in the hacker community have tried to crack YY Music's big data technology, but they all failed, and then more and more hackers knew about it. Yi Xian nodded. So that's how it is. Now, Su Xiaozhou was completely sure that this technology was developed by Yi Xian. Oh my god! Su Xiaozhou knelt down again neatly, his eyes burning with passion. Please accept me as your little brother. Roll. Start. Chapter 63. The shocking data on the first day of online sales is released. 82 million. Finally, Su Xiaozhou was appointed by Yi Xian as the security director of the network security department. However, Yi Xian was a vengeful person, so he gave Su Xiaozhou a salary of 3,000 yuan, which was only enough to pay for Social Security and Provident Fund, and was completely inconsistent with his position and skills. However, Su Xiaozhou was very happy because he would have a backer in the future, and he also had a great master around him, so any technical knowledge he learned would benefit him a lot. The time soon came to 24 o'clock. Yi Xian returned to the work area, and all the employees gathered together. At this time, the data of YY Music is number of registered users, 82.14 million. Number of app downloads, 62.58 million. Some people use the website. Peak number of people listening to songs online, 59.02 million. Number of VIP members, 9.9 yuan per month, 5.23 million. Number of playlists created, 3.63 million. Number of people using sound effects, 75.32 million. Number of comments, 242.5 million. Number of users who used the app for more than 1 hour, 8.3 million. In other words, the retention rate is very high, and people usually leave after registering for the lottery. This data is simply explosive. Yi Xian took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the data on the big screen. Post on Weibo. Thanks to all users for their strong support, YY Music has achieved great success. Support genuine products and support music. Upload an image. Click to publish. After the Weibo post was published, many comments soon poured in. YY Music is very useful and has refreshed my understanding of music platforms. I have deleted Qianqian's music. It's rubbish. Same here. Compared to YY Music, the other 3 major music platforms are garbage. This is my favorite playlist. Link. Is there anyone who likes the same thing? Can we recommend songs to each other? Say it out loud. I am a distinguished Diamond VIP member. I am proud. I have listened to 300 songs so far and have upgraded to level 2 3%. Who is higher than me? Sorry, I'm already at level 2, 80% for 100 songs. Fuck, is the person upstairs a pervert? 400 songs. Each song is an average of 2.5 minutes. That's 1,000 minutes, nearly 17 hours. Don't you need to take a break? Achievement party, you don't understand. Xiao Tian sighed. His face was full of ferocity and rage. YY registered users, 82.14 million. The data is too terrifying. It is almost close to 80% of Qianqian Music's usual data, and this is the first day of YY Music's data. If the data is allowed to soar for a few more days, won't it soar to the sky? It's really despairing data. His right-hand man, Xiao Qin, was standing in front of him with his head lowered, looking guilty. Tell me, why didn't the hacker attack plan go into effect? Xiao Tian was very angry. If hackers attack YY Music at the last moment, YY Music will inevitably collapse, and its so-called glory will inevitably become a joke. However, the hacker did not attack. Xiao Etienne was so angry that he slammed the table. Xiao Qin was ashamed. Boss, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I can't contact the hacker now. Xiao Etienne's face was grim. You mean the deposit was paid, but in the end the thing didn't get done? The person also disappeared. Xiao Qin lowered his head. Yes, boss. I think the hacker may have been discovered. After all, hackers are not allowed to be seen in public, so reputation is very important. Generally speaking, they will not breach the contract. Xiao Etienne, didn't you say that hacker was ranked 3rd on some hacker list? How come he is so rubbish? Xiao Qin, he is indeed ranked 3rd on the hacker list. His strength is real. So, I suspect that YY Music has a master in charge. Expert, Xiao Etienne was discouraged. He lay on the sofa and waved his hands weakly, saying, "Forget it, this matter is over." The success of YY Music will definitely have a serious impact on Qianqianting. The stock market will open in 9 hours. By then, the share price of Qianqianting will definitely collapse. Yi Xian, why are you forcing me? A violent and crazy thought filled Xiao Etienne's mind. Xiao Qin. Xiao Etienne's voice was low. Boss. Xiao Qin bowed slightly. Find a killer and kill him. Xiao Etienne said viciously, gritting his teeth. Boss. Xiao Qin hesitated for a moment and finally nodded vigorously. Okay, boss, I will definitely not fail this time. But it may take a little more time because we may have to hire killers from abroad, which is safer. Xiao Etienne frowned. How long will it take? Xiao Qin, it will take at least a month. And after the killer arrives, he needs to investigate. He can't act all at once. If this passes, maybe 2 months will be gone. Xiao Etienne nodded. Okay, as long as it's professional enough. Xiao Qin, don't worry, boss. He must be a professional killer, at least one of the world's killers. But the price may be quite high. After all, Yi Xian's identity is not ordinary, and his security force must be extraordinary as well. Xiao Etienne, how much does it cost? Xiao Qin, the price on the dark web is 20 million US dollars. Xiao Etienne slammed the table. Okay, 20 million US dollars. I'll give it to you. Xiao Qin nodded. Then I will contact them now. On Yi Xian's side, he happened to see the entire conversation about Xiao Etienne hiring a killer through the information column. It's a risky thing. I like it. He tapped the computer keyboard and quickly connected to Xiao Etienne and Xiao Qin's mobile phones through the Trojan program, and then copied the entire recording. This is good stuff. If this thing is handed over to the country, Xiao Etienne will really be finished. This is a Trojan horse that Yi Xian had planted a long time ago. It would silently activate the recording function, and it just came in handy now. And the killer is coming. I think I could take advantage of this and do something big. Yi Xian thought a very cool plan. Hee. Chapter 64. The rival stock price drops to the limit. Yi Xian's next big plan. The next day, articles from major online media were freshly published. At a glance, almost all media outlets put the hot headlines on YY Music, which was launched on New Year's Day. YY Music had a great start, with 80 million new users on the first day. YY Music's 6 major functional innovations have won praise from fans. The genius helmsman of YY Music, the newly minted billionaire Yi Xian. Does the super genius Yi Xian really have an ordinary background? The new overlord of digital music, YY Music, is now online. From purchasing copyrights with large sums to becoming the industry overlord, Yi Xian's generosity. The arrival of the copyright era, a carnival for the music industry. A new business giant is born, and everything is in the hands of a 22-year-old young man. Breaking out of the cage of real estate, the talented young man aims to dominate the digital music industry. A new myth of wealth, a new unicorn enterprise on the internet. A market value of 10 billion? No, this is not the end of YY Music. No matter who you are, when you click on the online media, you will see similar news. All major media outlets are praising Yi Xian to the extreme. Just look at the tone of praise. Super genius. So talented. New business giant. One after another, high praise fell on Yi Xian, and the audience wanted to praise him to the sky. And at this moment, when YY Music news exploded, Ting was facing a major crisis because 9:30 in the morning is the opening time of the stock market. At this time, there was still 5 minutes before the stock market started, and those investors in the stock group who had bought Ting stocks were already cursing. The time is now 9:25, which is the time to announce the results of the stock call auction. At this moment, on all stock software, the buy orders for Chan Music stock were blank, and the sell orders were minus 9.95%. It hit the limit down directly. The stock group was filled with curses. It hit the limit down. There's no chance to even sell. Alpaca. Xiao Yiqian is an idiot. Xiao Yiqian is an idiot plus 10,086. Ting group building. The atmosphere in the company was dead silent today. All employees walked carefully and dare not speak loudly. In the chairman's office, Xiao Yiqian's face was pale, his hands and feet were cold, and his eyes were bloodshot. If you look closely, you can see that he has a lot more white hair around his ears than last month. Sure enough, has it affected the stock market? Xiao Yiqian ordered his men early in the morning to sell the stocks in their hands quickly, but he was the largest shareholder, holding 56% of the shares, so he couldn't sell much no matter how hard he tried. There is no way to escape. He had already foreseen the tragic end of Chan Music in the future. It is estimated that his 20 billion assets will be cut in half. It's all Yiqian's fault. Xiao Yiqian gritted his teeth, his face grim, and the pen in his hand creaked and deformed. Kill, kill, kill. Yixuan Musti. Xiao Yiqian hated Yiqian so much. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have fallen into such a disastrous situation. Chan Music headquarters. Yiqian looked at the handsome guy in the mirror. The ancient said, "Examine yourself 3 times a day." At this time, Yiqian was reflecting on himself. Am I handsome? Am I handsome? Am I handsome? After reflecting on it, I came to the conclusion. So damn handsome. Yiqian sneezed, rubbed his nose, and said unhappily, "Who on earth is saying that I'm handsome behind my back?" At this time, Ning Nansher knocked on the door and came in. "Chairman, all 40 technicians have gathered, and the 80 newly recruited technicians have also gathered. They are all waiting for you in conference room number 1. Yiqian, help me put my clothes in order." Ning Nansher came in front of Yiqian. With her perfect 170 centimeters tall figure, her head could just touch Yiqian's lips. She used her slender fingers to help Yiqian adjust the collar of his shirt, and then smoothed the broad shoulders of his suit. She looked up at Yiqian with her beautiful eyes. While helping Yiqian tidy up his clothes, her heart was beating like a deer and a blush appeared on her face. Handsome, talented, simply the perfect man. Male god. Ning Nansher secretly hid her love for him because she didn't want to lose her position as his personal secretary. Let's go. Yiqian picked up a plan and walked out of the office. The name of the plan is Future Prospects and Development Plans for Live Streaming Platforms. The killer is coming, so the development speed of live broadcast must be accelerated. We should try to launch the live broadcast when the killer comes and have an international killer live show. Start. Chapter 65, YY Music Monopolizes the National Market. YY Music, Conference Room number 1. I heard the boss has a new plan, which is no worse than YY Music. I wonder what big plan it is. So excited, we're going to do something again. The boss is really awesome. He thinks of things that others can't. The creativity of YY Music is really amazing. He's also a programming master, and his big data technology makes me kneel flat on my back. Yeah, who would have thought that he was just an ordinary person at the beginning? This is probably what is called genius. Amidst the adoring discussions, the door to the conference room opened. Yiqian walked in. His steps were calm. His expression was as peaceful as a lake. His eyes were bright, and his aura was so powerful that people felt ashamed of themselves. The newly recruited employees came into close contact with Yiqian for the first time. They were secretly amazed at the sight of Yiqian, the youngest billionaire in the country. What a powerful aura. Good morning, Chairman. All the employees stood up subconsciously. Yiqian scanned all 120 technicians in the venue. In order to avoid commercial spies sneaking in like last time, Yiqian swept them all without missing a single one this time. After a quick scan, no corporate espionage was found. Everyone, please sit down. This time we're calling you together to develop a new product. Yiqian went straight to the point, put the plan for the online live streaming platform on the big screen, and started talking directly. Live streaming on the internet. Let me first explain the concept. The live streaming I'm talking about is not the kind of online TV that provides TV signals online, such as live broadcasts of various sports games and cultural activities, and uploads them to websites in real time for people to watch. Instead, it is another method of setting up independent signal acquisition equipment, audio plus video, on site to import the signal into the director terminal, director device, or platform, and then upload it to the server through the internet and publish it to the website for people to watch. The main body of content provision is the anchor. I divide anchors into show anchors, game anchors, and other anchors according to the content. The so-called show hosts are singing hosts, MC hosts, chat hosts, NJ hosts, dance hosts, musical instrument hosts, etc. So-called game anchors are professional game players, game masters, and game celebrities who have transformed themselves into live broadcasters to attract users to watch. In addition to show hosts and game hosts, there are other types of online hosts, such as teaching hosts, food hosts, outdoor hosts, foreign language hosts, financial hosts, fitness hosts, financial hosts, etc. Are main. At the beginning, what Yi Xian said left the technical staff confused. After all, this was something new that had never appeared in the world, and they couldn't grasp the essence of it all at once. But Yi Xian has plenty of patience. The meeting lasted for a whole day, and the 120 programmers finally understood Yi Xian's product design and were extremely excited. They are already very sure that this will be another epic-making and awesome product. Okay, I'll give you 1.5 months. In a month and a half, I will have a mature product. Yi Xian looked at the entire audience with burning eyes. It is said that if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. I, Yi Xian, am a decent man. Let me talk about the bonus first. As long as this product is completed in 1.5 months, each person will be rewarded 200,000. For every day of delay, 30,000 will be deducted, and for every day of advance, 10,000 will be added. All the programmers in the audience were excited. Everyone's face turned red due to the 200,000 yuan bonus, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Long live the boss. Boss 666. Boss, rest assured, we will complete it even if it takes a lot of work. The cheers almost overturned the conference room. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the enthusiasm of his employees. 1.5 months was very short, but there was no other way. The international killer was about to come. If he was not online by then, wouldn't the performance of the international killer be in vain? In the next few days, YY Music continued to maintain its rapid growth. The next day, the number of registrations reached 123 million. On the third day, the number of registrations reached 164 million. On the fourth day, the number of registrations reached 191 million. On the 10th day, the number of registered users reached 322 million, which is 81.3% of the total number of internet users. The peak number of online users exceeded 90 million. That means 90 million people are listening to the song at the same time. All this is due to the innovative features of YY Music, which greatly increased user stickiness. In addition, using genuine products for free is always more psychologically advantageous than trying pirated product for free. On the other hand, it is also due to the singer's personal promotion because according to the original copyright agreement, their songs will enjoy a certain proportion of copyright dividends, which greatly stimulated their enthusiasm. In contrast, the traffic of Qianqianting, Yueshuan, and Juku, the three major platforms that originally occupied 80% of the digital music market share, has dropped significantly, leaving less than 1/10 of the original amount. After using YY Music, the original users turned to use these three softwares and found that they were too backward, with no sound effects, no playlists, no comments, totally boring. Moreover, they were pirated and they felt inferior to YY Music. So they deleted the apps of these three music platforms and turned to YY Music. These 10 days have been a hellish journey for Qianqian, Yueshuan, and Juku. Shareholders have been selling off their holdings one after another, but at this point no one is willing to take over and no one is willing to buy even at a rock-bottom price. Especially Qianqianting, which is a listed company. Its stock price keeps falling and it hits the limit down every day. No one wants to sell it, so it is just stuck in my hands. At this moment, YY Music completely dominates 95% of the digital music market. Dominance. Monopoly. All this took only 10 days. This is the power of dimensionality reduction attack of epic-making products. At this moment, Yi Xian became a god in one battle. Star. Chapter 66, International Killer 6, Mermaid. Qianqianting Building. Qianqianting, which used to be bustling with thousands of employees, is now empty, with only a few dozen employees working like wandering ghosts. Qianqian listened to the song, and it was over. After the stock market crashed, several major banks rushed to Qianqianting building to collect debts. Generally speaking, a company is not healthy if it has no debt. Healthy companies will borrow money from banks and use it to expand their business, which will form a certain debt ratio, the percentage of total liabilities divided by total assets. As long as the asset load ratio is between 30% and 50%, it is within the normal range. In the past, Qianqianting's financial situation was very healthy. The huge traffic brought it huge advertising revenue, and they could also receive a lot of money from singers competing for the charts. Moreover, they did not need to pay for copyright costs. It was simply free money. So the bank is willing to lend money to Qianqianting. Now that YY Music has risen, it has dealt a fatal blow to Qianqianting. Under the combination of copyright and new functions, it doesn't even have a chance to turn around. The bank was now anxious and rushed to collect the debt in a hurry, lest it could not collect the subsequent debts. As a result, there were bank people waiting outside Qianqianting's store every day. Some banks were even forced into a corner and threatened to go to court to apply to freeze Qianqianting's assets. In the chairman's office, Xiao Etian gritted his teeth as he watched the bank staff collecting debts at the entrance of the building downstairs. Although he managed to survive by transferring Qianqianting's assets ahead of time, he still lost tens of billions. His current assets are estimated to be less than 8 billion. It is a heavy loss. It's all Yixian's fault. However, there is good news. He just got a message from the cleaner assigned to YY Music that YY Music is developing a new product, which is said to be a groundbreaking product. He has already sent people to send commercial spies into YY Music to steal the product plan. By then, even if we can't be online before YY Music, we will have to follow the trend. No, I have already asked Xiaoqin to hire a top international killer through the dark web, and Yixian will be dead by then. Once Yixian dies, YY Music will lose its backbone, and that will be my chance. The future will belong to me, Xiao Etian. The one who laughs last is the winner. The other side, want to send corporate spies to steal my products? Yixian was always paying attention to the old fox, Xiao Etian. At this moment, he happened to see Xiao Etian's inner thoughts and showed a playful smile. While I am here, if you can arrange a spy into the development department, I lose. Yixian didn't care about commercial espionage at all. Instead, he cared more about the international killer. Click on Xiaoqin's profile column. Name, Qin Li. Recently, a reward of $15 million has been issued through the dark web, waiting for an international killer to accept the reward. Ye Huan. $15 million? Isn't it $20 million? Aren't you cheating your boss by withholding 25% of the $5 million? At this moment, Qin Li's information column suddenly refreshed. Name, Qin Li. Inner thoughts. Haha, someone has already accepted the mission. The international killer, mermaid, the sixth on the killer list, female, mysterious identity, powerful, definitely enough to kill Yixian. Moreover, Yixian never brings too many bodyguards when he goes out. If the mermaid takes action, Yixian will definitely die. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Click on the information column of mermaid. Name, Smith Michael Male. Occupation, killer. Nickname, mermaid. Location, Republic of Kansanpoa. Skills, expert gun shooting, expert map reading, expert wilderness, expert lurking. Past experience, successfully assassinated the Prime Minister of Fenia, successfully assassinated the president of AO Biological Group, successfully assassinated the leader of the X organization. Personality, narcissistic, thinks he is the most handsome man in the world. My inner thoughts, assassinating a billionaire? Such an easy task actually has a reward of $15 million. I accepted this task. However, I have never been to China. I need to learn Chinese to avoid inconvenience in my actions. Yixian had a strange look on his face. This mermaid is actually a man, not a woman as the outside world, Xiaoqin believed. This killer is no simple matter. Even his gender is hidden so deeply. At this time, Secretary Ning Nansher knocked on the door and walked in. Chairman, Shengao Group sent an email saying they want to discuss YY Music's financing. Shengao Group? Information about Shengao Group automatically emerged in Yixian's mind. This is a top 10 investment bank in the world, providing a wide range of investment, consulting, and financial services to the world, with a large number of multi-industry clients, including private companies, financial enterprises, government agencies, and individuals. Among the top 10 technology companies in China, 6 companies have received financing from Shengao Consortium, which is a big player in the domestic investment community. How much did they bid? 9 billion renminbi in exchange for 30% of the shares. So the valuation is 30 billion. Ye wan similet. This valuation was not bad, proving that Shengao had a good vision and was sincere enough. However, Yixian still had many plans for the future. YY Music was just one of the branches in the map. YY Music definitely could not have only this little value. Thinking of this, Yixian waved his hand. Reject him. Over the past month, after Yixian completely took control of Ye's real estate, he has gradually split and sold off those bloated assets and optimized resources. Currently, Yixian himself has a cash flow of more than 10 billion, which is very sufficient and does not require any financing at all. By the way, Chairman, the national television station's high-end interview program team wants to do an exclusive interview with you. Ning Nansher said at this time. An exclusive interview with the program High-End Interviews? This seems to be quite high-end, right? If Yixian remembered correctly, the interviewees of this program were all international bigwigs, and ordinary people, like himself, were rarely interviewed. Yes, then accept it. Day 3. The high-end interview program team arrived in Jiangdu. Star. Chapter 67 High-End Interview Program. Praise from the boss. Mr. Yi, I have long heard of your name. Thank you for the compliment. Welcome Mr. Zhou Huai and the High-End Interviews Program team. Downstairs of the Yi Group headquarters building, Yixian and a group of employees lined up neatly to welcome the arrival of the High-End Interview Program crew. A very grand welcome ceremony. No wonder Yixian is so grand. It's all because this high-end interview program is awesome. Super awesome. So awesome. High-End Interviews is somewhat similar to Bai Yanqing's Celebrity Dialogues in terms of content and form, in that both interviews involve 2 people sitting face-to-face and conducting question-and-answer sessions. However, the level of high-end interviews is much higher than that of Celebrity Dialogues, which is equivalent to the huge gap between a first-rank official and a 7th-rank official. Also, a national television program, Celebrity Dialogue, only interviews famous people, such as a famous domestic star, a gold medalist in a certain sport, or a billionaire. What about high-end interviews? They directly interview celebrities from all walks of life at home and abroad, such as presidents, prime ministers, and so on. The worst ones are at least at the ministerial level. They only interview celebrities from all walks of life when there are really no good opportunities. What's even more amazing is that if high-end interviews has selected an interview target, it will contact them directly through the foreign teaching department, and domestic ones will be contacted through departments such as the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry. Shui Juni basically disdains ordinary domestic wealthy people with assets worth tens of billions of dollars. Only those who are at least in the top 10 on the rich list can be included in the high-end interviews' attention. Another point is that it is semi-official in nature. Each interview is not just an interview, but also carries some political significance. In other words, this interview with Yixian is not as simple as it seems. That's why Yixian welcomed him so grandly. The host Zhou Huai is a middle-aged man with a square face, well-read, deep eyes, and a very friendly personality. His identity is that of a super boss. He glanced at Yixian and couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Yi is much younger than I thought. He founded YY Music at such a young age and is leading the industry trend. He is truly a talented young man. Yixian quickly said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. The host Zhou Huai is a decisive person. He arrived in Jiangdu at noon, rested for an afternoon, and started the interview in the evening. The interview took place in Yixian's chairman's office. 2 sofas and a coffee table, facing each other. The staff on the opposite side were holding cameras, reflectors, etc. The whole process was silent, orderly, and very professional. Although Yixian didn't wear any makeup, she was obviously dressed more formally. Because Zhou Huai interviewed most of the influential politicians from various countries, his interview style was more practical, and he would not ramble on. After all, those people were all very busy. Zhou Huai got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, you inherited the real estate group of the former chairman. Why don't you continue to develop in the real estate industry? Instead, you turn to internet technology to start YY Music. Keywords, real estate. Because he knew the country's future policies, Yi Xian was sensitive to the key words in Zhou Huai's question. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian said, I have always believed that the real estate industry is not a long-term solution. I believe that the country should have begun to consider the relationship between real estate and people's livelihood. It is estimated that relevant policies will be introduced in the next 7 or 8 years to regulate housing prices. Therefore, I have been striving to transform the Yi Group, optimize its allocation, and sell off some assets to facilitate a lighter load in the future. Yi Xian was not afraid that his words would cause panic in the real estate industry, because the real estate industry would still have at least another 4 years of prosperity. During these 5 years, housing prices would soar and the real estate industry would make a fortune. Therefore, there will definitely be a large number of real estate companies willing to take over, and they will take over at high prices while laughing at Yi Xian for being short-sighted. Zhou Huai's expression changed slightly, and his evaluation of Yi Xian in his heart rose to a higher level. He often contacts senior leaders, so he knows that the senior leaders have already started the real estate issue, but the people below are still unclear. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's vision is so accurate and long-term, far ahead of others, and he can see the intentions of the senior leaders. What an amazing young man! Zhou Huai exclaimed in his heart. Zhou Huai continued to ask, what drove you to create YY Music? Yi Xian, I have always believed that the internet is an important direction for the future development of mankind. It has a better future than real estate. It represents the forefront of the development of the times and the interaction between people. So when I was considering the transformation of the Yi Group, the first thing I thought of was the internet. As for why I chose to go into music and create YY Music, it was also a sudden idea because I have a friend who is a musician. She talked about the difficulties of being a musician, saying that piracy is rampant in the music market and there is no awareness of copyright. I think this is unreasonable. Only with copyright can you make money, support musicians, and allow musicians to have better conditions to create good songs. If musicians die of poverty, then good songs will naturally not appear. This is also the reason why good songs continued to emerge in the 1980s and 1990s, but there are fewer and fewer good songs after the 20th century. Yi Xian spoke eloquently and looked bright and cheerful. I believe that as long as copyright is taken seriously, the music industry will see countless good songs reappear, recreating the glory of the 1980s and 1990s. At the same time, I also believe that the country will definitely take major measures in this regard in the next few years. I am just following the country's pace. Yi Xian always kept in mind the identity of the person who was interviewing him. He was at the national level, not an ordinary entertainment host, so what he said was also from a high-level perspective, rather than talking about gossip and trivial matters. With the relevant memories on Earth, although they're not exactly the same, they will definitely not be too far apart in the general direction. He is confident that the country will not allow copyright to remain in such chaos. Zhou Huai's heart was filled with shock at this time. Whether it is real estate or copyright, he knows that the top leaders have relevant considerations, but the time is not yet ripe, so no action has been taken. These are all confidential. But Yi Xian in front of him, a 22-year-old young man, has such a far-sighted vision. Amazing. Zhou Huai's level is too high. He often meets elites from all over the world. Naturally, he has come into contact with many young talents from elite families in various countries. Each of them can be called a super genius. But Yi Xian's vision, pattern, and talent are better than those super genius elites. Chapter 68, Discussing the International Situation. The talent, vision, and pattern displayed by Yi Xian made Zhou Huai have a very high degree of favorability towards Yi Xian. At the same time, because of the talent displayed by Yi Xian, he slightly modified the interview questions. He simply abandoned small questions like YY Music and turned to ask big questions like China's economy. I wonder what Mr. Yi thinks of China's economy. Yi Xian quickly said modestly, I don't dare to take credit for my opinion. I can only say that it is a little immature. I hope Mr. Zhou Huai can help correct it. Changing the topic, Yi Xian began to talk. In 2008, the global economic crisis broke out. Although more than 2 years have passed, developed economies, such as Japan have not yet fully recovered from the 2008 financial crisis. Their people's income growth is slow and unemployment rates are high, so the demand for imports has naturally decreased. Therefore, I think that insufficient external demand will affect my country's economic growth in the next few years and will cause overcapacity in my country. especially in industries related to products with large export volumes. These are the economic experiences on the other side of the earth. The impact of the 2008 economic crisis lasted until 2015, when it gradually eased and the economic growth momentum of countries around the world began to pick up. Applying this to this world, the conclusion is actually the same, because this world also had a global economic crisis in 2008. By the way, the cause of this economic crisis was the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, which started with real estate loans. Zhou Huai nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Changing the subject, the United States is currently exporting its cultural industry to the whole world, especially movies, and it has almost no rivals in China. What do you think of this? The interview lasted more than an hour, and both sides had a very pleasant conversation. The longer Zhou Huai talked with Yi Xian, the more he felt Yi Xian's amazing talent, especially his extraordinary understanding of the world situation, economic trends, and industrial vision. With such wisdom, vision, and character, one can't tell at all that he is from an ordinary background. I couldn't help but admire the vision of Yi Xiaorong, the late chairman of the Yi Group, who actually found such a young man as a successor among the vast crowd. After the show, Yi Xian hosted a banquet for Zhou Huai, and all the guests enjoyed themselves. The next day, the program crew said goodbye to Yi Xian and prepared to return to Kyoto. Zhou Huai shook hands. "Mr. Yi, time is limited. We will see you next time and chat again." Yi Xian said quickly, Of course. Zhou Huai has enormous power and comes into contact with bigwigs at the top of the world's power pyramid. Yi Xian is very happy to be able to make friends with him. After seeing off the high-end interview program crew, Yi Xian set his sights on the international killer, Mermaid. This person is quite dangerous, so Yi Xian would check his information column every day. Name, Smith Michael Mail. Occupation, killer. Nickname, Mermaid. Location, United States. Current itinerary, attending a Chinese training course. Inner thoughts, oh my god, Chinese is so hard to learn I want to commit suicide. Future plans, I have booked a flight to Jiangdu on February 3rd. Ye Wan Fronit on February 3rd. That means there are only 20 days left. The killer will be here? Time is a bit tight. I hope the development of the YY Live streaming platform can be completed in time. Chapter 69. Hoarding copyrights, a huge gold mine. 10 days later. Xiaoqin, it's been 10 days. Why hasn't this international killer mermaid come to after accepting the mission? Could something have gone wrong? Xiao Yiqian watched the traffic of YY Music climb steadily every day, and Yi Xian became one of the top domestic entrepreneurs with the help of YY Music. It was said that capital giants such as Sheng Gao and Yinshan were very optimistic about YY Music and wanted to raise funds to invest in YY Music. The valuation should be at the level of 50 billion. When Xiao Yiqian thought about how YY Music ascended to the altar by stepping on the corpses of his thousands of fans, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. He could not suppress the anger in his heart and wished that the international killer would appear immediately and kill Yi Xian. Qin Li patted his chest, full of confidence. Don't worry, boss. This killer, Mermaid, is famous for being cautious. He has already arrived at and is making thorough preparations to spy on Yi Xian's intelligence and look for security loopholes. I believe there will be results soon. Xiao Yiqian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Qin Li showed a loyal and honest smile. Boss, please rest assured. The killer hired with a reward of $20 million is naturally one of the best in the world. This mermaid has successfully assassinated important figures in the world more than 10 times. Her strength is unquestionable. You just need to wait for good news. I hope so. Xiao Yiqian is looking forward to this. On the other side, Yi Xian came to the newly established YY Live broadcast department. More than 120 programmers are working overtime to develop YY Live. Yi Xian inspected and found that many programmers were working overtime, and most of them were single, so it was common for them to sleep in the company. Anyway, the company had a gym, bathroom, restaurant, everything you could need. The product development progress is also quite good. Now, only 20 days have passed, and 75% of the progress has been completed, so it can be basically completed in early February. In other words, the original 1.5 months of development period may be completed in 1 month. The International Killer Mermaid's flight to China is scheduled to arrive on February 3rd, and she also has to collect intelligence on me, so it will take at least another half a month. There's still a lot of time left, but that's fine too. It gives me enough time to prepare. Yi Xian gave a wicked smile. Mermaid, oh mermaid, whether the live streaming platform will become popular depends on your performance. After inspecting YY Live, Yi Xian called Ning Nansher. Yi Xian, as for the film and television copyrights, how is the acquisition going? The acquisition of the film and television copyright was carried out simultaneously with the music copyright. It has been nearly 2 months now, but because a lot of money is involved, the acquisition progress has been slow. Ning Nansha reported in an orderly manner. We have currently acquired the film libraries of 16 film and television companies, spending nearly 9.5 billion, which is equivalent to a little more than 35% of the film and television copyrights on the market, and they are of relatively high quality. But I found that there are already other people who are also acquiring film and television copyrights. 35%. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Compared with YY Music's current copyright holdings of nearly 80%, this 35% ratio is still too small. So Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Continue to buy. Don't be afraid to spend money." But he knows that the copyright fees will become more expensive as time goes by. On the other side of the earth, in the first 3 quarters of 2019, Tencent spent 55.893 billion on purchasing content, and iQIYI spent 16.5 billion. In this world, piracy is rampant and the wave of legitimate products has not yet begun. While no one was reacting, I spent 9.5 billion to acquire 35% of the content, which was almost a bargain. With the copyright at such a low price, it will be much easier to lay out streaming media in the future. Think about the market value of Netflix, the largest streaming company in the past, which was 137.9 billion US dollars, equivalent to nearly 800 billion yuan. In comparison, the Yi Group's market value of 200 billion is just a little brother. The internet is full of gold mines, and with my experience from my previous life, I even know where the gold mines are hidden. I just need to take a shovel and dig in the ground. This is the advantage of a prophet. Although some parts of the world are different, the general trend is the same. On January 24th, all the singer guests were confirmed, signed performance contracts, and a list was released via Weibo. That evening, YY Music launched a new patch, added a ticketing function, and declared that it would not sell tickets to scalpers. This ticket-selling function was designed at Yi Xian's personal request. The root of all this was that the ticket-selling platform in the previous life had too many shady operations, which Yi Xian had personally experienced and hated. Coincidentally, the ticket-buying platform in this world also had many shady operations, where only 10,000 tickets were sold out of 100,000, and the rest were all sold to scalpers. In his previous life, Yi Xian hated such ticketing platforms the most. Now that he has the power, he might as well create a ticket purchasing channel on YY Music and let fans buy the tickets directly on the YY Music platform. As soon as this feature was released, it triggered enthusiastic praise from a large number of music fans. Fans from all over the country rushed to buy tickets, and the competition was extremely fierce. All 100,000 tickets were sold out in less than 2 minutes after they were put on sale. YY Music earned 50 million renminbi directly from concert tickets alone. The live broadcast rights were then sold, with several TV stations directly auctioning them off. And finally, Kyoto TV bought the production and broadcasting rights for 80 million. In terms of advertising, 8 types of advertising, including naming rights, product placement, billboards, etc., were auctioned for more than 300 million yuan. Excluding the dividends and rewards to the singers, YY Music can earn at least 300 million yuan overall. Overall, super profitable. January 30th, evening. Kyoto Phoenix Nest. The 2008 Olympic Games were also held in this world's capital, but the largest stadium there is not called the Bird's Nest, but the Phoenix Nest. The YY concert will be held here, with a total of 100,000 seats, both on the stage and on the ground. That night, the singers were brilliant. Hundreds of thousands of spectators gathered, and millions of fans watched the live broadcast on TV. One after another, the songs that ranked high in terms of play volume on YY Music echoed over the Phoenix Nest. That night, the YY concert was a complete success. It also announced that YY Music's dominant position has been officially established, and no one can shake it. On February 2nd, the YY online live broadcast platform, hereinafter referred to as YY Live, was completed. On February 3rd, YY Live passed the internal test and was officially completed. On the same day, a plane came from the United States and landed at Jiangdu Airport. A handsome guy with a confident smile stepped onto the mysterious land of. Name, Smith Michael. Occupation, killer. Ranked 6th in the global killer list. Nickname, Mermaid. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle with a powerful aura. I came. I saw. I conquered. A sentence full of northeastern accent came out of his mouth. Chapter 70. The killer who tried to show off but ended up getting fucked. Smith Michael walked out of the airport carrying his suitcase. A tall figure, a handsome face, golden hair, wearing sunglasses and a wallet. Look into the distance at the entire Jiangdu sky. Is this China? Not far away, there are 3 gangsters. Brother, that handsome guy looks like a big fat sheep. Get him. Get him. There was no need to say much to the 3 thugs. They had a clear division of labor and were directly divided into 2 groups. Smith Michael waved and a taxi drove over. He opened the car door and prepared to get in. At this moment, the gangster biped covered Smith Michael's eyes and said, "Guess who I am?" Smith Michael was furious. "Let go." "Bipey, if you guess who I am, I'll let you go. I'll give you 3 chances." At this moment, the other 2 thugs had already carried Smith Michael's suitcase, got into a taxi, and drove away in the taxi. Smith Michael, "Sir, if you don't let go, I will be rude." Bipey, "Okay, I'll let go." Then he let go, quickly slipped into the corner, and disappeared. Smith Michael looked left and right, but didn't see the white man, and he was very angry. I lowered my head and prepared to pick up my suitcase and leave. As a result, I grabbed it with my hand. It's empty. I fished out twice more, but it was still empty. His face froze for a moment. Smith Michael looked down and saw that the box was gone. "I'm going to push your lungs." The thing in this box is a vital prop to him. Without it, Michael's assassination ability would at least drop several levels. How could Smith Michael not realize that he had been tricked? He quickly looked around to see who had stolen his precious box, but after looking around for several times, he still couldn't find the suspect. Fuck it. Smith Michael kurset in pure norte-eastern dialect. Phew. In the manner, Yi Xian was eating while paying attention to the movements of the international killer Smith Michael. As a result, he saw how Smith Michael was tricked by local gangsters. A mouthful of soup sprayed directly onto Ning Nansher's face. Oh my god, this international killer is so miserable, isn't he? He was beaten to the ground by local thugs before he even started to show off. You are an international killer. Ning Nansher wiped the soup and looked confused. Smith Michael took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and called his team assistant. "Hey, Shalina, send all my props to..." "Michael, didn't you bring props?" asked the person on the other end of the phone. Smith Michael, "How do you want me to answer this?" "You can't answer that as soon as I arrived at. My prop box was stolen by S. Masters, right? If you knew about this, wouldn't I be very embarrassed?" Thinking of Smith Michael's wit, he quickly came up with a perfect excuse. The suitcase was found to be suspected of being dangerous goods during the aircraft security check, so it was detained at the airport. Assistant Shalina did not doubt him and said readily, "Okay, I'll send it over in 2 days." After hanging up the phone, Michael hailed a taxi. Because he was in a bad mood, he urged, "Yellow Monkey, drive your car quickly. I want to go to the hotel." "Yellow Monkey?" The taxi driver's face darkened. However, the driver did not show it on the spot and continued driving. Soon, we arrived at the main road outside the German hotel. Parking. The driver smiled and said, "Take care, my friend." Smith Michael gave the money unhappily and opened the car door. "Take 1 step forward. My feet are on empty air." Ah, a scream. "Damn, where's the manhole cover?" Smith Michael stepped on empty air and fell heavily into the sewer. With a gurgling sound, splashing countless sewage. The driver sneered, "I told you to call yourself a yellow monkey, but I won't kill you if I fall." The taxi sped away. Phew. Yi Xian sprayed another mouthful of tea on Ning Nansher's face. Shit, who the hell came to Jiangdu to steal manhole covers? Awesome. I feel sorry for Michael for 3 seconds star. Chapter 71, YY Live Promotion Plan 123. Michael climbed out of the sewage sewer, smelly and dirty. He went to the hotel, but was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Get out of here, you stinky guy." The security guard covered his nose and yelled at Schmidt Michael. He was deeply disgusted to see that Schmidt Michael was covered in dirty water, which kept dripping onto the ground and polluted the hotel floor. "I have booked a hotel here. You can't stop me." Smith Michael was furious. He felt that, after coming to, nothing went well for him, and everywhere was full of malice towards him. "You booked a hotel? How do you prove it? Where's your ID?" "I don't have an ID, but I have a passport." And your passport? Uh, it was then that Smith Michael remembered that his passport was in his suitcase and had been stolen. The security guard saw Smith Michael's embarrassment and sneered. What? Can't you take it out? I think you're a liar. What are you standing there for? Get out of here right now. The security guards began to urge Smith Michael to leave quickly. After all, the stench affected the business of the German hotel. A security guard simply pushed Smith Michael. Smith Michael was not paying attention, stumbled, and fell to the ground. A surge of anger rose to the sky. I'm a killer, the world's sixth best killer. Since I came to, I have suffered so much injustice. You guys piss me off. You are in big trouble. Smith Michael gritted his teeth. You will regret it, Oh, you sound pretty arrogant. A security guard suddenly pulled out a stun gun and rushed over. Sizzle. Smith Michael was so shocked that his whole body was shaking and he collapsed completely. Take him away. The security captain gave an order, and 2 security guards dragged Smith Michael out of the German hotel and threw him into the alley behind. Yixian didn't know about Smith Michael's tragic experience yet. At this time, he was reading a promotion plan for YY Live. The testing of YY Live has been completed, and the next step is to go online. However, Yixian did not have any good suggestions on how to promote it. So a few days ago, Yixian offered a large reward and asked his employees to brainstorm and plan a promotion plan for YY Live. As long as the plan is adopted, there will be a direct reward of 100,000 renminbi. When the news of the huge bonus spread, the employees of YY Live and even the entire Yi Group were excited and racked their brains to think of promotion plans. After a day of collection and summary, 8 relatively excellent promotion plans were delivered to Ning Nansher and then submitted to Yixian. Ning Nansher. The fastest and most effective solution is the one submitted by YY Music's third group. The specific content of this plan is use the gimmick of creating anchor star to attract people from all over the country who want to be stars to become anchors. Then we will hold a national star anchor selection competition on YY Live. Let the anchors show their talents, let the audience vote, and in 1 month, the champion, runner-up, third place, and top 10 will be determined, and they will be rewarded with huge sums of money. The champion will be rewarded 10 million, the runner-up 5 million, and the third place 1 million. As for how to promote this anchor show, that's easy. We can have YY Music do pop-up promotions and combine it with Weibo fans. The audition itself is broad enough to attract the interest of countless people across the country who aspire to become stars. Yixian read the promotion plan and found it very detailed. It should have been guided by an expert from the marketing department. Okay, let's use this plan and start right away. Compared to this anchor selection contest plan, Yixian actually wanted to broadcast live the entire process of the killer Smith Michael assassinating him. It can definitely save 1 billion in advertising costs. Smith Michael, you have to give it some strength. Finale. Smith Michael sneezed and woke up. After waking up, the first feeling was cold. My whole body was extremely cold, and I kept shivering. A touch of the nose. His mouth was covered with snot. Chapter 72, YY Live broadcast has a strong appeal, and anchors are flocking to it. The promotion of YY Live began on a large scale on the second day. First, Yixian posted on Weibo, informing all fans about the YY Live broadcast. Then came a first pop-up ad of YY Music, which was promoted to every YY user. Then, every time you open the YY Music app, a 4-second advertisement will appear, introducing the YY Live broadcast auditions. The gimmick of the YY Live broadcast selection contest is everyone can become a star. There are also huge rewards, 10 million renminbi for the champion. Things like YY Live are still too advanced. It has never appeared in the United States. It only has a prototype, but has not really taken shape, let alone the mature version that Yixian came up with. Although not many people try to become anchors in the beginning, YY Live has completely made a name for itself in the online world, and almost most netizens know about it. Zhang Dawei is a ladder master of Dota, a popular game in China. He can be regarded as one of the top players in the game. At this time, he was playing Dota on the computer, controlling the Divine Bull to raise his hand and make a ravine, hitting all the opponent's Scourge heroes, and then the amplified normal attack hit the Wandering Swordsman. With a series of smooth operations, beautiful skill lights flashed and kept hitting the Wandering Swordsman's face. The Wandering Swordsman couldn't even use his ultimate move. During this brilliant operation, damage kept appearing above his head, and he went back to his hometown to read the bar. After a few minutes, the game was over. There's a lot of praise in the public chat column. The great god is so awesome. I can't handle it all. Give up, give up. Master, you are so good at gaming. Why don't you participate in the YY Live selection? I heard that the prize money for the champion is 10 million, and even the runner-up in third place will get several million. If you win, you will become rich overnight. Yes, Master, you can try it. Zhang Daowei also knows about YY Live. Many people have been talking about it in the past 2 days, but Zhang Daowei has never thought about it himself because he feels that being a host requires being in the spotlight. Master, you are so famous in Dota, you must have a lot of fans, and it is possible for you to win the prize. Even if you're the runner-up or the third place, it is not bad. You can also become a star, have a lot of fans, make money, and show off at the same time. After hearing what his teammates said, Zhang Daowei was moved. However, playing games is time-consuming enough, and adding live streaming to the mix might affect real work. Just then, the cell phone rang. Hello. Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhang Daowei? I am the official of Dota. My name is Zhang Guofeng. I am one of the directors of Dota, and I am responsible for the marketing of the game. The official director of the game? Zhang Daowei was puzzled. What did the guy want to see him for? What do you want from me? It's like this. I took a look at Mr. Zhang Daowei. You're quite good at playing League of Legends. Are you interested in becoming a streamer? I'm a host. Zhang Daowei was surprised. His teammates had just recommended it to him, and now the game officials also recommended it to him. We have a cooperation with YY Live for Dota, and we just happen to promote the game on the internet through YY Live. Then I looked up the ladder masters and found you, Mr. Zhang, to see if you're interested in being the anchor. If you're willing to be the anchor and guarantee enough broadcasting time every day, we can sign a contract, give you a certain amount of money reward, and help you promote the game. You still pay salaries? Zhang Daowei was really tempted. Haha, it will definitely be issued, but it will be linked to performance. It will only be issued when the number of viewers reaches a certain level. A contract will be signed at that time. Okay, I agree. Zhang Daowei decided to be a host. He quickly downloaded the YY Live broadcast software, logged in with his YY Music account, opened a live broadcast room, and started his first live broadcast. The name of the live broadcast room was The Master Takes You to Play Dota. When he started the live broadcast, he found a few friends to promote it in major Dota QQ groups, Tieba, and forums. Fortunately, he is famous enough, and after publicity and promotion, many people are interested in him. The Master is going to start a live broadcast. Wouldn't it be possible to see the true face of the great god? See if the Master is handsome. If he is ugly, don't watch it. He's probably a fat otaku. Many players ran to the live broadcast room to watch out of curiosity. Not long after Zhang Daowei opened his live broadcast room, the number of viewers slowly increased to 500 and then slowly increased to 1,000. Hi everyone, I'm Zhang Daowei, and my game ID is I'm Brother Wei. The Master is quite good looking, not the fat, nerdy guy I imagined. Master, please take me to play games. God, please take me. User, I am your uncle gave a mobile phone as a reward. User, Dayang Ge Haochang, gave a sports car as a reward. Looking at the large number of barges and the continuous rewards, Zhang Daowei felt a sense of flattery and excitement for the first time. It feels like being a star. This feeling is so great. Song Yi is a Hungarian actress with good looks. She often plays maids, serving girls, and supporting actresses in vertical, harmonious stores, but she has never become popular, let alone a female star. When she saw the advertisement of YY Live on this day, her eyes lit up immediately. She is not short of beauty and has a sense of camera, bold and open, and not afraid to face the audience. How about I be a host too? Soon she began her live broadcast career, focusing on outdoor live broadcasts, specifically broadcasting the minor things of Hangzhou actors and actresses to the audience in the live broadcast room, as well as some footage of the crew. Within a few days, the number of followers in the live broadcast room exceeded more than 2,000, and there were also many rewards. More importantly, her story spread in the vertical, harmony, store, and actually attracted the attention of some film directors who gave her several good roles. Although she was not a big supporting role, it was still an improvement. This made her more determined to continue being an anchor. Jiang Tanchuan is a girl who loves singing, and she sings very well. Her dream is to be on the stage of The Voice of China, become a singer, and attract attention. Unfortunately, he was eliminated in the semi-finals of The Voice of China. When she learned about the YY Live broadcast room, she immediately had an idea, I can sing for the audience through the YY live broadcast room and also make money. So she opened a live broadcast room mainly for indoor singing. Because of her good singing and lovely appearance, she attracted more and more viewers, and soon the number of followers exceeded 10,000. There are many people who either want to win prize money, become famous, make money, or enjoy the support of many fans. Want to show off? Want to make money? Come to YY Live and be a live streamer. As time goes by, more and more people slowly join the ranks of anchors. Correspondingly, the number of viewers of YY Live has increased, and it has become lively. Start. Chapter 73. Advertising Live Streaming YY earns 1 million per month. Data source. In the manner. Chairman, this is a live broadcast room that has been quite popular recently. Ning Nansher handed a stack of documents to Yi Xian. Most popular, game anchor Zhang Dawei, a gaming master, plays Dota live with a total daily audience of 48,000, a maximum real-time audience of 42,000, a total daily reward of 45,000 yuan, and a total reward of 58,000 yuan. Second most popular, indoor music host Jiang Tuanshuan, who sings and dances, has a total daily audience of 57,000, a maximum real-time audience of 52,000, a total daily reward of 17,000 yuan, and a total reward of 36,000 yuan. 10th most popular, outdoor anchor song a Hengyao actor, live broadcast the daily life of Hengyao actors. The total number of daily viewers is 27,000. The highest real-time audience is 22,000. The total number of daily rewards is 19,000 yuan, and the total rewards are 24,000 yuan. After reading it, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "There are still too few viewers. Compared to the big anchors in the past who had hundreds of thousands or millions of followers, the current number of viewers seems small." However, YY Live has only been online for less than 3 days. It is not like YY Music, where almost everyone listens to music, so it can become popular all over the country in just 1 month. YY Live broadcast has just started, so it naturally has its limitations. It is too unfamiliar and too advanced. Yi Xian needs to slowly expand the market. Yi Xian recalled the advertising cases from his previous life and came up with 2 ideas. Instruct Ning Nunsi. You need to do 2 things right away. The first thing is to create some new accounts that have nothing to do with the YY Live broadcast official website. Add a few million to them and directly give large rewards to these 10 popular live broadcast rooms, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, to increase the popularity. The second thing is to hire a group of internet trolls to write hype articles with gimmicks like live streaming games, earning millions a month, live streaming singing, earning millions a month, live streaming acting, earning 500,000 a month, etc., and post them all over the internet to hype it up so that everyone knows that being a YY live stream anchor can make a lot of money. Ning Nansher's eyes lit up. Good idea. As long as this article is published, it will definitely attract a large number of anchors to join in. At the same time, other netizens will also be curious about what kind of profession can make so much money. As long as they are curious, they will go to YY Live to see what is going on. As long as they come, they can retain some users through the live broadcast content. Ning Nansher, do it right away. Yi Xian nodded and instructed, I will not go to the company in the next month. You should work harder and run back and forth between the company and here more often. Ning Nunsi noted it. Although she was curious about why Yi Xian wanted to stay in the manor, she also kept in mind her identity as a secretary and did not ask. Yi Xian added, by the way, post my schedule in a conspicuous place in the group. Ning Nunsi. I'm confused. Why post the itinerary? Don't worry about the details. Yi Xian waved his hand, go. Ning Nansher nodded and drove away from the manor with doubts. Yi Xian stood on a large balcony on the 3rd floor, looking at the bodyguards busy at work in the manor with an evil smile. The bodyguards are setting up surveillance cameras, tens of thousands. All this is to wait for the arrival of the assassin Michael. In order to lure the killer Michael to the manor, Yi Xian decided to stay in the manor all the time in the next month. Moreover, Yi Xian personally took charge of setting up a large camera array in the manor. There are cameras everywhere. There are more than 10,000 cameras set up in a distance of more than 300 meters from outside the manor to inside the manor. It is extremely abnormal. In order to prevent the killer from coming through the sewer, cameras are installed in every section of the sewer, and they are all very hidden. Lovely killer, where are you? Yi Xian held a glass of red wine, swaying gracefully, with a curve at the corner of his mouth, like a shrewd hunter waiting for the arrival of prey. In the following days, with the promotion of a bunch of soft articles such as live broadcast on YY, earned millions a month. The number of anchors on YY Live increased explosively, with tens of thousands more anchors joining. The number of viewers has also skyrocketed as the content has continued to grow. This is a new form of entertainment, which naturally attracts many curious people. 30% of them can never get out once they enter and are completely addicted to YY Live broadcast. Various data of YY Live also began to skyrocket. Ice. International killer Smith Michael was sitting in the alley like a beggar, wolfing down a McDonald's supersized burger. The way he ate was like a starving ghost, which made the urban fashionable girl with big blonde wavy hair next to him feel surprised and suspicious. You stink all over, probably because you haven't showered in a few days. No, you don't stink that bad, even if you haven't showered. Also, why is this $8,000 jacket in tatters? And your watch? How come it's gone? Michael, why are you so embarrassed? Selena, it's okay, I was just careless. Michael said vaguely. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never tell Shalina what he had experienced after coming to this land of. His suitcase was stolen. He was cheated by a taxi. He fell into the sewer. He was stunned by the hotel security guard and thrown into the alley. His watch was stolen. He caught a cold. He was hungry. He begged and was beaten by other beggars who thought he was occupying their territory. Michael almost cried. I knew it was dangerous, a forbidden place for killers, but I never thought it would be so dangerous. It's so hard for me. Of course, Michael would never tell his teammate and subordinate about this damn experience. I, Michael, have to save face. Selena tactfully asked no further questions and handed the suitcase to Michael. The suitcase contained not only various assassination tools, but also money, passports, and other things. Okay, you can handle it yourself from now on, 88. Selena waved and left. Michael breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his suitcase and found a pub, then washed up and ran to the mall to buy a cool wallet, sunglasses, leather shoes, watch, mobile phone. All of them were expensive and good things. An hour later, International Killer Michael is back. Start. Chapter 74, Brother Killer. Yi Xian is watching you from a distance. Chan Qian is listening to the song. Now Chan Qian Ting has been completely ruined after its stock was delisted. Banks demanded its debts, and its assets were auctioned off. Even its website was sold at a low price to its fellow, sufferer Yuan. After Xiao Yiqian abandoned Chan Qian Ting, he went into battle lightly and immediately established Chan Qian Live 1 minute after YY Live went online. He keenly saw the potential of YY Live and planned to copy it. The 400 programmers who have been prepared for this have been working day and night to copy every function of YY Live. Now, 4 days have passed, and the research and development progress of Chan Qian Live has exceeded 30%. It's really a matter of spending money to smash the progress. This is my new career. Xiao Yiqian, who is already in his 50s, is like an old horse in the stable. Although he is not young, he is still full of fighting spirit, ambitious, and unwilling to admit defeat. Yi Xian, you never thought that I would not admit defeat. Just wait for me. Xiao Yiqian stood upstairs, overlooking the large office area below, and felt a burning sensation in his heart. However, one part of the plan is not yet in place. This link is related to the subsequent success or failure. He took out his cell phone and called Xiao Qin. Where's the killer now? Xiao Qin. Boss, the killer just replied on the dark web. He has come to and is currently collecting Yi Xian's information. I have forwarded Yi Xian's information to him. Don't worry, the killer is a professional, ranked 6th in the world. There will be no problem. Xiao Yiqian immediately felt relieved. Okay, I'll wait for his good news. Hang up the phone. Xiao Yiqian's heart finally settled down. The last link is in place. As long as Yi Xian dies, YY Live will inevitably be in turmoil, and Chan Qian Live will surely take advantage of the situation and rise up. Hotel Gamin. Présidentielle Suite. The handsome killer Michael was sitting on the sofa, operating the computer. He exchanged secret codes with Xiao Qin, the contact person on the side, through the dark web and received relevant information about Yi Xian. Height, weight, strengths, specialties, personality, lifestyle, favorite food. Each one is very detailed. In addition, there is Yi Xian's bodyguard team, and each bodyguard has detailed information. Obviously, Xiao Qin must have special channel capabilities to know Yi Xian's bodyguard team so well. I didn't expect the information to be so detailed. Michael was surprised at the professionalism of the contact person, but as a killer, caution was a must, so the information could only be used as a reference, and he needed to collect intelligence on his own. So, the next day, Michael transformed into a super blonde beauty, dressed as a crossdresser, and came to Yi Group with a microhole camera. This time she pretended to be a female elite business representative of a large foreign company and came to discuss cooperation with the chairman. He easily deceived the security guards of Yi Group with the excuse of business negotiations and walked into Yi Group. First, look at the target's recent itinerary. Only by determining the opponent's itinerary can we choose the time and place to attack and formulate an assassination plan. The assassination plan will be very different if the location is different. As a super rich person, every minute and every second will be very precious, so the itinerary will be very detailed and accurate to the minute. This is the experience Michael gained when assassinating other super rich people and super political leaders. Moreover, as a big boss with such huge assets, safety is very important, so the itinerary must be kept very confidential. Based on past experience, his schedule will definitely only be placed in the chairman's office or the secretary's office. Michael curled his lips. Michael, am a professional. Next, he played the role of a female elite from a foreign company who was involved in business negotiations very well. He deceived the front desk and many people who came to inquire, and then took the elevator to the office on the top floor. The entire top floor only has the chairman's office, secretary's office, and conference room. Coincidentally, there was no one in the secretary's office at that moment. Michael was delighted because according to the information, Yi Xian did not come to the company today, but was at home, the manor. In other words, there was no one on the top floor. Goddess of Luck is taking care of you. Yi Xian in the manor is watching you. Michael entered the secretary's office easily, and then entered the chairman's office through the door inside the secretary's office. Sure enough, there was no one there. Michael then began his schedule. Yi Xian in the manor is watching you. An hour later, not a single hair was found. Michael had a black question mark face. Then he went to the secretary's office and continued searching. After half an hour, he still found nothing. What the hell? He went downstairs with a confused look on his face and came to the first floor lobby. Suddenly, his eyes swept across and fixed on an extra-large LCD screen. Chairman's schedule? He stared blankly at the large LCD screen in the hall. Yi Xian's schedule was clearly displayed in front of him. I'm going to give you a long. A Chinese swear word came out his mouth. On the manor side, 2333. I feel sorry for him for 3 seconds, haha. Yi Xian was watching the entire process of the cross-dressing tycoon Michael entering the Yi Group through remote monitoring equipment. The last sentence, I'll beat you to death, with a strong northeastern accent, made Yi Xian laugh completely. Start. Chapter 75, Preparations before the assassination. Yi Xian's tactics are more sophisticated. Michael successfully got Yi Xian's schedule, but he has no sense of accomplishment at all. That's right, I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. Logically, I should have worked hard, used various techniques, and finally got the itinerary, so I would have felt a sense of accomplishment. As a result, I tried all kinds of techniques, but didn't get the itinerary. Finally, I found the answer in the lobby on the first floor. Isn't this a naked mockery of my ability? Focus on the itinerary you took. February 5th, manor. February 6th, manor. February 28th, manor. February 29th, manor. There are manors in a row. Michael, his face was twitching. Is this a fake itinerary? Is this an itinerary? An itinerary is a schedule where you have to go to many places every day. You just stayed at home all the time? Can it be called an itinerary? After Michael complained a few times, he began to prepare. It's good to be at the manor. As the location is fixed, he has plenty of time to explore the geography and security conditions of the manor. Michael logged into the dark web and gave the contact a task. I'll give you 1 day. I want the engineering drawings of the manor that is the target of the task. Soon the contact person replied, I will be there tomorrow. Afterwards, Michael found Selena and asked her to get the engineering drawings. As long as the hackers invaded the local municipal and construction bureaus, there would definitely be records of the engineering drawings there. Next, Michael dressed up as a woman and dressed up as a tourist with a camera. He wandered around Yi Xian's manor, took pictures, and ran to a high-rise building in the distance to observe with a telescope. Very professional. The next day, 2 engineering drawings were delivered to Michael's mailbox. After comparing them, They were 100% consistent, confirming that there was no problem with the drawings. Then he began to formulate a plan of infiltration. He originally wanted to use a sniper rifle, but he couldn't find a suitable sniper point in the buildings around the manor. Moreover, he himself was not a sniper expert. Within 300 meters, he had an 80% chance of hitting the head with one shot, but beyond 300 meters, he was blind. This manor is extremely huge. The distance between the manor villa and the outside is 300 meters. Including the distance between buildings, it is at least 350 meters. So rich. Michael snorted, expressing his envy. This also showed his superb ability as the 6th on the international killer list. It only took him 6 days to figure out the security situation of the manor, how many security guards and bodyguards there were, when to change guards and patrol gaps. Then 6 action plans were developed. Michael stood on the roof of a building outside the manor, looking at the manor from afar. He has a deep gaze and is full of wisdom. Everything is ready. At 2400 hours in the evening, that's when I'll go out. Yi Xian, I want your life. Qian live broadcast. Xiao Yitian was excited as he watched Qian Live's research and development progress continue to break through day by day. His career will surely set sail again and make a comeback. Ring, 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 the cell phone rings. Hello, boss. He's about to take action. When? He didn't say anything specific, but it must be in these 2 days. Okay, I'll wait for his good news. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yitian's smile gradually became ferocious. Manor. Tonight, Yi Xian had a playful smile. Open Weibo and edit a post. Tonight at 2400 hours, I will start a live broadcast to draw prizes. Anyone who comes to watch my live broadcast will have a chance to win prizes. The prizes include, but are not limited to, more than 30 luxury cars in my garage. The most expensive one is a Pagani Fengshen worth 28 million. Upload photo. Pagani Huayra JPG. Click. Send. Yi Xian is too cunning to go back to the countryside. As soon as the Weibo post came out, the internet exploded. Chapter 76. The routine shows its power. YY live broadcast traffic explodes. 8 million viewers. Yi Xian said on Weibo that he would be broadcasting a lucky draw live on YY tonight, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire internet. Especially the Pagani Huayra worth more than 28 million, which made countless netizens scream with excitement. Even if the probability of winning is very low, there is nothing wrong with watching it. Anyway, you can just join in the fun, and you don't need to download the app. You can just watch it on the website and log in directly with your YY Music account, which is convenient and saves trouble. Less than 10 minutes after Yi Xian sent out his Weibo, the traffic of YY Live increased by 40%. 40% may seem like a lot, but the reality is that YY Live only has 200,000 visits a day, which is far from the millions of daily visits on Earth. 40% is only 80,000 visits. In order to avoid being unable to find Yi Xian when the show starts at night, these additional 80,000 tourists naturally have to familiarize themselves with the place in advance. This huge influx of new traffic was diverted to other live broadcast rooms because Yi Xian did not start broadcasting. People were curious to see what YY Live was. Soon, they found something they liked, because last time Yi Xian asked Ning Nansher to find someone to help him, and then he also looked for internet trolls everywhere to brag about live streaming YY and making $1 million a month. So the number of anchors in the live broadcast room has increased several times, with all kinds of anchors, full of variety, which greatly meets the various strange needs of these new tourists. Some people like to play Dota, so they find a live broadcast room with a Dota game anchor and watch how the game master plays the game. And the large area of Sand Sculpture Barrage looks very interesting and joyful. Some people like beautiful women, so they find some beautiful women's live broadcast rooms, watch them sing and dance, which is pleasing to the eyes and fun at the same time. Some people watch the outdoors and find some outdoor live broadcasts. Although they are at night, there are also live broadcasts of bustling cities at night. Some people think that the barrage is very interesting, the sense of interaction is very strong, and the silly words are very funny. Some people have found that after giving a reward, the barrage will be filled with rich man, and even the anchor will express gratitude. Especially when the beautiful anchor expresses gratitude in a coquettish voice, a sense of pretentiousness arises spontaneously, and it feels so cool. It turns out that YY Live broadcast is so fun. As a result, many tourists were attracted by YY Live and officially became fans of YY Live. An hour later, YY Live's traffic increased by 200%, which means an increase of 400,000 visitors. 2 hours later, YY Live's traffic increased by 350%. Many anchors keenly noticed that the traffic tonight was particularly high. There were a lot of viewers, the barrage was more dense, and there were a lot of rewards. At first, they thought that their excellence had been discovered, but when they saw that the popularity of other live broadcast rooms was also soaring, they realized that it was the boss himself who directed the traffic to YY Live on Weibo. I couldn't help shouting in my heart, "Boss Dad, awesome!" Manner. It was already 23:30 in the evening. "Boss, your strategy is really amazing." During this period, the number of visits to YY Live has increased 15 times. Now, there are more than 3 million new users logging into YY Live, and the number of app downloads has increased by more than 1 million. Secretary Ning Nanshur was on the phone, her tone very excited. Yi Xian was watching the killer Michael making preparations for the assassination through the data column. After hearing Ning Nanshur's words, he laughed. After 24 o'clock, the traffic will explode even more. At this time, due to his successive 10 million level lucky draws, his Weibo fans have increased to more than 13 million, ranking first on Weibo. Most of them are female fans, and there are also many netizens who like to wait for the big pie in the lucky draw, as well as some gossip parties and media parties who just want to watch the fun. These are all loyal users. When I actually start broadcasting on YY Live, at least half of them will come to YY Live to support me. Generally speaking, it is 6 million. Even if half of it is kept, it will be 3 million, more than 10 times the previous 200,000. 2,400 hours sharp. Michael was ready and came to a sewer manhole cover entrance 500 meters outside the manor. Take a deep breath. "Michael, you are the best professional. Yik Suan Musti." After saying that, he crawled into the sewer. This was the inspiration he got from falling into the sewer last time. The manor was too big, and the only way to enter the manor to assassinate him was through the sewers. At the same time, Yi Xian started the live broadcast on time. The staff of YY Live directly gave the boss a super recommendation, ranking it as the first recommendation on the page. Title: The Billionaire Boss will give away a 28 million Pagani function luxury car in a live draw. It is red and bold, and has a colorful and dazzling color-changing effect. Hundreds of thousands of viewers suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room, and then the number increased rapidly, rising to 2 million in less than a minute, and then to 4 million after 3 minutes. However, all they saw was a wall. There was a huge portrait hanging on the wall. The person in the portrait is a super handsome guy. To describe him in one sentence, he is so cool and handsome that it is hard to match, and so dazzling that it is hard to stop. The camera in the live broadcast room was facing straight at it. "Hey, where's the boss? Why did you only let me see a photo?" I can't complain. How pretentious does one have to be to put such a big photo of himself on the wall? "Hubby, lick the screen, lick the screen. I'm here to report, but I'm not familiar with the procedures. Should I lick it first, or go through the procedures first?" Soon, the anchors from all the major live broadcast rooms came with a large team to check on the room. He was the boss. How could they not curry favor with him? Tu Anshuan and his support group have come to meet the billionaire boss. Brother Wei has brought his Dota army to meet the billionaire boss. A series of anchors came to check on the room. The number of people in Yi Xian's YY live broadcast room suddenly exploded to more than 7 million. The comments were so dense that they covered the screen. At the YY live broadcast company, the staff were all dumbfounded. "Boss, awesome, awesome." If Yi Xian hadn't asked them to prepare more servers in advance, the system would probably have crashed. A few minutes later, the number of people in a live broadcast room increased to 8 million. At this time, Yi Xian, who had not been seen for several minutes, finally appeared in front of the live broadcast room camera and said to the live broadcast room, "I'm sorry, I just had something to do, and the lottery may have to be suspended. I just received an urgent message that an international killer named Mermaid is coming to assassinate me and is now crawling through the sewer to kill me." 8 million viewers. Staff, do you take me for an idiot? Star. Chapter 77 live broadcast of the assassination process shocked the whole country. Killer? To kill you. Am I stupid? Do you want me to lie to you like this, big boss? I'm too tired to complain. This is a movie, not a TV show. Where did the killer come from? A bunch of comments and complaints, so dense that they flow like a waterfall. Yi Xian looked at the live broadcast room and smiled slightly. He had already anticipated that the audience would not believe it. After all, this was too bizarre, but he was smart and prepared. Camera array. Turn on. Okay, no more nonsense. Seeing is believing. Let me show you where the killer is now. Then, Yi Xian turned on the monitoring system, called up the surveillance footage of the sewer, and synchronized it to the live broadcast room. The surveillance footage shows a sewer pipe about 1 meter high. Inside the pipe, a person is crouching down, holding a hand-cranked waterproof flashlight, which illuminates the entire sewer under the reflection of the water. This person, wearing a black tights and carrying a simple black backpack, was moving forward with his head bent low. The surveillance camera captured his face through reflected light. A handsome European face with clear edges and corners, a confident smile on the lips, and slightly exposed golden hair. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The comments in the live broadcast room were originally full of complaints, but now they have all been replaced by wow in a very uniform manner. Is there really someone in the sewer? Is it really the killer? The audience went from being unbelieving at first to being half believing and half doubting. Yi Xian said to the live broadcast room, "I know you may not believe it, but I have used my channels to find this person's information. You may have heard of the dark web. It hides the deepest secrets of the internet world. It is difficult for ordinary people to access. It is mysterious, secretive, and powerful. Today I will show you the dark web." Then the live broadcast screen switched again to a computer, which was opening the dark web and displaying the information about the killer's bounty on the dark web. Mission: Assassinate Billionaire Yevuan. Reward: $15 million. Task status: accepted. Mission: codename: Mermaid. Hitman: Mermaid. Nationality: appearance, gender, unknown. Ranking: number 6 in the world's killer rankings. List of successful assassinations. Successfully assassinated Prime Minister of Fenia. Successfully assassinated the president of AO Biological Group. Successfully assassinated the leader of the X organization. The barrage went crazy again. It was all oh shit. After so many words, they finally said, "Oh my God." They were so shocked. There was no other way to express their shock so directly. The horse is furious. Flip the table. Ah, how many times do you want me to fuck you? I have worn my groin out. Originally, I only believed in it 30%, but now I believe in it 60%. At this moment, the major online media accounts that had been lurking in the live broadcast room were so excited that they were almost going crazy. Big news. Someone wants to assassinate a billionaire. And he was discovered, and he was broadcasting live. He quickly sent out a press release, typing out a 200 or 300-word piece of news in a few minutes, glanced through to check it, and then posted it directly on the internet, giving it the largest and most prominent position. Shop. International Assassinates Billionaire Yuan. YY live broadcast of a major event. An international killer is coming to China to kill people. It quickly spread across the entire network. Cape Forum, have you heard? An international assassin is coming to assassinate boss Yi Xian. YY Live is broadcasting live now. Diba, fuck, big news. YY Live is showing an international killer crawling down the water pipe to kill my rich brother Xian. QQ Group. Hurry up and go to YY Live. It's incredible. They are live streaming an international killer. At first, netizens didn't believe it and sneered. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? How could I be fooled? But when they saw the news everywhere, with screenshots, they couldn't help but believe it. What are you waiting for? How can you not watch such an exciting thing? They wanted to see what characters like International Assassin, who only appear in movies, look like in real life. They want to see what it takes for an international killer to kill a billionaire and see whether it's exciting or not. As a result, a large number of people flocked to YY Live again, and the traffic soared again. The number of people in Yi Xian's live broadcast room was about to exceed 10 million. At this time, Yi Xian still felt that it was not crazy enough. So he went to Weibo and posted a message. It's an emergency. An international killer is coming to kill me. The lottery is suspended today. Let's live stream the international killer first. As soon as the Weibo post came out, countless people were shocked. Then they forwarded it one after another, with countless people saying WTF. At this time, more than 10 million viewers in the live broadcast room began to call their friends and make phone calls. Stupid, you're sleeping. Get up and have fun. Something big has happened. Get up. Get up. Don't sleep anymore. Billionaire boss Yi Xian has been assassinated and is in imminent danger. What? The billionaire boss Yi Xian was killed. Across the country, that night, countless people were woken up by phone calls. At the late-night barbecue stall, someone held up his phone and said, "Oh my God." Soon, other people knew what was going on and downloaded YY Live to watch Yi Xian's live broadcast. In the dormitory, someone shouted, "Oh shit," waking up the other roommates who were sleeping, and soon the whole dormitory got up to watch the live broadcast. In the bar, someone shouted, "Oh shit," and soon the DJ and the entire bar stopped dancing. Everyone stopped dancing and all listened to the live broadcast of the referendum. Shocked, the whole country. Start. Chapter 78. 13 million viewers. YY Live broadcast is a big hit. At this time, the management background of YY Live had quickly changed the name of Yi Xian's live broadcast room. Official. Live broadcast of an international killer assassinating a billionaire boss. Is the boss going to die? Staff. A. Supervisor. Isn't this title disrespectful to the boss? The supervisor sighed and finally said quietly, "The boss ordered me to do this." Staff ABC, sweating profusely. I looked at the number of visitors to YY Live, which has increased from 10 million to 20 million. Compared with daytime data, it has skyrocketed 100 times. I added in my heart, "Boss, you are awesome." I was so impressed that I knelt on the ground and shouted 666. Late night villa. Xiao Yiqian, who was having a sweet dream about making a comeback and becoming a billionaire with Qian Live, was suddenly awakened by a sudden ring of a bell. Ring, ring, ring. Xiao Yiqian felt his beautiful dream quickly dissipating, and the shrill ringing sound kept drilling into his head like a spell. Who on earth is it? Xiao Yiqian was in a very bad temper when he woke up. I picked up the phone and saw it was Xiao Qin calling. Xiao Yiqian answered the call. "Oh no, boss. Something terrible has happened." "Why are you so surprised?" "Stay calm. You must remain calm when facing any major event." "Boss, tell me what's the matter?" "The killer we contacted has been exposed." Clang. Xiao Yiqian fell directly off the bed, and his face hit the ground first. "Hey, boss, what's wrong with you?" "Hey." Xiao Yiqian, who was in a very embarrassed state, grabbed his phone again and said, "Tell me, how did you get exposed?" Xiao Qin, "I don't know either, but it has been exposed. Right now, YY Live is broadcasting the assassin's assassination of Yi Xian." "What?" Xiao Yiqian's eyes widened. "Live broadcast? What does that killer do?" He didn't even realize that he was being live broadcast. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. "I don't know either." Xiao Yiqian quickly got up and ran to the computer, turned it on, entered the YY Live broadcast room, and logged in. Then I saw the most eye-catching and prominent recommendation position in the YY Live broadcast room. Live Killer XX. Click in. Then I saw the dense barrage of comments, which had flooded the entire screen, and then I looked at the number of viewers, 21.04 million. Xiao Yiqian felt a wave of heartache coming over him. Asphyxia. I feel like I hired a killer just to provide traffic to YY Live, and such a large amount of traffic. 20 million viewers. How much advertising would it take to reach this level? After turning off the barrage, the complete scene of the killer in the sewer appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yiqian thought of a possibility. "Xiao Qin, is it possible that this killer is fake?" Yi Xian recruited him to act. "Xiao Qin, I had the same idea at first, but then Yi Xian opened the dark web and dug out the mermaid's information. I suspect that Yi Xian knew the killer was coming and specially prepared this live broadcast. But this raises another question. Why did Yi Xian post on Weibo in the evening saying that he would broadcast live on YY? Could he have predicted that the killer would take action tonight? Or is it just a coincidence? Yes, it's impossible for him to predict the future. But if he didn't know the killer was coming, why did he open his YY personal live broadcast room at this time? Was it coincidence? Or was it a careful design? Can't read. So many mysteries. Xiao Yiqian suddenly felt a sense of panic. Suddenly, I felt a sense of awe towards Yi Xian. Xiao Yiqian asked at this time, "Xiao Qin, have you cleaned up your hands and feet? Will it implicate you?" "Xiao Qin, don't worry, boss. We traded on the dark web the whole time. It's impossible for them to track us down." Xiao Yiqian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Xiao Qin, "Boss, are we sure we don't tell the killer that he has been discovered?" Xiao Yiqian, "No, we don't want to expose ourselves rashly. Also, how do you contact him? Do you have his phone number?" A series of rhetorical questions made Xiao Qin give up the idea of leaking the information. On Selena's side, she was eating skewers on the street. She really enjoyed the safe environment on this side of the... It was already 0 o'clock in the morning, and the streets were still so crowded and bustling, and the late-night snack stalls were doing extremely hot business. This scene was really incredible in the United States. We ordered more than 30 skewers of barbecue and drank beer. The cold beer rolled down our throats and mixed with the hot skewers to form an extremely delicious dish. Suddenly, a man eating skewers next to her jumped up with his cell phone in his hand and screamed in surprise. "Fuck, hurry up and watch YY Live broadcast. There is an international assassin who wants to kill Boss Yi Xian." Phew. Cough, 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 cough. Selena's breathing became disordered, and the skewer of meat got stuck in her throat, neither going up nor down. She pounded her chest several times before she coughed the piece of meat out. Selena didn't even bother to wipe her lips and quickly took out her cell phone to open YY Live. When I clicked on it and took a look, my face turned black. She saw Michael crawling into the sewer, completely unaware that he was being broadcast live and saying some narcissistic words in Chinese with a northeastern accent. In more than 5 minutes, Michael had advanced more than 40 meters and entered the manor. Because the sewer was too stuffy and quiet, Michael could only entertain himself. As a narcissistic, professional, and handsome killer, Michael talks about his handsomeness and professionalism 8 out of 10 times. We are now 215.24 meters away from exit D of the manor sewer. As long as I get out of exit D of the sewer, I can come to the back of the manor villa. There is a garden there, which is quite lush and suitable for hiding. I just want to say that the security system of the rich in China is too poor. It was so easy for me to break in. So easy. I'm such a professional. I can't help it. I'm the most handsome killer in the world. While mumbling self-praise, he did a cool hair-flipping gesture and grinned, revealing his sparkling white teeth. He had no idea that he was being watched by 13 million viewers. Star. Chapter 79. This killer is worth $1 billion in advertising value. The comments in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy at this moment. 23333, this killer is so funny. I'm a fan. So easy, this statement sums it up perfectly. What a handsome and funny killer. What should I do if I suddenly feel a little sympathetic toward him? Feel sorry for the killer for 3 seconds. He was assassinated for no reason, but Boss Yi Xian came up with something special. Isn't Master Yi Xian a devil? Hello, everyone. I'm a newcomer. I'm 10 years old. I'm shy. And most importantly, I'm not very good at speaking. If I'm offended in any way, come and hit me. Newcomer reporting in, is there really an international assassin? Selena was completely pissed off at Michael's stupidity. You're so easy. You are so professional. How dare you say that a security force is rubbish? You didn't even know you were being live-streamed. You idiot. Selena hurriedly called Michael, hoping that she was still in time. However, she called many times and was always prompted. The number you dialed is powered off. Please call again later. The number you dialed is off. Please call again later. Selena called 8 times but couldn't get through. She almost cried in frustration. This side of the manor. Lu Chong came to Yi Xian and said in awe, "Boss, a phone call was made to the killer 8 times just now, but we intercepted them all." Yi Xian, have you sent anyone to catch him? Lu Chong nodded. We have already sent people there and have locked onto the target long ago. In fact, at the moment Michael entered the sewer, Yi Xian hacked into Michael's mobile phone through hacking technology to prevent the information from being leaked and planted a virus in it, making it impossible for Michael to make or receive calls. As for Shalina, Yi Xian had already asked Lu Chong to send people to capture her. Lu Vianx tout beside Yvonne. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was already surging with rage and difficult to calm down. After what happened today, Lu Chong felt that his boss was even more unfathomable. How did you know the killer was coming? Do you know the exact time? Is it so accurate? How did the boss know that woman, Charlena? Everything is a mystery. As a policeman guarding the area, after coming out of the live broadcast room, he quickly received an emergency signal from 110. The phone at 110 is almost blown up. An international assassin has come to Jiangdu to assassinate Yi Xian, the richest man in Jiangdu and a billionaire. After hearing the news, not only the 110 police department went crazy, but even the police chief went crazy as well. The news later alarmed the leaders, and the entire Jiangdu was in an uproar. If Yi Xian died, it would definitely be a shame for them. The police officers of the police department rushed out frantically, and those who were not on duty were called back, and they got in the car and rushed to Yi Xian's manor. The sirens whistled all the way. However, They were soon stopped by the bodyguards sent by Yi Xian on the road 1 kilometer away from the manor. After the explanation, all the police car sirens were turned off, the night sky became completely quiet, and then all the police officers got out of the cars and surrounded the manor. Several police chiefs and a team of elite soldiers entered the manor and met Yi Xian. "Mr. Yi, this is too big a fuss." The leader smiled bitterly. Yi Xian said apologetically, "I am really sorry to bother you, boss. However, this international assassin happened to come across me, so I just started a live broadcast to attract traffic to YY Live. Now, my live broadcast has more than 15 million viewers. This effect is more obvious than the effect of me spending 1 billion on publicity." The leader thought about it, and it seemed to be right. The publicity effect is amazing. The whole country knows about it. Even if 10 billion is spent, it will be difficult to get so many people to pay attention to YY Live. Yi Xian then said, "Leader, the operation of arresting international killers will be completed by you, the police chief." The leader was delighted. "This is giving yourself credit. Leader, don't worry. Leave this international killer to us." At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the surveillance screen. "Hey, he's already reached the swimming pool drain." Yi Xian came to the live broadcast room and showed a sly smile to the audience, looking naughty. "Everyone, pay attention. The exciting moment has arrived. This international killer has come to the sewer section of the swimming pool, which is connected to the water outlet of the swimming pool. Next, I will fill the swimming pool with water to wash Michael. And the water cannot be too high. Otherwise, it will not be fun if the killer is washed away all at once." 16 million viewers in the live broadcast room, Genghis Khan. "Isn't that too cruel? Are you the devil? Why torture such a cute killer?" Yi Xian held the intercom and said, "Open the gate, release the water, slowly." Swimming pool, the floodgates are open. Soon all the audience could see that waves of water began to surge up in the sewer, about 60 centimeters high. Crash! Michael screamed, "I'm gonna hit you." He was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. He was then washed away by the water for more than 30 meters. Finally, he grabbed an iron bar in a panic and barely managed to stabilize himself. That look of complete confusion was exposed in front of more than 16 million viewers. I'm drinking water, and I burst out laughing. "Give me back my screen." International killer meme has been downloaded. Haha, this is so funny. 2,333. Please, Bossy Xian, please let him go. Feel sorry for him for a minute. The live broadcast room was already laughing so hard that it was almost going crazy. Start. Chapter 80 YY Live broadcast became extremely popular, with 28 million viewers watching. It is no wonder that Michael was in such a mess. Although the waves were only 60 centimeters high, you have to know that the height of the sewer is only 1 m. His height of 195 centimeters, which he was usually proud of, almost became his most painful part at this moment. So he walks like on. Now, with 60 centimeters high water rushing in, he was naturally in a mess. The waves came again and again for more than 10 minutes, and Michael was also washed for 10 minutes. It was now deep winter, and the weather was cold. The water in the swimming pool was at least 4 or 5 degrees. Michael was soaking wet and shivering from the cold. "Fuck, why are you releasing water in the middle of the night?" Amidst the cursing, the water finally stopped. Michael regrouped and continued to move forward. Oops. Suddenly he froze, fumbled with his backpack, and his face changed. My backpack was washed away. It turned out that the situation was too chaotic, and the backpack was washed away without paying attention. There were important things, such as manor construction drawings and props in it, especially the manor engineering drawings, which are very important. Without them, I would probably dig around underground and get into a dead end. Fortunately, I was well prepared. As a professional, I always have numerous trump cards up my sleeve. Michael shook his wet hair and looked very handsome. "Roll up your sleeves." A delicate tattoo was revealed on his arm. Don't ask what this is. Asking is unprofessional. As a professional killer, even tattoos must have an important role. This tattoo is actually a construction drawing of the manor, and the sewer markings are very detailed. The live broadcast room was filled with 666. Tattoo architectural drawings. The skills of the protagonist in Prison Break. This killer is awesome. Come prepared. As expected of an international killer, he is so professional. At this time, Michael looked at the engineering drawing on his arm, recalculated his position, and after precise calculations, he finally found the fastest sewer to the villa. Go 45 meters ahead, and there will be a passage to the left. Go another 15 meters along this passage, and you will reach the sewer exit in the garden behind the villa." He smiled triumphantly. However, after he walked 25 meters, he was confused. There is no passage on the planning drawing at all. I looked carefully at the arm tattoo drawing, then looked at my own position. I looked back and forth several times, and yes, there should be a passage here, right? I'm going to give you a loan. In his opinion, urban sewer construction is extremely strict and must be built according to the drawings. Otherwise, there will be heavy penalties. So he never thought that there would be problems with the architectural drawings. Yixian burst out laughing when he saw this and explained to the live broadcast room. Let me interject here. This engineering drawing was actually filed with the municipal government. However, for security reasons, the drawing was faked to deceive those with ulterior motives. The correct drawing is only stored at the manor. The live broadcast room was filled with 23333, and everyone was pounding their chests with laughter, almost laughing like crazy. At this time, more than 20 minutes had passed. As more and more people knew about this, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room reached 28 million. Many people were woken up by the phone calls and crawled out of their beds. Advertising worth 1 billion? I'm afraid it's more than that. Even 1.5 billion in advertising expenses may not have this effect. And I don't know who started the trend, but people started giving rewards. As time went on, the rewards increased. There were hundreds of rewards every second, and some even gave tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of RMB. The total amount accumulated was over 10 million renminbi. The whole live broadcast room was simply exploding with heat. At this time, Michael was circling in the sewer looking for a way out, and soon he discovered that the architectural drawing he had painstakingly tattooed on his arm was fake. There were 5 passages in the drawing, but in reality 2 of the passages were too small for people to enter, and the remaining 3 were simply mud walls. Hard work pays off. After walking around the manor villa for most of the way, he finally found a passage with a diameter of 70 centimeters leading to the villa. Finally found it. Haha, Yixian, here I come. Michael, covered in dirty water, screamed in ecstasy. He resolutely entered the 70 centimeters passage. Finally, after a difficult crawl of 25 meters, he arrived under the sewer exit with a manhole cover right above his head. There was a lot of shouting in the live broadcast room. Shit, I saw the manhole cover, he's coming out. At this time, I suddenly had a bold idea. I also have a bold idea. Boss, how about we put a big stone on the manhole cover? Press the stone, press the stone, press the stone. The live broadcast room was filled with everyone pressing stones in unison. It was simply so exciting. Yixian's face twitched as he watched. It was so fucking disgusting for this audience. However, since the audience in the live broadcast room was so excited, Yixian didn't want to disrupt it. So he took the walkie-talkie and gave orders to the security personnel. Soon, the 2 security guards worked together to pick up a large stone weighing dozens of kilograms and placed it on top of the manhole cover. Everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, he's already rolling on the ground. Hey, what's hurting? Oh, it turns out that my conscience is hurting. My conscience hurts +1. My conscience hurts plus 10,086. The rewards were even more intense. Almost crazy, with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands coming in. Chapter 81. The killer is caught. Yixian is a devil. The stone has pressed down on the manhole cover. Yixian stopped the gloating in the live broadcast room. Okay, everyone be quiet and continue watching our killer's performance. Inside the sewer, handsome Michael was covered in dirt at this time, but he was full of joy of victory. He looked at the manhole cover above his head. According to his precise calculations, the location of this manhole cover is right behind the villa. Although it is not as good as the manhole cover exit in the back garden, it is not bad either. Although the process was a bit difficult, I still made it out. He started to climb up. The manhole was quite high, about 3 meters, and Michael, who was 1.95 meters tall, could not reach it at all. So he needed to climb up about 20 centimeters to 40 centimeters to push open the manhole cover. The sewer was wet, covered with moss, and a bit slippery. Then, Michael fell and rolled into the sewer. Fuck! Michael yelled angrily. If his toolkit had not been washed away, this difficulty could have been easily overcome. But now, he could only climb up in embarrassment. The second climb, the third climb, the fourth climb. Michael almost cried with anger. It was such a bully. Since coming to, everything has gone wrong. as if there is always a black hand behind the scenes to pit him. Could it be the mysterious power of? The people in the live broadcast room were already laughing so hard that they fainted. Many people laughed until their faces were stiff and painful, laughed until their stomachs cramped, and some even laughed until their shit popped out. The fifth time, Michael finally found a few bumps on the walls of the sewer and gained a firm foothold. Yixin said to the live broadcast room, "Okay, it's about to begin. Open your eyes wide. It's time to witness a miracle." Michael stood firm under the manhole cover and then put his hands under the manhole cover. "I can't use all my strength all at once. After all, my strength is incomparable to that of ordinary people. If I overturn the manhole cover and alert the bodyguards, it will be troublesome. Use a little force. The manhole cover doesn't move. Use 2 points of force. The manhole cover doesn't move. Use 3 points of strength. The manhole cover doesn't move." Michael's smile faded. Michael's face gradually distorted. He had already used all his strength, even using all his strength to eat. Use 2 points of force. The manhole cover doesn't move. Michael was stunned. What's going on? Michael's face kept changing from red to purple, from purple to blue, and then to black. The live broadcast room burst into laughter again. Asterisk, asterisk. "Hey, what's hurting? My conscience hurts, huh?" Michael took a few deep breaths. Fortunately, as an international killer, he had a good mental state. Rage would not help and would only make things worse. He turned around and continued to climb back. The background music of The Shawshank Redemption sounded unyielding, stubborn, and strong. After searching for another 30 minutes, Michael finally found another manhole cover exit. The live broadcast room was once again in an uproar. "Press the stone, press the stone, press the stone." Yixin rolled his eyes wildly. "Didn't you feel a pang of conscience just now? Why doesn't it hurt now? What a bunch of rubbish audience. Okay, we can't play anymore. That sewer exit is the last exit. If we don't let him come up, he will escape." Yixin switched the camera, and the scene in the live broadcast room turned to the sewer manhole cover outside. "I'm sure our killer will like this great gift very much." Around the manhole cover, more than a dozen elite special police officers, fully armed with live ammunition, formed a circle with their guns pointed at the manhole cover. There was a collective gasp in the live studio. "Boss, isn't this a bit too cruel? I suddenly feel sorry for the handsome killer again. Feeling bad for a minute. I feel so sad for 1 minute plus 10,086. Of course, those who should gloat should still gloat over others' misfortune." Soon, the manhole cover moved. Apparently, Michael below was pushing hard on the manhole cover. "Roar, roar, it's coming, it's really coming. Don't blink." Inside the live broadcast room, the 30 million viewers were already excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A world-class classic emoticon is about to be born. Take a deep breath. Don't blink. I can't wait to see the killer handsome guy's expression. Soon, the manhole cover was pushed out 30%, 50%, 70%. Michael quietly poked his head out. Click, click, click. More than a dozen gun muzzles were pointed at his head. Michael. "Siguma, duh. Ooh, carrot." At this moment, hundreds of expressions changed on his face, and every frame could make an emoticon package. Ha! The more than 30 million viewers in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy once again. Haha, who would benefit from me dying of laughter? No, I'm so paralyzed that my shit is jumping out of my mouth from laughing. Ouch, I'm laughing so hard that my belly button is about to move. This is so tragic. The worst killer in history. Soon, Michael was caught, searched, and tied up. At this time, Yixin laughed out loud and snapped his fingers. "Fireworks, make it go off." Bang, bang, bang. All around the manor, fireworks began to rise into the sky, exploding into gorgeous flowers in the air. Yixin came to the killer Michael, shook his hand, and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Mr. Michael, for your dedication and dedication. You have brought us a night full of joy." Michael, bodyguard Lu Chong followed behind Yixin, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yixin stuffed the flowers into Michael's hands and continued to thank him. "Brother, thank you. You are really great. At least you saved me more than $1 billion in advertising fees." Michael. Then, Yixin and Michael stood together, arms around each other's shoulders. "Come, take a photo, take a group photo." Lu Chong had already taken out his mobile phone, adjusted the camera mode, and aimed it at Yixin and Michael. Yixin raised his scissors hand. 3, 2, 1, eggplant. Snap! A photo was frozen, in which Yi Xian was smiling, while Michael was grief-stricken and angry. The live broadcast room was filled with astonishment. "Boss, you are a devil. I can't be more sexy. I can't be more sexy." Michael had come to realize that he had been completely tricked. Thinking back to the time he had been in, it was obvious that there was a mastermind behind everything. And this mastermind was definitely Yi Xian in front of him. His feelings at this moment, thousands of words, were combined into one word. Fuck. Star. Chapter 82, YY Live broadcast continues to be popular, and 5 major international oligarchs compete for financing. Michael was put into a police car and taken back to the police station for strict guard. Yi Xian said to the live broadcast room, "Okay, today's live broadcast ends here. Let's do it again when we have a chance. It's very late now. Everyone should go to bed quickly. After all, you are not billionaires like me, and you still have to go to work and make money tomorrow." It hurts, big boss. The working party suddenly couldn't laugh anymore at this time. "Goodbye, boss. Thank you, big brother, for showing us off and flying with us tonight." Amidst the farewells, Yi Xian closed the live broadcast room. I stretched, yawned, and felt a little sleepy. I looked at the time, and it was already 1:13. More than an hour had passed. I took a hot bath and went to bed comfortably. However, Yi Xian could sleep, but the news media could not. If they did not keep up with the hot topics of such a big event, they would definitely be stepped on by their peers. Thousands of media outlets, large and small, across the country began working overtime overnight to fabricate news. Write news from Yi Xian's perspective, from the perspective of YY Live broadcast, from the perspective of the audience, from the perspective of the killer. Write news from various perspectives. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, discussions in the streets and alleys across the country were dominated by the events of the previous night. In the office. "Have you heard? Last night, a foreign assassin tried to assassinate a billionaire in our country." Not only have I heard of it, I even watched the live broadcast last night. The whole process was so hilarious that my stomach still hurts this morning. There's a live broadcast? Why didn't you wake me up for such an interesting thing? In a vegetable market. "Have you heard? A multi-billionaire was killed last night." Hey, wrong. The billionaire is not dead. The assassin has been caught, and the whole process is being broadcast live. Last night, my little bastard laughed all night and woke me up, so I watched it too and laughed too, waking up my old man. And live broadcast? Yes, it was YY Live. Let me tell you, it was so lively at that time. More than 30 million people were watching it. It was amazing. School. Did you watch YY Live broadcast last night? Stop talking about it. I was halfway through watching it when my mom found out and snatched my phone away. Then my parents continued watching it, laughing like idiots, but told me to go to bed. I was watching the live broadcast secretly under the covers, covering my face and laughing so I wasn't discovered. I only watched the first 20 minutes. Tell me what happened afterwards. The rest of the story gets even more exciting. Let me tell you, that killer is super miserable. Blah, blah, ha, blah, blah, ha, ha. That Yi Xian is so handsome. I will be his fan from now on. Everywhere in society, people are talking about what happened last night. Those who did not get up to watch the live broadcast last night sighed and felt sorry that they did not experience it personally. It was such a pity. On the internet, the front page headlines of major media websites are all about this incident. Shocking. An international killer assassinated a Chinese billionaire. The tragic experience of an international killer in the country. Who hired the international assassin? The whole country burst into laughter. The process of an international killer being tricked. 30 million viewers watched the live broadcast at the same time. YY Live became a hit. There are even some relatively fast-moving game companies that immediately launched a game project in which the protagonist is an international killer. The ultimate mission is to assassinate a billionaire, and the levels are various difficult ones, such as sewers, pools, and manhole covers. Although the game is simple, it has been widely popular since its launch and has been very popular, with monthly revenue exceeding tens of millions. A large number of spoof videos have also emerged on major video websites, with all kinds of emoticons, various soundtracks, and various post-production, which are extremely hilarious. The more popular videos have at least tens of millions of hits, which is terrifying. On the Weibo side, it goes without saying that Yi Xian monopolized the top 5 hot searches on Weibo. Unfortunately, a certain celebrity announced her marriage on that day, thinking she could take the opportunity to make the headlines, but was suppressed by Yi Xian. In less than a day, she was drowned in the international assassin incident. This can be called the most miserable celebrity marriage in history. And in the dark web, the capture of the mermaid caused a huge storm in this dark area. Especially in the killer world, it scared a lot of killers. You know, every one of the top 100 killers is a top assassination master who has stood the test of time and has countless glorious achievements. This is built up with real, practical achievements and cannot tolerate any falsehood. What does the top 10 mean? Not only has he carried out numerous difficult assassination missions, but he has also escaped from countless pursuits. His strength is definitely extraordinary. And now, the sixth-ranked mermaid was killed instantly and in such a humiliating, ridiculous, and incomprehensible way. Silence. Shocked and confused. Deeply frightened. Could this be the reason why is a killer's forbidden zone, as rumored? Many killers are determined. I will never accept the assassination mission from the government. YY Live broadcast here. The effect of last night's YY Live broadcast is still continuing, and the number of registered users has directly increased to 60 million. The number of online viewers reached 6 million. Although it was much less than last night's 30 million, it was no less popular than the mature live broadcast companies on Earth. After dealing with the killer, Yi Xian canceled his terrible schedule and started his daily routine of driving back to the Yi Group building to work. At this time, Ning Nansha recalled what Yi Xian had told her at the beginning. Display the itinerary in a conspicuous place. Could it be? The boss knew that the killer was coming. Thinking of this, Ning Nansha suddenly felt a sense of awe, fear, excitement, and admiration rising in her heart. Boss, so mysterious, so handsome. The master involuntarily came out of the water. With her heart pounding like a deer, she came to Yi Xian's office. Boss, 5 super international financial groups, including Inshan, Shengao, SoftBank, Tiger Fund, and IDG, just sent a letter wanting to raise fund for YY Live. Should we reject them? Yi Xian raised his head and gave a wicked smile. No, promise them. Star. Chapter 83. Beautiful lady with a 105-point appearance and high IQ. 2 days later. Please tell me what is the current situation of YY Live. Yi Xian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Yi building, overlooking the entire Jiangdu. The land was surrounded by water, with tall buildings standing in the distance. The shopping malls and streets downstairs were bustling with people. He really likes the feeling of standing in the clouds. Very fulfilling. Ning Nansha introduced skillfully. YY Live has counted the data at 12 noon today. The current number of registered users is 67.23 million, including YY Music accounts. The peak number of online users last night was 9.3 million, and the average user duration was 16 minutes. At the same time, the number of newly registered anchors increased by more than 30,000. They were all attracted by our monthly income of 1 million, which greatly enriched the live content of YY Live and solved the viewing needs of the skyrocketing audience. The total reward yesterday was 6.92 million. The anchor with the highest reward was a singer and dancer who received 2.23 million in rewards. 2 local tyrants competed to give her rewards. She is very popular. Yi Xian was delighted. Unexpectedly, after 2 days of fermentation, the popularity of YY Live was so exaggerated that it directly entered the mature operation stage from the initial online stage. This killer is really powerful. Worth 2 billion in advertising fees. It also saves so much time. If others want to imitate YY Live and start a live streaming platform, it will probably take several years to catch up if they want to achieve the same results as today. Michael cried in grievance. Wu Yixian is too insidious. By the way, what about YY Music? Yixian hadn't paid attention to YY Music for a long time. Ning Nansha. The number of registered users of YY Music has increased by more than 10 million in the past 2 days because of this incident. Ye wan no dit. By the way, how are the arrangements for the 5 consortiums going? According to your instructions, they're all scheduled to meet one by one this afternoon so that they can have a competitive attitude. And I specially arranged for them to stay at the German hotel. I guess they have already started eating together by now. Haha, you are so bad. Ye wan lafit. People from 5 consortiums are staying in the same hotel. I guess the atmosphere is tense, and they still have to keep smiling on the surface. It must be extremely uncomfortable, right? Afternoon. The negotiation teams of 5 international investment banking giants, including Inshan, Shengao, Insoft, Tiger, and IDG, all drove to the bottom of Ye's building. Get off. More than 30 business elites got off the car. As they got off the car, they cursed Yi Xian for being such a jerk for arranging them all together. And at the same time, they were hostile to the other four rubbish and stupid teams. They were silently brewing murderous intent towards each other. But when their eyes met, they immediately smiled, as if they were good friends and brothers for many years. Among these more than 30 people, there is a beautiful woman who stands out from the crowd and attracts a lot of attention. When everyone sees her, they will first see the two huge lumps of fat and then see the owner's face. Because it is so huge, it is hard not to see it first. She is of Asian descent, with European and American ancestry. She has very delicate skin, three-dimensional facial features, and two strings of beautiful diamond earrings dangling from her beautiful hair. Suboya, the deputy captain of the Tiger Investment Bank team, may not be fooled by her enchanting beauty, but her IQ is far beyond that of ordinary people. She graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, one of the top universities in the United States, and has the youngest PhD in the business school. However, what more people see is not her intelligence or talent, but her greatness. It is sad for a man not to be able to see his feet when he looks down, but it is a pride for a woman who looks down but not being able to see her feet is a pride. At this time, Yi Xian walked out, followed by 7 or 8 secretaries from the secretary's office. He couldn't help but take another look at Suboya. Name: Suboya. Appearance: 105 points, 5 points bonus in some places. Awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel eager to try. It seemed like he would gain something this time. Yi Xian took the lead and was very enthusiastic. Warm welcome. Warm welcome. Hey, what a coincidence, isn't it? You came together. It seems like you were really destined to meet. Investment bank elites. What the hell is fate? Isn't this the time you arranged? Are you still pretending to be me now? At the same time, his vigilance increased by 3 levels. It turned out that Yi Xian was not an easy guy to deal with. No wonder he could fool an international killer. At this time, Yi Xian said again, "Since we are so predestined, why don't we just have a meeting together?" "Oh, I am really considerate of others. You don't need to thank me." "Grateful? I thank you, you egg. They're all competitors. How can they hold a meeting together? Wouldn't that lead to a fight? This Yi Xian is so bad." "Yi Xian, seeing that you all look like you agree, it's decided. Let's go to the meeting. The elites of the investment bank." Inwardly roaring, "I didn't say anything. I didn't mean that." Half an hour later, meeting room 3. Everyone gathered together and the atmosphere was frozen. Yi Xian got straight to the point. "I won't waste any more time. My time is precious. I earn several million per minute. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The next 2 agendas are: the first agenda, introduce our YY Live's current achievements and future prospects. The second agenda is for you to make an offer. It's that simple." Then with a wave of her hand, Ning Nansher stood up and began to introduce the current operation of YY Live using a projector. 1 month after launch, the number of users reached 90 million, falsely reported 20 million. The peak number of online users was 15.3 million, falsely reported at 6 million. The average user duration is 33 minutes, falsely reported 17 minutes. The anchor is 65,000, falsely reported 20,000. Daily rewards of 7.92 million, falsely reported as 1 million. Following Ning Nansher's report, all the people from the investment banks present showed expressions of shock and joy. Ning Nansher finished her report quickly. Yi Xian stood up and said rudely, "I won't say much about the rest. YY Live is currently the only online live broadcast platform in the world. Moreover, it is different from other internet industries. It has the ability to make profits immediately and does not require continuous large investments." He pointed to the data, 7.92 million in daily rewards. Let me give you a simple calculation. The daily reward is 7.92 million, and the platform takes 60%, which is 4.75 million. There are 30 days in a month, which is 120 million. You all should know what this means. It means that it is an internet technology project that can generate huge returns with little investment, which must be very popular with those on Wall Street. Moreover, it is the world's first live streaming platform. Besides, it's just been established. In a few months, the number will be more than this. It's normal for it to double several times. With all these gimmicks, I can imagine what a frenzy of money it will cause once it hits the shelves on Wall Street. My main purpose of calling you here is not to raise funds, but IPO. All the investment banking elites were shocked. IPO. It seems to be possible. At this moment, their breathing became heavier. It was as if I saw countless amounts of money pouring towards me. Star. Chapter 84. Dating. A beautiful woman blessed by God. The meeting ended quickly because Yi Xian's idea of listing YY Live IPO on Wall Street completely disrupted their plans. They need to report the matter to the headquarters as soon as possible and let the headquarters make the decision. They feel that this is a project worth at least 10 billion US dollars, and this is a conservative estimate. After the meeting, Yi Xian returned to the office. Ning Nanshur was full of curiosity. Boss, why do you want to list YY Live now? It seems that YY Live is not yet at the stage of maximizing its value. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Secret. Yi Xian knew that at this moment, both Ning Nanshur and those investment bank elites would be curious about why he chose this time to launch the IPO plan for YY Live. Logically, YY Live will continue to grow in the next few months, a year, or even years, with a number of users reaching hundreds of millions. The profits should also continue to rise, and when the time comes to plan for an IPO, the value will be maximized, making it difficult to obtain more profits. But Yi Xian has a longer-term future. Keywords: TikTok, Kuaishou, short video. In Yi Xian's opinion, short videos such as Douyin and Kuaishou are destined to be the biggest enemy of online live streaming. In modern society, people's time is becoming more and more fragmented. So fragmented time is created, and fragmented time is a battleground for the entertainment industry. Live streaming on the internet has its inherent limitations because it takes a long time. Short videos can invade people's fragmented time on a large scale, and their traffic is not on the same order of magnitude as that of live streaming. It's useless to talk about principles, just the facts. Previous life, Earth 2019. Huya Live has a market value of 4 billion US dollars, equivalent to more than 20 billion yuan. Kuaishou, with a market valuation of 170 billion yuan, will surely continue to rise after its listing. How much will its value be? 250 billion? 300 billion? 400 billion? The gap between the two sides is 8 times. More than that. Therefore, YY Live can only be regarded as Yi Xian's short-term goal and will definitely be gradually crushed by his newly developed YY short video in the future. The users of both sides will overlap to a certain extent, so the value of YY Live will definitely decline significantly in the future. An IPO takes time, preparation before listing, and there is a half-year period after listing when holdings cannot be reduced in this world, which adds up to at least 9 months. So Yi Xian can launch YY short video after these 9 months, and then reduce his holdings in YY Live, and use the money to promote YY short video to the world. In the first 9 months, Yi Xian only needed to brag to the whole world about how awesome YY Live is and how much money it makes, much more than other internet technologies, and that it would be a sure thing to buy its stocks. He would brag about it until it was awesome to the sky, and then cash out the YY Live stocks. Then 9 months later, we started to launch YY short videos. This is a huge scam that deceives the whole world. And Yi Xian is the international liar who carefully designed the scam. Ning Nanshur looked at Yi Xian, the mysterious boss and idol. She would not question any decision made by Yi Xian, because she felt that everything Yi Xian did was right. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Mr. Yi, I'm Su Boya from Tiger Investment Bank. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. A voice full of tenderness and charm came from the other end of the phone. Yi Xian subconsciously thought of a picture. Master of Mount Everest. Mount Everest is breathtaking and makes your blood boil. Click on her profile. Name, Su Boya. Occupation, Senior Investment Manager at Tiger Fund. Age, 28. Bloodline, 1/4 Australian, 1/4 Gallic, 1/4 Latino, 1/4 Ukrainian. Appearance, 100 beginning. Specialty, Mount Everest. IQ, 170. Weakness, longing for the thrill of racing. Inner thoughts. According to the intelligence, Yi Xian has a very high vision, but he is still a young man with a strong blood. With my level, I can definitely attract him by using the beauty trap and make him turn a Tiger Fund. I got this deal. Beauty trap? Interesting. Yi Xian smiled evilly. There is time. 339 Revolving Restaurant, the tallest Western restaurant in the West, is 339 meters high and the tallest in the city. Yi Xian and Su Boya sat at the table next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, there are panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a 360-degree view of Jiangdu city scenery. The time it takes to rotate the restaurant once is just enough time to enjoy a glass of red wine. In order to ensure quality service to diners, this restaurant controls the number of diners to ensure that customers have enough space to enjoy the night view and share delicious food and romance. Ms. Boya looks beautiful tonight. Yi Xian looked at Su Boya in front of him and felt that she was simply a gift from God. Today she changed into a new set of clothes from the luxury brand Chanel. Her facial features are very delicate, and she is quite beautiful even without makeup. Without a doubt, she is the most beautiful woman Yi Xian has ever seen. No doubt about it. Of course, these are not Yi Xian's focus. Yi Xian's focus was on the mosaic, the scale of which was truly jaw-dropping. At this time, the male customers around the restaurant couldn't help but lean over and look over here, not even caring about the anger of their female companions. Obviously, she is the most shining woman here tonight. Star. Chapter 85 Weakness. Yearning for the thrill of racing. 339 meters above the revolving restaurant. Many customers recognized Yi Xian. Isn't this boss Yi Xian? Really? It's really him. I want to go over and get his autograph. Didn't you see the boss is on a date? And there are 2 bodyguards standing there. It would be strange if you could get through. I didn't expect that boss Yi Xian actually likes such a woman. Yeah, it's really big. Many women tried to compare themselves, but then felt ashamed because the gap was too big. It's so big and the waist is so thin, it's not scientific. The beautiful girl at the next table muttered. Will she lose balance at such a large size? Excessive physical strain over a long period of time can lead to a series of problems, such as back pain and leg cramps. I guess she must be in a lot of pain, right? I want this pain. So do I. Yi Xian listened to the whispers around him. His mouth curled up slightly and asked Su Boya, "Is it very serious for you like this?" At this time, a pair of heavy tasks are entrusted to the desktop. Su Boya played the role of the beauty trap very well, frowning her beautiful eyebrows and said in distress, "It's really heavy. It's hard for me to walk every day." After she finished speaking, she picked up a portion of potato pasta with a fork and put it into her mouth. Suddenly, my hand shook and a small piece of potato accidentally fell down. When other people drop food while eating, it usually falls on the table or the ground, but it is different for Su Boya. The potatoes will fall directly on the top of the mountain. Fortunately, the scarf blocked it, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Yi Xian was stunned. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. Su Boya groaned and looked at the piece of potato in distress. There was no affectation at all, but instead it was full of natural and harmonious notes. The meal continues. The 2 chatted about some economics and politics, cooperating with each other, and having a very happy conversation. However, Su Boya obviously had more than just these tricks. She picked up a cup of coffee and turned around while drinking. This action, which a normal person could easily complete, was inevitably spilled due to the sudden shaking of a certain position. And because of the damn Newtonian gravity, the coffee spilled directly on that position. "Be careful, are you okay?" Yi Xian took the coffee cup very gentlemanly and handed over a tissue. "It's okay," Su Boya said with a distressed look. "It's always like this. I have to change clothes every time." Ye Huan. Many male customers. Many female customers. After finishing his meal and appreciating the night view of Jiangdu, Yi Xian stood up and said, "Beautiful lady, today I will take you to a more exciting activity." Su Boya looked up at Yi Xian with curiosity and excitement in her beautiful eyes. This kind of look can best arouse a man's sense of accomplishment. What project? You'll know when you get there. Ye want similit evidi. Weakness, yearning for the thrill of racing. It just so happens that Yi Xian has one of the best sports cars and also has the god of cars skill. It's a match made in heaven. When the 2 came downstairs, the bodyguard had already driven Yi Xian's favorite Pagani wind god in front of them. "Get in the car." Su Boya looked at the Fengshen with fascination and sat in the passenger seat. "Tonight, I'll take you to go racing." Yi Xian put on sunglasses, put one hand on the steering wheel, looked at Su Boya, and said with a smile, "Speeding." Su Boya's eyes flashed with excitement. "Yes, Jiangdu, Feijia Mountain." Yi Xian smiled evilly, activated the wind god, and slowly drove into the avenue. Not long after the 2 left, a YY Live outdoor anchor excitedly came out from a corner. "Oh my God, what did I see? I saw my boss dating a beautiful woman." The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Who is that woman? Wasn't the murder weapon a bit too brutal? I didn't expect the boss to like this tune. I feel inferior. Soon the news spread throughout the network through various channels. Yi Xian's mysterious girlfriend appears, carrying a peerless shield. Yi Xian's aesthetic taste is the same as ours. The night is hazy. Hairpin Mountain. This place was not originally called Hairpin Mountain, but after the rise of drag racing, it was renamed Hairpin Mountain because the hairpin bend here is very suitable for drag racing. And just tonight, the drag racing gang in Jiangdu is holding an intense and exciting underground car race. There are only 2 cars in the underground race tonight, but their strength is extraordinary. One is Zhou Guan, a famous second-generation rich man in Jiangdu. This guy's family is extremely wealthy, so his modified cars are very luxurious. He has won the Hairpin Mountain Underground race for 4 consecutive months, and his nickname is the King of Speed. In addition to him, there is a challenger from the Magic City, the super-rich second-generation Wang Luan, who is also very powerful and invincible in the Magic City. His nickname is Devil's Steering Wheel. Look, the nicknames of these 2 people sound complicated. Boom, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. The roar of the engines of top racing cars roared on the mountain road. 2 cars were confronting each other on the mountain road, neither of them giving in. The car Zhou Guan drives is a Mossler Land Shark, which has a maximum horsepower of 2,500, can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.5 seconds, and can reach a top speed of 491 kilometers per hour. Wang Luan's car is a Maserati Spider, and the data is also extremely amazing. The 2 cars sped through the mountain road, creating a small whirlwind on the roadside. Whenever they passed a bend where a crowd was waiting, the front of the car turned sharply. The tires made a squeaking sound, followed by a sound of brakes. The crazy drifting speed and the roar of the sports cars racing always caused cheers from the crowd on both sides, making their blood boil. Sudden, a scream came over the public communication channel. Warning, warning, emergency. A car is coming up the mountain suddenly. A car is coming up the mountain suddenly. Fuck, it's so fast. Oh my god, he can drive it with one hand. At this time, Yi Xian held the steering wheel with one hand, leaning lazily against the back of the chair, with a wicked smile on his face. The speed of the Pagani Wind God soared to 200 kilometers per hour. The skills of the god of cars made him feel as if he was one with the car. He could clearly feel every grain of sand on the road, every pothole, the angle and distance of the bend. He is like a god who controls everything. At this time, Suboya was already lying in the passenger seat, her whole body convulsing and twitching with excitement, and her watery eyes were looking at Yi Xian. Chapter 86 is on the hot search again. YY Live is worth 20 billion.